that all dependencies are configured properly. Let's do a quick check of what we have in this folder now. So we have for the PCF, then we have a package.json file and let's do that first instead of opening this directly. Npm install. So it is like, as you can see here, it is fetching all the required plugins and everything. One other thing is like there are certain libraries or dependencies that exist already, but in case you want to configure an additional third-party npm package, you can also do that. So there is like an npm install command through which that component can be, config component. So now my dependencies and everything is installed. Let's open this in editor now so that we can see like what all exists as part of this. So talking about the structure here, so we have this component here, and then we have the generated file which will store all the logs and everything. The main two files that we are actually going to modify is index.ts file, where we are going to write all the code, be it like what I want to render when the control is set at the first time. This init function runs when my component is loaded. And in PCF controls, we have a few parameters, something like if I have some variables, environment variables, and I want to take values from those in directly. Since these values will be dynamic, we would want to change them. Like let's say if I have changed a parameter test to test1, it should be automatically updated, and all the process and triggers, they should be updated accordingly. So this is where the update view function comes into picture. As soon as I make any changes to any of the values or the parameters properties, this update view function is going to trigger. Then I can handle like, okay, when this function triggers, what all do I want to update? Do I want to update some value on my component, and what all I want to do? So that is something we can configure in the update view function. Then we have a get output function. So we have two different types of parameters. It could be an input parameter or an output parameter. In get outputs, we define what value should be returned as part for this. Let's say take an input. Let's say, I mean, this is just a vague example. Please, let's take an example. I want to perform some addition, and I have defined two variables, A and B. Now, as part of output, I want to return C, which is like addition of these two. I can pass those parameters as like in my manifest file, like properties, and then I can define this get output property and define that, okay, properties out of these. Of type is like what data type or what type my parameter or property is going to have the value for. Then the usage is like, will it going to be an input property or an output property? Bound means input. So if we have an output property, we can define this usage as output. And then finally, this property required equals to true is like, so we can have 10 different properties, but let's say I have a requirement. I want a specific property A, to have some data. I can flag it as required here in the code, and whenever my PCF parameter is, this is how we can ask something as required as well. We can add some resources for PCF. If I have a file, or there's other type of resource that I can to my PCF, I add those files in my society. I can also use your tool, and I want first the second one to take priority for that as well. Okay, so let's see the structure of our component, and let's see how we can run this or test framework in on the PCF. So for components, first need to run a build npm run build. So as soon as I run this command, it's going to trigger some backend, and I can see out yes here which has the details of like my controls and everything. So once this execution is completed, my solution run is successful. Now I can npm start watch. So this is how I can see the test IE for this PCF. If I'm going to make any changes on the screen here, they are going to be reflected in this test. Yeah. So as you can see, this is a PCF control sandbox, and the sample property we had in the control manifest file, it's also there, and we can see, okay, the type is a single line of text, and this should be the value. I can also define a default value in case I want to set some property as default. Then I can do that directly. So this is a PCF built by Yash, and I am going to use that as a reference for like how you can start building that. So let's see this. I am going to clone his repository. Let's go back here, and this is how like you can use the component, and if you want you can edit that and move forward with it. So let's do this. I'm going to move this out. Let's make this folder mkdir GitHub, and then I'm going to move to that. Now I'll clone this repository. So now it will like download all the files, what all is there as part of the PCF. So we have our PCF here. So it has a solution file, it has a source file, then there are managed and unmanaged solution. But like if we are going to implement this, if we want to make any changes to this, we need to do that in the source folder. And here are also like the managed and unmanaged solution for the iframe. So if you don't want to go this way, like cloning the GitHub repository and then updating your changes and push it back, you can directly import the managed and unmanaged solutions. So now I can see, okay, that the GitHub repository is cloned. So let's do this. Iframe PCF. Then I can see, okay, what all was there on the GitHub, it's now replicated. Now let's move to source folder, and okay, so we have all the packages and everything. Now I'll open this in Visual Studio. So now, as you can see, we do not have the out folder and all the dependencies as part of this PCF, because when this PCF was pushed to GitHub, the gitignore file, it restricted some of the data. So what I can do is now again, I can do npm install. So it will, again, the same procedure we did, then assign this value to the source of my iframe element, whatever I have defined here at the top. So this is how like I can reference each of the properties of different, you can say element types, and I can pass the context from the source variable. Then I can define multiple properties like width and height, and also the frame border for this. Now coming back to the next line, which is for container. So assume this container to be like the whole window, which is going to be displayed on the screen. So I think I have opened this. So yeah, if I change this controller width to 200 and height to 200 again, so now you can see that there is a box, which is like the container. Anything or any you can say any element that I'm going to append to this container, it's going to be inside it. I mean, if I have added, let's say, text here, so it is going to come on at here, not something on a different place. So I am going to enclose all the elements inside this container only, and that's what I'm doing here with this container dot append child, and then adding this iframe element. Now first time this when I open this you can say this component, it is rendered on the screen. Now what if I want to change function will call that and perform some actions. So now I reassigned height of this component, but this is how it is going to work. This is an example of iframe element, but we can configure the same for different kinds of PCF controls. Now after this, we are going to look at a component which is going to print the whole Canvas app screen and send that image as an attachment in an email. So let's go ahead and do that. And after that demo, we are going to push this iframe PCF to the environment and see, okay, like if I have made any changes to the component, then how can I, make it available in my environment to write. Okay. So I have just made some funny characters here, and I will click on this button, take screenshot and send email. It is going to, perform some operations in the backend, and as you can see, there is like a processing happening here. Then I got this confirmation like, okay, email sent successfully. If I go back here now and I Okay, so my build is successful. Now for pushing this to environment, we have to, copy the URL. So if I go to advanced settings and customizations, I have a developer's resources. So this URL will be used to, set up the authentication until this part only, HTTPS, then the organization code, then api.crm.dynamics.com. So I can copy this. I can go back to this PCF Visual Studio Code. I can write a command something like PAC authorization, short form that is auth, create, and then what is the URL for my environment. So I can paste this URL. If I click enter, so it is asking me to, sign into my account. So I can select this one because we are using Ritika at the rate by the devs. So let me quickly log in. It requires code. So let me quickly enter that. Okay, so now I can see that the authentication is successfully created and the connection is validated. Now to push this PCF, I can write the command something like PAC PCF push, and what would be my publisher prefix. So like when this component is going to go in my environment, how the prefix is going to look like. So let's say we name this prefix as BTD for now. So PAC, PCF, push, and then publisher prefix. So that's all. If I click enter, first it is going to check if the PCF already exists in my environment. If it does, then it will do an incremental update. And as this iframe PCF is not there in my environment already, so I can see that it is doing a full update. The whole PCF will be, you can say pushed to that environment. And so what it does is it create a temporary solution wrapper. So in case my this push is failed, it's not going to harm the environment and push the half solution and something like that. So everything is copied as a temporary solution wrapper. And here, as we can see, that the import is started and it has 7 different steps to be carried out. So once all these 7 steps are completed, then it will finally push that solution, my PCF control, to the environment. So let's wait for it. So when I want to see that, it will come into these solutions, Power Apps Tools _ BTD. BTD is the publisher that we have given as part of the code. And this is where like Power Apps Tools, it's automatically appended. So I have 2 components here right now. Let's see. Okay, so this solution import is successfully completed. Now, if I go and refresh the page here, so now I can see, okay, there is an iframe PCF. And if I go back to these apps and click on code, I can refresh this. and my iframe component should come here now. Yeah, I can see it, this iframe PCF. So this is how like you can build your components in the backend and test them here in the IE only, and then you can push them to your environment and use them directly in your applications. You just need to push that component into the environment, enable the setting the for in the admin center for Power Apps component framework. Then you can come here, add it to your app. Once it is added, it is going to come in the code components, and you can add that them to the screen directly, like I just did. So for screenshot, I can change this text and all the properties we have in place. So like this is how you can work around with PCFs and start building your first PCF as well. So this was all from my side. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Or yes, do we have something on the chat?
So we have a question like, how can we debug a TS component?
So if you want to debug it, so if you'll run that component here in the terminal, you are going to get information about where that component is failing or what it is causing to fail. Or also you can add some breakpoints like this and debug it while running it. Okay, until this point my frame this component is successful and I have to take care of this other part. And the third thing that you can use is write console log. So this can be just for development and you can remove them later, but you can check like, okay, what output is returned at each step and how am I going to move forward with the results. I hope that answers your question.
Got it. And then there's one more question, says that can we bind a D365 record specified field value to Canvas PCF input parameter?
So if I get it correctly, so we are adding that D365 record as a data source here, and then we want to bind it, right? If that's the case, we can add that data source. If I go here in the advanced, I can see different properties. So if there is something that I want the reference to be passed, I can define a property and utilize that in my code there in the PCF control, and I can directly pass some variables and everything. This works like any other property you have on the Canvas app. So you can pass variables, everything, anything from the app. But the main thing is like the format should be same. If it is expecting a text, you should pass a text. Otherwise, it's not going to work.
Got it. Okay. And then there's one question that says, can we develop PCF components for Power Apps portals?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
And, so I mean, the process is still going to same, but okay. Yeah, we can develop for that.
Mm-hmm. And then can we build a control that can interact with a command bar?
When we say command bar, so what are we talking about? Like on the Canvas app?
I believe it is this expression bar, but yeah.
This one?
On a model-driven app, it says, how can we implement live reload on a model-driven app? Okay, I think this is another question here.
Okay, so maybe we can, when we are adding the component on the model-driven app, we can pass some reference. If that's not happening that way, maybe I have not tried it, but I think we can use something from the ribbon workbench as well for this case.
Got you. Okay. Mm-hmm. So I have shared your contact information on the chat, Ritika. So folks, if you have any questions, please feel free to directly reach out to her. And I'm also sharing the link for the survey again. So if you can please provide the survey, that would be really helpful.
The QR code is on the screen if you want to refer.
And thank you so much for the insightful session, Ritika. So I hope it helped everyone over here. And thank you so much again for mentioning the iframe component. So,
I mean, that's my favorite PCF. I'm never, yeah.
I would someday trend something on Twitter saying that mark out your favorite PCF. So I would expect more hashtags for the iframe, but yeah.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay, thank you, everyone. I hope this was helpful for you. And if you have any questions, please reach out to me. And That's it. Thank you all. Over to you Yash.
Yep. So our next session is from Baris Kanlika. I hope I'm pronouncing the name correct. Baris, are you on the call?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. So everybody, I want you to introduce to Baris Kanlika. I don't really have to, but yeah. So I guess Baris. And I hand it over to you, Baris, now. So please go ahead, take control, and walk us through.
Hello, can you hear me now? I think there's a problem on my microphone.
I can hear you fine. I can hear you fine.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's all right. That's all right. Okay, if you give me a couple of seconds, I would like to arrange my windows.
Sure.
The presentation. Okay, I would like to share my screen at the moment. So I will share my own screen. So that should be better for the interactive windows, as always. So check the button, and then now I can start. I think everything is okay. So should I start?
Just give me 1 second. So.
Okay, I'm waiting.
Yeah.
By the way, maybe you can hear my children's voice, and then sorry about that. Is, you know, the stuff we are at home at the moment because of the corona. So if everybody's okay, so I can start?
Yes, Baris, please go ahead.
Okay, I'm back. I hope you see my screen at the moment. I shared it.
Okay.
Oh, interesting. Just a second.
Yes, you're able to see the screen.
Okay, I am sharing my screen again. Hopefully this time it's okay.
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay, now you see my screen. Okay, that's all right. So first of all, I would like to say to welcome to everybody. This is the first ever the online Power Platform developer community event, and I am very happy to part of this event. Today I have two sections on this event. One is the, as you can see, is the best practice for using JavaScript in Dynamics 365. So today I would like to talk about what we should avoid while creating JavaScripts and working with the JavaScripts on the forms. So what are the important points related with the JavaScript? And there are some classic items I'm always sharing in my presentations, especially in the Extend to Dynamics 365 session. So I have shared some similar codes again in this presentation, because these codes are very important, I think, because when we get this code and when we run this code, so we are getting the very good, effective usage of the JavaScript, and also the good user experience. So that's why these are very important for us. So okay, I'm starting slowly, and then, as you know, I love JavaScript, so this is my main presentation. Always I put to my top of the beginning of all my sessions when I'm talking about the development. So the client API and then JavaScripts are very important. As you know, we lost the XRM page because Microsoft deprecated this XRM page, and then it got to the execution context, the get form context. These are our new items, and then near the last 2, maybe 3 years, we are working about working with these items, and then command for the response also changed that the primary control for the response. So these two items are main objects while working with JavaScript code, and without these items, especially execution context, we can't create any supported new generation, actually, because Microsoft still support XRM page, but this will be limited support, and it completely deprecate soon, and then we should use the execution context for our all development. This is very important. So the client API names also change. As you can see, XRM utility show process indicator. One is the example. So this is our structure of the items. You can see utility panel, device navigation, web API, encoding, and all other things we have like that. And then this is very important, actually. We have to know these items, and then we have to know which item what it does. This is a very important point. By the way, before the beginning, I would like to say something differently in this session. Please always remember to write messages to console, and because while working with the developers, when I am mentoring the developers, I was seeing that sometimes they are using the alerts, and then they are giving the alert to end user about their applications in the sometimes these codes are going to the production. So can you imagine that user is working in something in your form? She's doing something on your form, and behavior, and this is not a good development perspective. Please avoid to do this stuff. And then that's why I'm starting with this one beginning of this session. Then, little bit, I would like to talk about these items. These items very important because also these items also you can find in the MSDN. So the Microsoft also saying the same things like me. Avoid using the window tab. So this is also important because you don't need to change the position of the window of the dynamics. So when you're trying to do that, this can be create some JavaScript errors, because please know that in the background of Dynamics, it's allow the multiple browser support. So the Internet Explorer, Chrome, Mozilla, Opera, and then Safari, and there are lots of browsers, you know. So all these browsers has a different different behavior. So that's why Microsoft created this XRM page and the other domains, JavaScript domains for us. So to manage all these things in the one place. In that point, so if you use the window.top, these creating some scripts errors and an incorrect application behavior at the background, and then Dynamics 365 should fail or to create some user interface problems. So this is very important point. Please avoid that. And on the other hand, consider the disabling navbar, because this navbar also contains the lots of information related to Dynamics 365. So there are some hidden items here, and then Office 365 navigation also on it. So if you try to hide this one, if you disable it, Office 365 items, people cannot able to access this Office 365 header, and then while trying to execute your application can see some problems, and then maybe they should close their browsers when we don't want to do this, basically. So this is very important. For the client scripting, you have to write your code with the best practice tips always, so that for the model-driven apps. Please avoid doing some DOM object model or the other related object items and another different object-related, DOM object-related issues. Because, as I said before, Microsoft already created the object model for us, so which is called execution context or the XRM dots, and these are important points. So if you don't use these items, if you try to interact with directly the object model of the JavaScript at the HTML hierarchy, so you can be create problems for the Dynamics, also for our users. Also, please use the HTTPS always, and then always the HTTP asynchronously do that. So with the HTTP and the HTTPS resources. Please avoid to keep away from the HTTP. Always try to use HTTPS, please, because this is very important point. It should be secure. Always we should use the secure channels for the items. This is the point one. And another point, while using calling these items from the different applications. So in the Dynamics 365, you have to check something from the different application, which should has the HTTPS. This is my concern, and then it should be completely asynchronously, not synchronously, because at the background, again, this creates problems like that, the freezing screen, and then when screen is freezed, and the user should close the window because they are thinking that the application doesn't work, and that's why this is important. So you should avoid doing this. Also in the Dynamics 365, today I will demonstrate you, there is a one indicator for these operations. So these indicator help you for the asynchronous operations. today we will talk about this issue a little bit. And then please remove your deactivated and disabled customizations, otherwise your solutions will be heavy, and then this can continue the risk of the reusage to these items. So the somebody on the project without knowledge can activate these unused customizations, unused workflows, unused some business process flow, or the other disabled items, so that these could problems on the R structure. So that these are the some important points. Just I would like to show a couple of the extra information about the top 3 items, and then I will continue to demonstrate my other bits. So the about the window top. So as you can see, this scenario should be avoided. You can see here there are 2 different scenarios here. Attempting to access the XRM namespace at the top level, and then this is the not good behavior. You should do the different way related this one, and then window top my global variable. So adding the global variable to dynamic side is completely different. Also, you are able to create the shared variables in the MSDN. Completely, you can find all the articles related to these items. So these codes are avoided, and then they are in the dynamics terminology is unsupported codes. Please avoid doing the writing codes like that. This is the one. And then navbar. For the navbar, hiding and showing, enabling and disabling the navbar. I mean the showing and the hiding. So with this code, you are able to do that. You can see at the end of the things, there's a navbar equal on. So this is always enabled the navbar. If you do that, please use these items very carefully. As I said before, this can create problem for the user like that, and the navigation completely will be disabled, and the user having problems navigating between applications. So you can use this. This is okay. This is allowed. But while using this, please be careful, because you are completely disabling these area and the navigation area, and when you disable it, user will have problem with that. And related to HTTP and HTTP issues, so as you know, modern browsers are using the asynchronous patterns for the interacting to some services, and then you can do that asynchronously. Please avoid to do this synchronously. This is a very important point. As I said before, I will demonstrate something like that for the interacting in the next area. On the other hand, we have some new items in the Dynamics 365. Actually, there are lots of new items always coming. In February, they introduced lookup as a modal dialog in the Dynamics 365. Let's see what is that and how this is working. So when you click the lookup control, normally it should navigate the original record, but you can change this, and then as a modal dialog, you can open the record as you can on my screen. So at the background, there is a contact record. It's you can see here, it's under the shadow here. So when I click the account, it's opened in my window as a new window. So there are 2 buttons here for the close and the open it in the different tab. So we are able to do that in the Dynamics 365. Now let's demonstrate it. So then let's check the code, how it's working. I'm clicking here the Northwind traders, and then you can see it opened as a navigation as a modal dialog, so it didn't navigate the original item. If I want to go to the original item, you can see I can do that. so that for the open the window, so that I'm able to do that, and then I can close this item like that. So this is our way working with the lookup as a modal dialog. So what is the code of this? Let's check the code of this tab in the my contact, and then I hope you can see this. Let me trying to make it bigger for you. No, it doesn't work to make it bigger. Okay, I hope you can see my code here. So in that code, open dialog for a lookup, and then let's check this is in the items in here, settings, solutions. I have one solution here. Always I'm creating solutions for my demonstrations. It should be somewhere in here. Yeah, it's here at the top. And then in the contact entity. So in the contact form, because there is an important point, this is not here. When you created this code, I will talk about this code, but I would like to give you an important information. This shouldn't work here. Okay, as you can see, it's false here. It should work on the, you can see, open dialog for lookups at the onload of the form. So this is the point. This code should work on load of the form. You can see here. Why? Because while entering the code in the onload, we are giving the some information to the lookup control, and then we are saying you have a tag click control. So the add on lookup tag click, it's the important item here, and then this is our function. So when we give this function, as you can see as a context here, so that we are giving a context here. In this context, we are saying to navigate to this item, as you can see in this on lookup function, we are telling it to navigate to this item. So when we do that, we are changing the behavior of this lookup field, and then it don't navigate anymore to original record directly on the full screen. So it's open it as a modal dialog. This is the point of the this JavaScript. This is the new functionality. I think, if I am not wrong, it came in the February or March. So after February or March, we are able to use this option. And anytime you can use this option. The important thing is here, as I said before, you should give it on the onload of the form. This is the point. So then your code will work at on lookup tag click. You should have the navigate the control inside on it as well. With that way, when you give the navigate to, we are giving the entity type and the entity ID from original lookup. By the way, as you can see, we are getting information from the original lookup item. So the system automatically getting the tag value here. You can see tag value means that this item, which items contain, so as a lookup. So the lookups originally are collections. At the moment, our standard lookups always contains just one item, always the 0 item we are accessing in the JavaScript code. But the party types items are different, and then for the party type items, these are the real collections, and then they can contain multiple items. So on the standard lookups contains 0 items, and then tag value control here, you can see, always retrieve as the original item. So
hey Baris, sorry to stop you there. Actually, we're not able to see the code at all. So can you please maybe do a full screen or zoom in so that it's more visible?
Okay, I will copy this code to the. Okay, I will copy this code to the notepad, OneNote. I think
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. One note doesn't open. Okay.
No problem. So on the chat, people mentioned that if in the code snippet, if you click Control and plus, it should automatically increase the font size.
Okay, I will do that like this. Okay, anytime you can get this control and you can, this is the one, and then, so I don't know why, I think in the Mac there's a problem, so I can't do that. Okay, add page here, and then I can do that. I think this time it will be bigger. Yes, side. Yeah. Okay, now again I am repeating. The tag value is important item here. Tag value contains the items with the collection number 0. So the collection number 0 always in the lookup are the item, and then these automatically passing as a parameter in this example lookup tag value. Then lookup tag value, we are able to use that in the side of the R code. Lookup tag value. Okay, something happened. I think I continue. No, can you hear me, by the way? Is it okay?
We just lost you for a second there, but I can hear you now.
Okay, that's all right. So as an entity record, you are able to open this one and then target positions and the value of what is the percentage in the screen, so you are able to change this as well. So when you could change the 50, it will take the 50% of the screen, so you are able to change all these things on the screen as well. So basically this was my first demo in this session, and then I would like to continue with the other items. So localizable solutions, the localizable resources, I really love that, because of my customers, I am always developing the multi-language solutions. Okay, so for these multi-language solutions, we are always facing problem with the JavaScript until the Microsoft introduced the localizable resources for the JavaScript items in 2018, I think. So this is nearly 2 years old feature, but still some of the developers still don't know about this issue. That's why I put this in my presentation. This is very important while you are working with the multiple languages. So you can see here, first of all, we have to create this resx file. This is the important point. As you know, the inside of the Visual Studio, we are able to create the resx file inside of that, and then change the different behaviors and the different language aspects inside of that. Important point here, we are getting this in the R code with the get resource strings, and then this is my message item here. Always it's this is my code behavior, and then I am getting the confirm button label. This is my button label, and then this is my message here. You can see in this screen. So and then I am giving this to this alert dialog, and then let's see how it's doing. So I will demonstrate it for you, then you will better understand what I am trying to doing here. I'm going to cases, I'm clicking this case. You can see this alert is worked. So you can see from the code to here as well. Anyway, show alert 0, get text from the resource, where alert settings. I am adding the alert settings here, and this is the alert options, the 8 and read, and then alert dialog. alert strings here, and then alert options. These are the alert options. So the alert string, at the moment, you can see I am working with the get resource strings. Now, inside of this item, there are one message, one label. So for the message, I am getting message from here. So sorry, this is label. This is the label. This is the button. And then for the message, this is the text. You can see confirm button label text. And then for the text are awesome. You can see this feature is great, bro. Now this is multiple language item. So I have to change my language. My original language is Turkish. I am converting this and then changing this item. And then this will reload when I change my language. Let's see what will happen. Why you are so slow today? Now it's okay, it's coming. Now language changed to Turkish, okay, and then it came here. Now same string, this time is a Turkish, and the okay, it's in Turkish, is tamam, and then tamam is here. So this is okay, okay button. So it's here, and then this is the message. Message comes from here. So basically, all this stuff inside of our resx files, and then in the resx files, we are just putting the, oops, yeah, again, I back to English one. So let's check the code here. Inside of the account, contact, localizable. So the code's here. So this is the same code, but if you look to the solution this time, how I did it. In the solution, I'm going to components, localizable resources. This is my JavaScript. To my JavaScript, this is my JavaScript, localizable JS, you can see here. But important point here, I am adding dependencies. Dependencies are very important in that point because my resx files here 1033 and 1055. 1055 is Turkish, 1033 is English. So the English resx file and the Turkish resx file already loaded there, and this component knows that it should go to these messages item. And then after the messages, so you are getting here the number of the code of the language. So the dynamics also know the user using which language at the background, and then according to this, it's getting the original code which they need from the system. So this was the localizable resources. Localizable resources like that, we are able to use all these items anytime in the JavaScript. This was my example, and you can change this example for the different behaviors and the different code sessions. So this is my item. And process indicator, as I said before, for the HTTPS and the asynchronous work, you can use the process indicator. Process indicator is very important item to avoid the phrase the secret for the users. Why? Because the system automatically getting an item like that on the front of the user. So while running check, while we are sending data, while asynchronously work on the system automatically retrieving these items, and then you can wait until the process complete. So user screen will not freeze, and then people will not think that, oh, this application doesn't work. This application is work asynchronously, and then on the screen I have a message in here. So for this message I have to wait end of these messages. So let's demonstrate it. For this demonstration, I have very silly example. This is not maybe real usage of this item, but I would like to show you anyway. Because at the background, I am counting to the 10, 20, 30, and like that. So that just there is a count issue on my screen. I don't really go to any HTTPS or any different web API. When I click the yes, as you can see, running check. This works and done. So basically, via that way, we are avoiding to show the user the freeze screen. So you can see, as always, this is working like that. So we don't freeze the screen, and then asynchronously we are completing our job. So what kind of code I have for this one? I will take this code again to my OneNote for you. So, okay, let's check this one. Yeah, on item change, which item? This item. When this item change, this function will be work. Process 0, counter 5, these are my items, and then after that, I will do some calculations here for getting these numbers. This is, as I said, this is a silly example because I don't really go to any real API. Just I am going to the counting here, process, progress, and the counter between these two. But the important point here, you can see I am adding this timeout and then operation to until the progress less than counter, show process indicator. This is my item, show process indicator. So when I click this button, some logic is working as a timeout until the timeout completed. This is the 10 seconds. For the 10 inside of the 10 seconds, these item we show in the screen as a process indicator. It will say running check and then current progress in here, and then timeout still continue. Let's check here. So the running check, you can see running check at the current progress. So this is the code, how this is work. Important code here, this one. So the others are completely silly example. Yeah, this is the one. And then I would like to continue with my another demonstration for you. Field notifications. Field notifications are so very useful for the end user because of that. As you can see on my screen in this customer number area, there is no customer number for this customer, and then there is a item here. When I click this one, so that it says customer number is empty, would you like to assign one? When I click the apply button, system automatically applying this number. So let's see in action. And then I'm going to contact, I'm going to all contacts, and then I'm clicking this item. This item doesn't have a number. You can see also this item is locked. You can see I can't change this item. I can't write anything to this area. When I click here, I am able to see this recommendation. When I go to this recommendation, in that point, just I have to click the apply button. When I click apply button, as you can see, system added a number here. Number added this field, and then it's done. Then I can save this item. So this is you can see how this is working. And then again, I would like to go back to my code, and I would like to show you how this is working. Yeah, okay. So the onload, you can see the get form context again to our standard items here. First, I am disabling this item at the onload of the form. Then customer number, I am getting the value. If value equal to null, then I am adding this notification. This is the notification object. Notification object contains message, notification level, unique ID, and then one action. Inside of the action, we are able to write our original JavaScript code. Whatever we need, we can write here. Okay, in that example, I have a very silly code, so just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I am writing the script, but you can write the different code to here, what you need to do when person click the apply button. So the apply button works here, you can see. So again, I would like to go to the different one. Again, I would like to demonstrate with the code. Different person. So when I click there, customer number is empty. Would you like to assign one? As you can see here, customer number is empty. Would you like to assign one? This is our message. Recommendation, you can see, this is the recommendation. This is not a warning or the error. This is recommendation. And then unique ID, you can give any unique ID for this action, notification, and then message. Click the apply to change the customer value. I think it should be like that. Normally, when I stay on the apply button, this message should. I have to see. Okay, anyway, it doesn't work at the moment. Anyway, so the action of the this apply button. When I click the apply button, these codes work. You can see here. So when I click the apply button, it's automatically working, and where this stuff is working, and then completing the job. This was our notifications, how we can use these notifications on our sequence for the better user experience with the JavaScript code. And then another one for one of the very old example. I'm always using these in my presentations while talking about the JavaScript. So this is from the Ramon Tebar, who is my friend. So actually the original code from the Ramon Tebar, but I'm using it on my demonstrations because at the very old times, I don't remember, maybe 3-4 years ago, together we were doing some presentations, and then we know each other, and then we are using our items like that. So basically, this is the contract. This is, as you can see, this is the mobile application. On the mobile application, now we are able to add the photo for the mobile applications, and then we are able to access the camera for take the pictures. In here, in that example, you can see we added a different item here at the different menu item called photo. And then when we click the photo, our code is working at the background. And our item comes to here as a picture of the contact in this example. Yes. So let's check this example. Okay, let's check this example. So the get photo function, get photo, record ID and the entity type. And these are our main objects because the what item we are working on, the GUID of the item, and the entity type, contact, account, or the other things we are getting these two information from the get photo. So when we say the XRM device capture mesh, then system start working. First request the camera access from the user, and then camera open, then we are able to get the image. When you click the button image content, you can see if image content is not active now, then we are able to add this image content file content as an entity image. As you can see here, we are able to update the record which already passed as a parameter to here. Otherwise, if there is an error, then we can say the user if the result is okay, then we are saying it's done, there is no problem, and then we are reopen this entity. Otherwise, if there is an error, then we are saying, oops, we couldn't update the record. And this is the R code for these items. This is the how we are using the XRM device capture image. Capture image contains the image content. The image content is not acute now. Then we are able to access the file content in here. So with the file content, we are able to give this to the these item. By the way, we are using here the web API, the XRM web API for the updating record. As you can see, for the web API for the updated record, we just need the type, ID, and the items, which items we have to update. In that example, entity image, this is the original dynamics field entity image, and then maybe we can update the different fields as well if we need in that point, and then maybe the time of the photo. An example, I can add the different things to here, time of the photo, where this photo taken, and then this type of information I can add for the updating to this record. If result is okay, then we are saying to user done. Otherwise, we are giving the error message to our users. So this was the another item today I would like to share with you, and then I think, yeah, this is the end of my presentation. So it took 45 minutes, and then, yeah, I think the good timing. So if you have any question, I can get your question. Yeah, I'm here for your questions.
Thank you so much, Baris, for the insightful session. I'm just posting your contact information on the chat. So if people want to reach out to you offline, they can. I have just put your Twitter and LinkedIn over here, and we have a question here. So the question is, can we use XRM device in the web version? For example, take a photo of a client and back it up with a record.
To be honest, I didn't check it, but highly possible you are able to do that. Why not? Because this is a browser related something, and then in the browser side we are just getting the device access from the user. If device okay, if there is a device, camera device on this item, so if we are working with a laptop, highly possible we are able to access to do that. Yeah, I don't see any problem with that.
Got it. And then there's a question on what's your recommendation regarding namespaces?
Namespaces. Oh, namespaces. Yeah, always I am using the. You can see here, and I'm doing on this here. No, not on this page, but yeah, you can see for the file writing code. You can see here.
I guess the screen is not on the top, the one which you're trying to share, if you're showing something.
Just a second. Okay, I will do that.
Yep.
I think this is related to my antivirus application because it's giving some errors sometimes I can see, and it's blocking the screen sharing item. Now I disabled it. Are you able to see my screen?
I can see the screen, but it's the Teams chat window that is open over here.
Okay, try again. I hope this time better.
Awesome, I can see it now.
Okay, so you can see here in this example, I used the CRM Saturday as a namespace of my application, my JavaScript code, so that
Hey, Baris, can you hear me? I guess we lost the voice. Yeah.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Can you hear me? Okay. Okay. I'm here. I don't know why I muted. Okay, that's all right. So basically, what I was saying, I'm using the CRM Saturday as a namespace here. In the real life projects, we are working with the different JavaScript files synchronously, and then we are calling the one and the another one, and always we are calling the different JavaScript files. So in here, using a structure like that namespace structure or in the JavaScript, it's very important that CRM Saturday contact, CRM Saturday account, and under the functions is very important that this domain structure for the JavaScript items. That's why I always recommend to use like that. So that I know that there is another way like that. You are able to use standard JavaScript structure, and you can do something like that. Platform, and also like that. This is also another usage for the JavaScript, but I don't recommend this one. Otherwise, from one file to another file, when you pass you can face the problems because each different entity can contain the different OAuth and the same form events. So this time you will face a problem. This is not a good behavior for a good developer. Always I am saying to my junior developers, use a standard form like this while developing JavaScript codes. So this is the one.
There's one more question. Would you recommend writing scripts in TypeScript rather than JavaScript?
Yeah, TypeScript I can say is better at the moment because Microsoft is supporting the TypeScript much more than JavaScript. I can say that. So this is the Microsoft support is important here, and the TypeScript you are able to lots of things with the TypeScript very easily. That's why if you can write the TypeScript, you can use TypeScript. Yeah, this is the idea.
Okay. And then what do you think about using the browser session storage for doing things like passing information between forms when standard mapping is insufficient?
I think we don't need this because let me check here. So I would like to open a new window. If I am not wrong, in the MSDN Java Dynamics 365 JavaScript share. We have some items for the sharing, JavaScript shared variables, Dynamics 365 supporting to this. Somewhere in here, maybe this is the wrong URL for this one. For the JavaScript HTML resources, there is a sharing option already inside of the Dynamics. So domain execution context. In the execution context namespace, under the execution context namespace, you are able to access the shared variables object so that you can share your variables within JavaScript codes and the application via supported way of Dynamics. So there is a special item for special function for that. You can use that one. You can check it. If I found it, I can share it later. You can follow it from the my blog. So in here I'm writing something, and then if you write the tag here, I think you can easily access my English writing. So you can see I'm sharing the Turkish and the English articles here. You can see here, and then if I found the solution for this one, I will share from here. Okay, I couldn't find it now, but there is a special function for this one in the Dynamics side, so that you don't need any storage user, browser storage, or something like that.
Got it. And there's one more question. So what do you think about combining client-side business rules with script logic on the same form?
Yes. This is the always problem. Yes, this is a really good question, because this is always problem. And then because if you want to do something that you are using if you do want something easily, you are using the business processes, and then with for the complex items, JavaScript. In that point, I can say that it depends the project behavior and the project structure. If you don't use the combine of this, only I can say that. So just use the one way, just the process, business process, or the JavaScript. But I always prefer the JavaScript, because in the consulting way, we are consulting the lots of companies. As you know, we are working with the lots of companies, and then in that companies we are generating lots of different actions, and we are answering the lots of different requests, customer requests, and then using the JavaScript for us is more elastic, so that we are able to use JavaScript for the do much more things. But for the business process business process, we can't do lots of things in that point. In the huge implementation and in the large scale project, we have to use JavaScript. Only I can say that, but it depends the approach of the project actually.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on that one, because I think business processes do not offer much flexibility as well. It's pretty limited, so it's on the low code side of things compared to JavaScript. So yeah. And there's one more question. So can we take multiple photos per record?
Multiple
photos. I think this one is in relation to a previous question.
I think no. I didn't use it like that. No, because the entity image and entity image is just keeping the one image record on it. Okay. So it's not possible.
And then can we have synchronous calls with XRM.web API calls?
I think yes. I think yes. Yeah.
Okay.
By the way, yeah. Sabrish, I hope I correctly pronounce it. So the found what I'm looking for. Get shared variable. You can see, and the set shared variable. So you are able to create shared variables in the Dynamics with the secure way, supported way, and then you can share these objects between the items in the execution context via that way. You can see on my screen at the moment.
Got ya. And do you recommend minimizing and bundling JavaScript web resources for production environments?
To be honest, it related to performance, but I don't know how this affect the performance. If you have the huge implementation and the huge JavaScript code, then this should be way, but Actually, I never use it in my projects. Up to today, I have completed more than 200 Dynamics projects. I can say that, but I never used minimized JavaScript. So the always system is caching the JavaScript files in the browser, as you know, and then just to change we are getting the new JavaScript files, and then when they cache that, we don't need to minimize. I think this is what I am thinking. Maybe I am wrong, but I am thinking like that. I don't think so. Minimized is required for the production.
Got ya. And there's a bunch of recommendations and questions coming up. So I have shared your contact information on the chat again. So please expect some questions on your LinkedIn and Twitter. And meanwhile, I'm also sharing the URL to the survey. So folks who have attended the session can respond on the survey link and give us their feedback for these sessions so that we can construct them in an appropriate way moving forward. Also, I think we didn't mention there's a prize and there's some swag involved. So guys, for more details on the swag, please go ahead and start filling the survey.
Okay, thank you very much for your joining to this session. And so I will be with you with another session related to logic apps. So yeah.
Thank you so much, Baris. That was a great session. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Experience these technologies first. Phillips with Microsoft, and I'm here in London at the Dynamics 365 Saturday Hackathon. It's an amazing event. We've got currently 12 of these planned around the globe. It's a free event put on by our MVPs in the community. It's a place for everyone, users, people who are interested in Dynamics 365, Power Apps, Power BI, Microsoft Flow, the Common Data Service, to come out, experience these technologies firsthand, get some hands-on tutorials, and really get a feeling for what's possible.
I'm at the 365 Saturday event in Dubai, where I just spoke to a really passionate and full crowd of about a few hundred people about Dynamics 365 and all the innovation that's coming out. I love this event because I think it allows us an opportunity, particularly on the operations space. I love this mean, or what ERP means to the community, by the community, as well as some participation from Microsoft. If you think about operations at Microsoft, alongside world-class CE apps built upon really Power Platform that provides that no-clips extensibility, the intelligence experience, the automation through Power Automate, all of that comes together in a unique package that nobody else really can compete. And I think 365 Saturday does a really good job in bringing that holistic vision of business applications of Microsoft.
Hey everyone, I want to introduce you to Natraj. So Natraj is again a Microsoft MVP for business applications, and in this session today he'll be talking about getting started with UI testing in model-driven apps for Power Apps. So looking forward for this session, Natraj, and you can go ahead and get started now. So
I'm going to share my desktop. I have two monitors, so I just wanted to be sure whether I can. Let me just try to share the. If I just say screen one.
Okay.
Can I see anything?
Not yet. It's loading.
Anything?
Give me one more second. I mean, it's loading.
Because I just usually don't use my laptop monitor, so I'm just wondering whether it is just. I'm going to have to disconnect if you can't see it in another 5-6 seconds.
I still don't see it. It's just blank.
Okay, I'm just going to disconnect the monitor and I'm going to present from my laptop. Okay, give me a second.
Okay. I mean, I can see it now.
Okay, I just disconnected my monitor. So let me see. Is there any change now?
Yep, I can see the Teams tab.
All right, okay. It's just like, okay, I think it's still doing some resolution adjustment.
Okay.
Okay, all right, let me just do this thing. Turn off this night light. Okay. Okay, so you can see my screen and you can hear me well.
I can see your screen and I can hear you just
All right.
fine.
All right. Okay, cool. Okay, let me just start. All right. Thank you, everyone, for taking the time to attend this on a Saturday. Really appreciate. I think that's a big numbers. I was just online like an hour ago. I was quite happy to see like more than 100 people turn up on all these presentations on a Saturday. So, considering all the kind of events happening externally and at work, it's really amazing that the community is just like gathering on this event and supporting the event. So I really appreciate that. So the topic of my presentation is UI testing using Easy Repro and QA Wolf. So Easy Repro is something a lot of people in the Dynamics ecosystem might have heard. But QA Wolf is something that even I was not aware till like 2 months ago. So I'm not an expert, or I'm also a beginner in QA Wolf. So I just want to present like two different options, because Easy Repro is sort of the go-to option when people want to do UI testing. So I just thought, okay, we have Easy Repro on one side, and then we have Puppeteer, like that was released by Google maybe a couple of years ago. So that was sort of the competitor, but Easy Repro is like more made for Dynamics, because it has got a lot of helpers to kind of like you don't need to think about the selectors or wait for a navigation event, or it's sort of all that complexity is abstracted away for you. So, and Puppeteer was released by Google, and along the same lines, Puppeteer, the core team that worked on Puppeteer, they actually started working on this new product called Playwright. That is a Microsoft open source tool which does UI testing as well. And what QA Wolf is based on Puppeteer. So it's sort of like three levels. So QA Wolf is based on Playwright. So we had Puppeteer in the very beginning, and then Puppeteer sort of spun off into Playwright, and then Playwright is used by QA Wolf. So it's sort of based on the same kind of technology underneath. So in terms of the suitability of which one should you use, or which is sort of more easy to get started, I don't know whether there is a way to quickly put some polls in here. Maybe I'll just start typing up. Like if you're using UI testing at the moment, I'm just gonna put C# here. So if you like to write test using C#, you can like this one. Otherwise, I'm just gonna put another option, TypeScript. So which one do you actually feel more comfortable when you actually do UI testing, or when you actually want to write some code? So if you can, I'll give probably like maybe 30 seconds to kind of get an understanding of where exactly should I focus. Should I just focus more on Easy Repro because it's sort of like established, or whether I should just explore a bit more on the TypeScript and QA Wolf side of things? Okay. All right, give it another 10 seconds. So I think so far I see probably yes. Okay, so based on what I see so far, like Easy Repro is sort of where I will focus. Okay, I'll show both anyway. So I'll go to the slide. So what is Easy Repro? Okay, so I just gave a high level summary of Easy Repro's QL, and this is sort of like the comparison, a quick comparison of Easy Repro and QA Wolf. Easy Repro is based on Selenium, like if you just try to separate it out, and QA Wolf based on Playwright, which itself was like spun off from Puppeteer. So Puppeteer has got like a really big user base in the front-end dev space. So a lot of people who do UI testing in front-end dev use Puppeteer. and Playwright and QA Wolf are something quite recent. So, but it's really exciting. Like, the way I think the critical difference, especially for me, is the way authentication is handled, because the first step, you wanted a lot of people when they start UI testing, the very first roadblock that you get is how do you authenticate into my Dynamics instance, because you need to enter the username and password, you need to know the selectors for it, and then if you have multi-factor authentication, how do you sort of handle the multi-factor authentication? So that is sort of the first roadblock. And based on what I have experimented with so far, Easy Repro is much more cleaner in terms of because it's been around for a while. It's been around for more than 2-3 years, so it's got a lot of these helpers and config settings to kind of help you do that. But QA Wolf has got a really cool way of authenticating, which I will show you, without any sort of username and password, just using the session state or cookies. And the biggest drawback for me in Easy Repro is there is no recorder. So I think there might be some experimental, but I don't think there is any sort of extension that goes on your browser that can help you record the steps and then it generates a code. There's no such thing like that in Easy Repro. You can write it in C#, you have IntelliSense. So basically, just like any library, you install Easy Repro and then you basically try to put dot, see what are all the methods available. So then that's how you sort of go about writing your test. But that is sort of cumbersome sometimes. It would be really easy to have some extension that is on the browser, or something that can automatically generate the code for you. So for me, that is this authentication is different, how QA Wolf handles authentication and how Easy Repro. And second one is the recorder. And the underlying technology, one is Easy Repro Selenium WebDriver, and QA Wolf is based on Playwright. And in terms of language, C#, if you want to write C#, you basically look at Easy Repro, because that's something will be easier to write tests on if you don't want to touch TypeScript, because the learning curve on TypeScript is quite steep, because you need to know just TypeScript, compile it. So that if you don't want to go that path, you can stick with the established one, Easy Repro. And so the first, I talked about the two challenges. So the first challenge is always authentication. How do you sort of authenticate? Second challenge is, if you have this username and password stored somewhere and you want to check it into your source control, you don't want to check in a plain text password. So that is the second challenge. I can probably put in my username and password in some config file, but I don't want the config file to go inside source control so that people can see what the password is. And third one is, if you have the test in source control, how do I use these tests as a part of ALM pipeline and then run all these tests automatically when people check in code, or so that you don't need to run this test manually on your machine. So that is sort of the three fundamental challenges. Once you tackle these three, once you kind of understand how to do these three, then the rest is more about understanding the framework, right? Because then you have the documentation of I want to click this row on the grid. You can basically Google that on the frame, that's not a big deal. But once you need to tackle these three challenges, and then it's a lot easier. So I will focus more on these three steps. So the very first step, Easy Repro. So how do you create an Easy Repro project? So to begin with, you need to create a unit test project. So that is a normal C# unit test project. So you'd go in here and then you just click new and then project. And then if you search for it, there should be, I think if everyone knows where it, okay, unit test. So if I just search for test, my machine is a bit slow for some reason. Unit test. Can everyone hear me? Hello?
Yes, yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I wasn't sure because it's sort of frozen. So anyway, So let me just, I will not, because I had a blue screen like half an hour ago, so bit worried that something is happening. Okay, let me just go into the slides because it seems it's frozen. Okay, so don't go in here because it seems to be okay. It's searching. I'll just try to do this safe way because I don't want another blue screen. So that's the first step: create a unit test project. Second step, you need to so this was actually a bit confusing for me as well, because when you actually search for the package to add for Easy Repro, the package is not called Easy Repro. It's called Dynamics365.UI automation.apa. So that is the project you need to add. If you search for Easy Repro, you might find these two. One is Power Apps and another is Dynamics 365. You need to add this project, Dynamics 365 UI automation. So that is the second. And then this is actually the third one. Since Easy Repro is based on Selenium is basically a protocol that can talk to various browsers. So each browser vendor has their own sort of driver for Selenium. So if you want to run the test on Chrome, you need to install this Selenium WebDriver.chrome driver. And if you want to run it on Firefox, you need to install this Gecko driver. So this is because if you install the NuGet package, the advantage of installing a NuGet package rather than downloading an driver and checking it into source control is the NuGet package will be restored on the DevOps pipeline. So you don't need to store this driver on your source control, which might go out of date. Maybe 6 months down the line, the driver might not be even relevant anymore. So if you have it as a NuGet package, it's always going to be installed from the it's also always going to be installed from NuGet. So that way you don't need to worry about putting exes or anything. And that is a good. So you need to install two packages. One is this Dynamics 365 UI automation API. Second is Chrome driver if you want to run your test on Chrome. Otherwise, I think if you want to run it in Firefox or Edge, there are drivers for that as well. So find the right drivers and install it. And now I just have some. So once I do that, right, I need to configure some run settings. So if you develop a XC, right, in the XC, you would have added a app.config. So in that app.config, you would have some sort of common settings that you want, maybe the URL, username, password, or something. But in this scenario, I am approaching this from a perspective of ALM. So if you are going to check this project into source control and you have a DevOps pipeline or a GitHub Actions, you need to kind of store that settings locally, but you should have the same sort of settings somewhere that is encrypted. So in the run settings file, right, basically I have my username, I have my password, I have the URL, and then I have a key for the multi-factor authentication on this file called run settings. So if you actually search for this, just close this one. If you actually search for run settings file schema, you would easily find the run settings schema. So after you create your Easy Repro project, create this file called run settings, and then in the test, you need to configure run settings, and then you select you can tick this box as auto detect run settings files, and then you can select solution wide run settings file and select this file that you have created. So after you created that, all the username password, I'm not going to expand this because it's got the username password on this thing. So test run parameters. So it's basically a name value pair. So if you expand this test run parameters, you can put in all your configuration on the test run parameters node. So put in your username, put in the password, put in the if you have multi-factor authentication, you need to put in the key. So So let me just search for, I don't remember exactly. So if you set up multi-factor auth and then Office 365, there is a page where like basically when you set up multi-factor authentication, it will Office 365 authenticator app. So if you set up here, need to set up a multi-factor authentication. Yeah, so this one, right? So when you set up a multi-factor authentication app, you would get like this kind of like, you'll get like a configure mobile app, right? You have the barcode. You have a barcode here, and then that is a barcode you'll be, the QR code you'll be scanning on your mobile, on your authenticator app to get the sort of like the generation key or something like that. So the important bit here is there is this link that says configure app without notifications, right? If you click on that, you would get a numeric, you would get like some sort of key. You need that key for the multi-factor authentication. So that is the bit. If you don't have multi-factor authentication, you don't need to worry about that, because you just put in your username and password, then you're done with it. But if you have two-factor, then you need to actually grab that. You need to set up this whole two-factor authentication on Office 365, and then you click this link that says configure app without notifications. You would get a code, and you need to store that code on your test and parameters, because that will be used by your test. So here in this, so I have a quick test. So on the initialize part, what I'm actually grabbing the username, grabbing the password, URL, all from that app settings, all from that run settings area. So this environment variable, I'm actually adding this environment variable because I'm going to run this on GitHub Actions as well. So I'm just first checking whether there's an environment variable called Power Apps username. If there is nothing, then try to grab it from the test context properties. So it's basically like so I'm just coalescing. So my first priority is my first preference is environment variable. If I don't have it, I'm going to grab it from the app settings. So I grab the username, password, URL, and this is the bit I said MFA token. That is MFA token you need if you have two-factor authentication configured. And then afterwards, you need to set this one. I had some issue. You need to set this UCI test mode to false. And then for me, I just set it up as Chrome. So if you look at my NuGet packages, if you check my NuGet packages, I just have installed. Where is it? Manage NuGet packages here. All right. So if I have I have installed the automation API, test adapter test framework, and then I have installed like Chrome and like Firefox, everything. But this is because if I say that the browser type is Chrome, I need to have the Chrome driver installed. I need to have that installed so that I can run the test. And then this class initialized, right? It's running before all the tests. So I need to create this XRM app object, and then you need to log in using the log in into this URL using the username and password and multi-factor authentication. You're done with this once, and afterwards it's all the test. After you do that, everything is through this XRM app. So if you want to sort of figure out what do I need to do, like in Dynamics, maybe I should go to a sub area, maybe I should click this ribbon button, maybe I should click on some row on the view. You just, once you have this XRM app object, everything is like available from the XRM app object. So I have two tests on this. So one is just I'm just saying I'm going to open the service area, and I'm going to open the accounts entity. I'm going to check the number of account rows should be greater than 0. Another one is just like I open up a form. I'm going to set the first name and last name. It's all contrived test. So that's just like probably not going to be like but just want to show how to kind of do that. So in terms of performing some operations, like running some UI test on Dynamics, you have one way, right? You do XRM app and you try to figure out whether, okay, is there a navigation, is there a quick, like whatever it is, like, so if I say XRM app dot, so see, I have like, okay, BPF, command bar, command, like you have so many things. You need to kind of figure out what is the thing that I want to do. I need to quick create. So you need to do some searching. That is one way, right? Then you're relying on Easy Repro to have the functionality that you need. Another option is you can do this execute script. So if you go to the web client, so you already have, when you create it, right, you have this web client. So that is on the class level. On the web client, on the browser, you can basically execute an arbitrary script that is going to be run on the context of the window. So that is another way you can approach it. Like, you can use all the methods and functions created by Easy Repro team to do whatever you want to do. And second is, you can, if you know the JavaScript, because you don't, if you think about it, every area in Dynamics or Power Apps, you have some sort of client API on it. You want to navigate to a record, you want to maybe clicking a ribbon button, that's something that is not there. But most of the time, like, you have XRM web API. You can trigger some functions, like, you can set the fields, you can collect the fields, you can save and close. Everything is, most of the functions are available. So you have two options. You can do this, like, based on whatever Easy Repro team has created for you, or you can use this execute script to run some JavaScript against the page. So both of them will work. So right now I can just show whether this is gonna, so what I'm going to do is I'm gonna say test. Okay, I have test explorer here, and then I'm gonna run this test. So, okay, I'm gonna say, let's say, okay, let me just do debug. If I do debug, it should open up the browser and do whatever it's supposed to do. So in the meantime, I will actually show you the other part of it. So the other part of it is how do you set up a CI/CD pipeline for this? So what I have done is, on this particular Power Apps demo, I have done GitHub Actions. So since I actually want, like, I'm mostly on, like, all the open source projects, I have it on GitHub. So this is more of like something that I'm getting more comfortable than Azure DevOps. So GitHub's Actions is similar to Azure DevOps. Basically, you have this the same kind of YAML file, and you have a series of steps on the YAML file, and then all these steps will be run on when you commit the code to your repository. So you can, if this works on the GitHub Actions, the same thing is going to work on Azure DevOps as well. So I am going to check it run. Oh yeah, see, it actually, okay, where am I? Is it running? I don't know where is it running, but I think it's just like frozen. Okay, must be doing something. Okay, so I'll go back. I just go back into GitHub Actions. So I'll just explain this GitHub Actions what I have. So first step, you always need to restore the NuGet packages on the solution. Okay. Oh, see. Now it is okay. I will wait for this thing to run, and I will show you. This will give you an idea of what is happening. So this is the test that is running, automatically filling the username. It's automatically filling the password. I have two-factor authentication set up. It knows what the code is because I put in the code. It's gonna go past that screen. It doesn't care about this. It does automatically click everything. And then what this is supposed to do is supposed to, I just check the test. Okay, I'll just let it run. But you get the idea. So I think once we are now past the authentication screen, now basically you can do whatever, like, that is the biggest challenge always. Like, how do I authenticate? How do I not have this password on the Azure DevOps or the CI/CD pipeline? but I still want to run the test as a part of like the pipeline. So if I go here, should be test explorer. Let's see what test it is running. Okay, it's running this open account grid. Still waiting for, I think it's got all the element weight thing set up. So I'll just let it run, but you get this idea. I will just come back once this is finished running, and it will show. Okay, so I'll go back into the GitHub action. Sorry for just jumping back and forth, but I think I don't want to spend, I don't want people to just like spend waiting, looking at the spinning wheel or anything. So first step, you need to restore the NuGet packages. Second step, you have, this is a, so with GitHub actions, you have like, you have sort of like the steps. So you actually will add the steps. So this is an action that helps you to do the NuGet restore. So I do this NuGet restore on a second step. So NuGet restore, and then I'm going to use this action called setup ms build. And once I have setup ms build setup, so you see a pattern here, right? You use this step called setup NuGet. On the very next line, you have the NuGet restore. You actually use this action called setup ms build, then you run the ms build. So I'm going to run this ms build rebuild. I'm going to run it on a 64-bit platform, because if you don't put this, it is going to have some issues trying to figure out where the assemblies are. I had some issues for running the VS test. So this VS test console.exe, it has some issues. For us, I couldn't figure it out. At least if you build the test assembly as any CPU, that is the default setting. So the default setting will be any CPU. If you build it as any CPU, then it has some issues trying to. So I built it as 64-bit. So I'm just saying it's a 64-bit platform. So I'm going to pick up the assembly from bin x64 debug, and then in this part, I'm going to run the test using VS test console.exe. I'm going to say ecrepro.dll, and I just want all the logs to console. Platform is 64. These are all command line arguments. So if you Google for VS test console.exe, how to run test on VS test console.exe, you will find this information. And you also need to mention the framework, because if you don't mention the framework, it is going to try to target 4.5. But you don't want it to target 4.5. You want to target, because the build version on this Repro is 4.6.2. So since you have a different, by default it will try to target 4.5. So you need to mention the framework version 4.6.2. So once you run this, so you have all the setup. So every time you build and commit, it's going to run. So I will show something that I have already run before. So this is basically every time you commit, it's gonna run, and it's gonna. There's no artifacts in this one, but yeah, it's basically running all the tests. If I expand the test, it's gonna tell you what are all, like, it ran 2 tests, both the tests passed. So that's how it is done. And then if I go now into Test Explorer, see, it has finished running. So it did, like, it was able to open up the whichever the accounts account sub area, number of rows on the accounts, and then so both the tests pass. So this is sort of how you do the ecrepro side. C#. Most likely, if you are using ecrepro, maybe you are going to be using it along with Azure DevOps as well. I just demoed GitHub Actions because it's fairly new and there is not much content around GitHub Actions, but the method will be very similar. You would, oh, and I forgot before I forget, the key part of this is, if I go into my actions, right? So the part I didn't show you how is, I don't have the test settings here, but it was able to connect, and it was able to connect to the URL and password and everything. So there is a difference on how I did that in here. So what I have done is, so these three parts, right? This is something that for GitHub Actions, you have the capability for environment variables. So that's why if you actually check here, I am actually trying to retrieve the username using the environment variable first. Only then I try to go into the test context properties. The reason for that is I'm actually setting up the environment variables here. So I'm setting up the app URL, plain text. I don't need to hide that, but I have the username and password and the token. These are all set up as secrets in GitHub. So if I go into settings, and if I go into secrets, I have set up these three in the GitHub secrets area. So they'll all be encrypted. So you can't really see the output on the. If you check the actions, in the actions, it will show you all the environment variables that are used. But if you have some secret set up, it won't even show what the value for the secret is. So if I run the test here, there's this step, right? If I expand this, so you can see it was using the app URL, but all this is all like, it's all hidden. So that's how you run it in GitHub Actions. Like, it's slightly different. You need to use environment variables. That is the key thing here, because in GitHub, it's easier to do it through environment variables. So if you are going to use EC Repro and if you're going to use GitHub Actions, like, this is far easier. If you are using Azure DevOps, there might be a different way to do that. But the key thing is you should not store a plain text username, password, or multi-factor key on your repo. It should be stored somewhere in a secure area, and then you can add the UA test as a part of the DevOps pipeline, and then you can just probably deploy the assemblies only if the test pass. So that's something that you can add to your pipeline. So that is the easy repro bit. Are there any questions about it, or we can go on the very end and ask in one session? So it's like half time now, almost 7:30. Should I just continue, or? Hello? All right, okay. All right, cool. Okay, so I'll just continue. Thanks. All right, so that was easy repro. So what we saw was, so I want to reiterate, run settings. Run settings is where you'll put your the app settings, sort of like, if the URL, username, password, any other things that you need, put that in on the run settings. The run settings file, you don't check it into source control. Put it in your local, like, if you have password, username, password, don't put it in source control. Just keep it like, just keep it local, and then configure the username, password in some secret area on Azure DevOps or GitHub. And then I showed how to do the GitHub workflow, and then XRM app is execute script. When do you if you don't have something defined in XRM app, then you can basically, if you know how to do that in the client API, use execute script. So that's how we do easy repro. Second one, QA Wolf. So QA Wolf is something that is, I think I actually knew about this around like 4 months back, and it's fairly exciting. It's a fairly exciting new tool that is an open source tool based on Playwright, which is a Microsoft product. And the key difference is you write your test in JavaScript or TypeScript compared to C#. So if you're more comfortable writing TypeScript code, this is something that you can look into. There is nothing specific, like, QA Wolf is just like Puppeteer. There is nothing specific about. There's no sort of like layer or like additional tooling on top of QA Wolf for Power Apps or Dynamics at this stage. So everything you'll be doing, you are basically going to be doing on your own, not because there is no library to kind of like easy repro. There's no layer on top to kind of make it easy for you at this stage. But yeah, I just want to show the other side as well to kind of like, so that you can have like a good understanding of both the products. And so for QA Wolf, QA Wolf is the first thing you need Node. So you need Node, you need TypeScript. So if you are across Node, you need to install the packages, and the way you actually install packages is usually like npm install. So when you do Node development, everything is through yarn, or everything is through npm install. So let me just try to. So the very first step you need to create an empty package.json, right? So how would you create a package.json? If you are across PCF development, it is pretty much the same. You do npm init, and then it will ask you a whole bunch of questions about what is a package name, what is this. So all that, like, fill in all that. At the end of this process, you will have a PCF, you will have the package.json. Okay, so that package.json is here. And this is a critical bit for if you want to use TypeScript. This is the bit you need. You need the tsconfig.json. You need that on the same folder. If you don't have a tsconfig.json, when you install QA Wolf, it is going to assume that you are going to write your test in JavaScript. If you don't want that happening, you need to have a tsconfig.json here. So that is like a TypeScript configuration file. So I have a sample one set up in this one. It's just nothing fancy, just like, just a standard vanilla TypeScript config file. And then once you do that, this is sort of a generator for QA Wolf. So you would install npm init and then QA Wolf. Once you do that, it's going to start installing the packages, and then it's going to have some sort of generator like Yeoman. Yeah, like Yeoman. If you have used Yeoman in the past, it's something similar. It's sort of a templating tool they have. And then the cool thing about that is it is going to help you set up your CI/CD pipeline as well. So when it sets up this folder, it is going to set up your Azure DevOps YAML or GitHub Actions or Circle CI. I think these are Travis, maybe some major CI/CD vendors. So it is going to help you to create all those YAML files, and then you can go about and create your tests. So let me just wait for this to finish installing. Once it installs, let me just show. It's going to install in the background. Let me just show how it looks like. So some of the tests. So what I have written is some test here, like, the very first step, like, everything is like, just like in here, everything is based on XRM. XRM app is sort of the key piece on EC Repro. On QA Wolf, the key piece will be like page. So page is like the primary object. Like, you want to navigate something, you want to navigate to some URL, you want to grab some element, or you want to execute some JavaScript. Everything is done through page. So you don't need to remember. You didn't remember this sequence and everything, because I will show you once this one is done, it is going to template it out. So see, this is a template. It's going to ask you directly to create QA Wolf. Okay, I'm going to say, okay, I want to keep it as QA Wolf. And now you have the option. Now you want to, depending on what CI/CD pipeline you use, like, if you Azure DevOps, whatever it is, like, yeah, I can choose DevOps just for it. And it's going to automatically install all these packages on the background. It is going to create a sample test as well for you. So the key packages, you need Jest. Jest is actually the test framework that you'll be using to write your test. And then Playwright. Playwright is the Microsoft framework that helps you to automate the browser. QA Wolf is built on top of Playwright. And then you have QA Wolf. And because this is a TypeScript project, you would usually have all the types. So debug, Jest, Node, okay, these are the standard ones. And Playwright itself has got the types on the package itself. So you don't need to install separate types for it, because it's already there on the package. And then because you're going to write your tests in TypeScript, you need this. It automatically installs this additional package called tsTest, because you want to write your tests in TypeScript as well. So it is going to install it on the background. So what I have done is I have written 2 tests on this one. So I'm just saying, okay, I have created some sort of like one page, like like a really thin sort of like wrapper around QA Wolf. So that I don't you don't need to see what kind of when I say Power Apps, I created this class called Power Apps Browser, and Power Apps Browser I've created a helper method called like open form. But what exactly it is doing, Power Apps Browser itself, what it is doing when I say open form, what is this doing, Liz? What it is doing is it is going to evaluate. Evaluate means you are going to run this script. So this is basically the Java, the JavaScript you are going to run in the context of the page, and then that is sort of and then once this is done, it's gonna wait for the selector and all that. But this is something that because we don't have any sort of wrapper or tooling around Playwright. This is how I sort of prefer to write now, because all you want to go to a form, you want to set an attribute, everything is there is some XRM dot something for it. So once you know what the client API thing is, you can execute it. But the cool thing is if you have, because we have TypeScript, we have this community project called what is that called? I don't remember exactly. This is called types.xrm, I guess. Types.xrm. Yeah, this one. This types. So this is typing for the XRM namespace. So anytime you just say XRM dot, you don't want to sort of guess what is going to be there. So once you install it, you will have all this useful information about IntelliSense. Basically IntelliSense, you need IntelliSense and you need type checking, everything is available. So install that as well. So if I just check, still installing, but once it's installed, you also need to install this typing file for XRM. So after you install it, you write all your tests in TypeScript. But like you see, I have just written some sort of wrapper for TypeScript. It's not a full-on thing. So if I just say open form, I'm going to say xrm.navigation. I can run XRM API. I can just run straight away. So you need to know what, because everything. I think it's safe. It's safe to use the XRM client API to kind of to do whatever you want to do, rather than only in some scenarios you want to use the selectors way. Because if you try to if I'm assuming that I'm on the account view, right, and I want to click the new button and I want to open up a new account form, then you need to figure out what exactly is a selector for the new button, and then you need to click that selector, and then that is going to open up the form. Then you need to wait for the DOM to load or the navigation to stabilize, or the navigation is the requests are done, there is then you need to execute, then you need to do something. So rather than that, you can execute some client API scripts if you know. But for some you need to do the selectors, but yeah, most of the time it's better to do the client API. And so the key things on this one, I have the slide for this. So once you do this, right, once after this all is installed, I can just show, rather than doing for Dynamics, I'll just show you the way you create test in QA Wolf is npx QA Wolf create URL and test name. So if I just go into this project, okay, so I'm just gonna run this one. So say npx. So after you install it, you just say QA Wolf and then say whole. If this one is giving you an ASCII art, that means it's actually installed. So you get this one. So that's installed. Okay, so now we say npx qa wolf and then create. Now we need to put the, I'm just going to say https google.com. I'm going to say Google. So this is the URL. This is the URL you're going to test, and this is the name of the test. I'm going to say Google. By default, if you don't specify any browser, it's going to use Chromium to record the test. So QA Wolf is going to inject some selectors on the page, so it knows, so that it knows. What is it? TypeScript. Unable to node to fix it. Oh, I didn't have TypeScript installed, so I'm just gonna have to install TypeScript. So this one is gonna take some time. So what I will do is I'm just gonna jump here. I'm gonna write the same test in here. So QA wolf create. Sorry, npx QA wolf create https.com and then Google. I'm just gonna say Google. Because this library is set up, I'm gonna just run it from here because I have all the things set up here. So see, as soon as you do that, you can see straight away it has created this file called google.test.cs. It has templated out all the. So that's why I told you you don't need to remember all these things, because it's going to template it. It's going to template out all these things. So it is already going to jump into google.com. Once this Chromium opens, it should be. So you have this file called config. Okay, there's nothing. I have environment here. Headless is false. So I have a .env file here. .env file is a special file in Node that you can use to load like some environment variables. So that for example, QA Wolf, it checks for all these environment variables. So QA W artifact path, headless, all these QAW prefix ones are so QA Wolf one. So I'm just checking it's not headless. Okay, it's not headless. Okay, so Chromium is opened, right? It's now stuck. Now it's on Chromium. So now see, this is the difference. This is a key difference for me between QA Wolf and Easy Repro. So I can actually, like, say you have save and exit, or you can have you have the REPL. So once if you just want to like author your test by just recording it, I can just say here, I'm just going to say test. I'm going to say Google search. So this is done. Maybe I'm going to do the speed test probably. So once I'm done, what I can do is, so I come back here and I just say save and exit. If I do save and exit, it's gonna simply dump that. It's gonna see. It's simply gonna dump that content in the test. So we already have like the test. So if you run this test, it's gonna do exactly the same. It's gonna go into google.com, search for click this search, and then fill the value as test, and then it's gonna click. So everything is sort of like hooked up based on the selectors. So if you want, this is the recording thing. This is something that you can use to record. And then, so this is like, obviously for CRM, this is not going to be very easy to read because like, all these XPaths is all basically garbage. So that's why I think you need to kind of like do this for CRM and then slightly tweak it. For example, this, I'll show you what I have done for, so the second part, right? So that is the first part, create. And this is the second part about authentication. If you see in Easy Repro, the way Easy Repro was doing authentication is, it was using the actual username and password to to actually log in. It had a login process, but QA Wolf can basically bypass this whole login process by injecting the session state. So when you actually create a new test, you can say, just like how I did for google.com, you can just go into your Dynamics, Power Apps page, and then you can just go into the login page, log in as normal, and then once you log in as normal, you can go into the REPL, and then you can just save the state. So basically what it will do is when you actually execute this await QA-wolf.save state, it is going to dump the entire session state onto the file for the folder. So I have something like I have done that something in the past. So this is like a dump of all the cookies and all the session storage, everything. You just dump the whole thing into this file. And once you have this whole thing dumped onto the file, you don't really need the username and password anymore. You just need the cookies. So basically what I have done is, if I go into my env variables, you need only this. You only need this one cookie called crm_ovin_auth_cookie. You just only need that. So if you actually have configured these two as secrets, you don't really need a username and password, because the cookie is good enough to log in. Usually, you would when you actually do the authentication. When you want to do the authentication in QA Wolf, they recommend in QA Wolf, don't really just use this whole this. You can go by the whole username and password, find out the selector for username, find out the selector for password, then click on login, all that. But then you'll be stuck on the multi-factor authentication part. So if you actually do it like this, if you there is a authentication page on QA Wolf. So because I have only 5 minutes, it might be too hard to kind of explain this at the moment. If you actually go into docs.qwolf.com, there is this docs for handle sign-in. So all the details is on here. So what they tell you to do is exactly this. So when you actually load the state, once you save the state after logging in into the JSON, and then you can just set the state from a local file, and then once you do that, you'll be already logged in. So I can prove that by just if I just say test, right, you're not going to see the username and password screen. It's going to just jump in straight into the login screen. And headless is false, so you should be able to see. Oh no, wait a minute. I'm just saying run headless. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go into package.json, and I'm going to see if I just say headless, I'm going to remove that, so you can see that it's going to open up the browser. So if I just say test, okay, say test again. I have 5 more minutes or 3 more minutes, I guess. So I just want to show this just to kind of show another alternative of how you can log in without actually having a username and password. So I'm gonna run this. Oh, this is Google test. Okay, I'm gonna not run this. I'm gonna cancel this because I'm gonna remove this. Delete. I'm gonna run this again. I just want to run a specific test. So this, when I say npx QA Wolf test, it's going to run everything. So just want to run a specific test probably. So I'll just I think it's easier for me to delete the Google test. So now it's going to run the Chromium. So it's not headless because you can see there is no headless flag. Now it should open up Chromium and start executing the test. So the test itself is it's not so see here Chromium. Okay, it did log in, but there is no login screen. See, now it's actually directly on the main page because you're just using the cookie. So you're able to actually bypass this whole. This is like a two-factor. This thing is protected by two-factor anyway, but you just basically overcome this whole thing because you have the cookie. Or you can even use the session state. But I use the cookie because I can store these two. I can store these two values on GitHub as secrets. This OV not cookie and OV not domain. So I can just store that in the GitHub secrets area. So I don't want to load the whole state. I just want to load the both the cookies. So what I have done is in this Power Apps browser help page, what I have done is I have basically injected the cookies before the page loads. So see, now it's actually logging in and it's gonna run through this whole thing. So that's I think that's pretty much over time now. So I will just stop it there. You can find out more in the QA Wolf. If you just Google QA Wolf, you'll find all the content. EC Repro is already like a GitHub open source project, so it's all there. And I am on Twitter, and my tweet handle is like Rajabhai Raman. So you can, if you have some questions, you can ask there as well. I have probably like maybe 3 minutes.
It's about
If there are any
done.
questions.
Natraj, thank you so much for your session. So there's a few questions here. One of which is, what happens if the quick cookie expires, and is it likely to happen?
Yes, yeah, that is something I just created this cookie like maybe like 3 weeks back. Still not expired, so it might eventually expire at some time. But in that scenario, I just update it in secrets. But this is how the alternative is you have to do the whole full on like sign in, handle the sign in page and all that.
Got it.
I don't know when this cookie expires. I haven't checked the timestamp on it. Yeah, it might expire, yes.
Okay. I have just added your contact details, that is your LinkedIn profile and Twitter, in the chat, so folks can reach out to you in case of any questions. And I'll just quickly add the survey URL as well.
All right. Cool. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Natraj.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm here, but do you want me to have got presenting? Have I right? I don't have so. Okay, right. I'm logged in as Ben Thompson, but different alias, Ben at Houdini, which was my. That's why. Sorry, I'm using my corporate account rather than. Yeah.
I just did that, Raz, so he might just be able to do it.
Right. Let's see. There I am. I'm good to go. So, right, I'll get round to doing proper my background as I go through this. But let's see. I've been playing around with Dynamics and the Power Platform for the last 7 years. For most of the last 3 years, I was working at various points with Microsoft, and that was dealing with fairly complex projects across the country. And Europe. We'll get to that in a minute when we get to one of the other slides, where I'll point out that even if you're doing that, you still don't get priority. So the purpose of this talk is I'm going to go through replacing JavaScript on a form and using Power Component Framework to do some of that. You can't do all of that with it, but you can do some of that with it. And then we're going to do a quick demonstration of one of the places where I use it, and finally show you some proper code. Going through the introduction, the world's moving towards a low-code, no-code world. Multiple reasons for that, one of which is real developers are scary and are actually very expensive. You know, to actually get a developer in, we cost a lot more money than a functional consultant does most of the time, and it takes a long time to do anything. Creating a bit of JavaScript on a form and testing it fully may take a day, easily. Worse than that, if anything changes, and as we all know, Dynamics is now updated on a monthly basis. With continual updates, anything can change which will cause your custom code to stop working. So ideally, if you can avoid writing custom code, avoid writing custom code. It also, as I said, it also requires ongoing support. You may have no choice because Microsoft changes something, either in a full release or in a partial release. They may break some functionality you are reliant on. And if you have a piece of JavaScript and someone on a form, and someone comes along and changes that form, that by itself could break your JavaScript. That does not occur if you're using business rules. If you create a business rule, the business rule, it builds in an inbuilt dependency on the form, so that when you go and update that form and say remove the field that you're dependent on, you will not be able to remove that field. And we'll get to that in a minute when we come to one of the next forms. So for page level JavaScript, there are 4 reasons why we would use JavaScript on a page. So the most obvious one is user interface. As and when we create a form, we may show and hide fields. And equally, we might mark fields as required, not required. The next one, and the original purpose for a lot of Power Component Framework is field validation customization, which is 2 parts. You can use validation to ensure the field is valid and is in the correct format, say for a national insurance number or a national ID card number or a phone number. And also we can use it to display the data in a more appropriate way. So for instance, if you have a ratings from 1 to 5, you could use stars rather than numbers, or you can use happy faces and sad faces to reflect the, how happy the customer is. Now, the most obvious other use for JavaScript is on-page validation, which is to make sure that the data you're saving to the form is actually correct. And finally, we use it for data flow. And that is, it allows us to take data from field 1 and use the data that's presented in field 1 to populate as the basis of the data we then display in field 2. Looking at the user interface side of things, the entire purpose of this is to avoid conflict between one of the things you really want to do is avoid conflict between business rules and custom JavaScript. Ideally, nowadays you should be using one or the other. If you use both, at times they will break. Ideally, you use JavaScript because, as described earlier, there is a business rules has a built-in. Ideally use business rules because business rules has a built-in dependency checker. Once you create a business rule on a form, all dependencies within that business rule are attached to the form. So if you then go and modify the form, say to remove the created on field, you will be given an error message saying you cannot do that. As an aside here, it is very useful if you are using business rules to always add the created on field as a hidden field in the form. Business rules will assume a value field is when you create a business rule, it will allow you to add any field that exists on the entity within the business rule. That includes entities which may not be in the form. So once you've got the business rule on the form and the entity and once you've got the attribute on the form and the business rule's there, it will stop you deleting it. What it won't do is it won't stop you creating a business rule which is using an attribute that is not on the form. So, but there's a reason why I say put created on field on the form for business whenever you're using business rules, because it makes it a lot easier to handle logic where you say this form is an update and therefore I wish to restrict these fields so you cannot change them once the form has been created, once the record's been created. Okay. Now, field validation would be the ideal solution for Power Component Framework. When the Power Component Framework appeared this time last year, and it was in May last year, I was working on a project for one of Microsoft's priority customers. European bank, they have multiple instances across Europe because the banks across Europe, and they are large enough and powerful enough that they actually have their own resource group within Dynamics. So this is a customer who pays Microsoft an awful large amount of money. They have their own resource group. They had full-on priority support, including direct access to the product team. And they also have a release schedule which differs from most other resources in Europe. Okay, that's the size of this customer. So one of the first things I came along to do was to say, okay, for this customer, we need to use the Bulgarian national ID number as the basis of the data set. Therefore, I must make sure that this field, which is for Bulgarian national ID, must have a valid national ID number in it. Straightforward request, seems very, very simple. I'll go and see if I can actually do this. So you write what is a very simple PCF component, and I go along and I do validation and everything else, and we take it into the system, and we discover that while I can validate the error message within the component itself, it does not propagate up to the page level. So you're halfway there. You've told people that the record's invalid, that the data you've entered is valid, and you need to get the complete proper national ID number. It fails because you can't continue to save the form. So, which is when the great discovery was that even if you are at that sort of level, even if you are spending that sort of money with Microsoft, it still doesn't mean you can actually get a problem in the system fixed easily. But there is an idea for it, and it's now been sat in pending for over a year. So if you like the idea that a JavaScript, if you like an idea that a PCF component could raise an error message, and that error message would be enough to stop the form from being stop the page from being saved, could you please click on that link and support for suggestion? Right. After that, the next purpose of JavaScript on a form is the logical one of page validation. Now, there are three ways of doing this. Dynamics 365 and the Power Platform itself will in the background, check that all required fields have been populated. You don't need to do any work there, it'll do that for you automatically. If there's any custom checks you need to do, those custom checks can be done with either JavaScript or business rules. And as I said earlier, do it with one or the other. Do not do it with both because you'll end up with race conditions. Equally, if you're going to do it with business rules, that is supported with dependency checks. It is supported in other ways. The Microsoft will make sure that works correctly. Custom JavaScript is always a risk that something will break and you won't be able to support it long term. Okay, now, and as I commented, now the next point is, as I commented earlier, PCF errors aren't handled automatically, and you will need to process those separately by custom JavaScript. However, Benedict has a talk later on today where he has got the approach that works to be able to do it with PCF components. It is not incredibly straightforward because it requires a few additional steps and a few additional items within it because it requires an additional field, but it does work. Okay, and then finally, the use of JavaScript on a page is the obvious one of data flow, which is we take the data from the first field. Say I'm going to use this as a demonstration within a few minutes, say an entity, and we populate the entity, bring the entity field into the next component or attribute, which is select the appropriate attribute on the form. So now, in some cases, these already exist. So they've already been built into Dynamics for child lookup forms. So if you have a parent-child relationship on, say, case subject or account, you can select your parent account, and the account below it will be filtered to show you only the accounts that belong to the parent customer. Or in case of case type, you'll have a parent case type of inquiry, and the child case types underneath that will relate to inquiries rather than bugs. So as we continue, and then and that is from this point here. That is the basis of the rest of this talk. We are going to be focused mainly on the use of Power Component Framework object items as a means of doing data flow logic between one component and bringing data to the next component, and avoiding all the custom JavaScript I used to have to write to do this bit of logic. Right. So now finally, a teeny bit of background about myself. I've spent the last 3 years working mainly for Microsoft. I left in August last year to become an ISV. What we are slowly focusing on is two areas. We're focusing on creating a simpler, cheaper version of doing customer service and sales for customers that don't require the full-on Dynamics product and just require something that's straightforward, easy, and far, far cheaper to use. Okay. Alongside that, because I want to make something that's easier to use, we're working on a pile of components that actually focus on usability, which is we have things that allow you to undo changes to records, to ensure that we can recover deleted records, to ensure you can use the same form but keep the records you can use the same form to update records, but only have the record data updated when it's been approved by a third person, and also to bring up alerts. So one of the things we're currently working on is the new global alerts functionality and making that usable so that people can actually do it without writing custom JavaScript. And one of the component I'm going to demonstrate here is currently going for app source and does exactly that. It will allow you to go and create alerts that appear either on a form level or on a global level based on just your 2 seconds of configuration. Okay. Now, everything we do is user configurable, and to do that we use custom entities. There are 3 ways of actually doing this. You could use the old-fashioned way of using a web resource, which was XML based, and you could update it. You could use the more modern way of environment variables, which are JSON based. What we use is custom entities for it, because that gives us user interface which allows us to do it however we want to. So it allows us to, because of our PCF components, we can do this now very, very quickly. Literally, I can usually write the configuration page on a form in about half an hour. And as I said, everything we create is based around plugins, actions, and JavaScript. So all the PCF components I'm going to demonstrate here, which are open source and readily available, the link is on this page, all those items are designed to play around with D365 Power Up metadata to allow me to bring up the configuration, which allows me to attach the appropriate plugin or JavaScript to that page. Okay, everyone happy so far? Right, so let's move on to the demos. So, right. So the first thing we have here is, this is, as I said, this is the deployment environment we're using for our global alert system. The purpose of it is it allows alerts to be displayed. And so as we watch and as this will load, as you can see, this is what it does. It allows you to create global alerts that appear using the new global alert functionality. It allows you to create form notifications on a form level based on the slightly older form notification functionality. Okay, there are serious annoying issues with the global alert functionality, which is, it is great. It allows you can create global alerts with it. The current functionality doesn't allow you any means of knowing if those alerts have been removed. So I can create an alert, a global alert, that alert will be displayed. If and when I, as a user, go and deleted it, there, I have no notification of that fact that it's been dismissed. Okay, and that is, it's outstanding. I believe it's being fixed, but if you're using it at the moment and you're going to use global alert functionality, you can create an alert, you can show it, you won't know what happens to it afterwards. Okay, just an aside. So what we can do here is I can go and create a new alert. So this form has no JavaScript in it. What it has is a number of business rules, a hidden created on field, and beyond that, a number of PCF components, all of which feed from one to another. So that's the first one. Let's go and create an alert. I'm sorry, I know it's changed names since, but I'm still used to it being D365 Saturday. So what I'm going to do, it's a global alert, which means it will appear up here on the top. It is a information field. It is and this has got no business logic in at all. It's just a straightforward form. Everything else, if I close this and I reopen it again, I should now come back, and as you see, we now have 3 notifications. So we have the old ones that were there, do some work, the 2 outstanding tasks that I've been told about, and the new one, which is welcome to D365 Saturday. So now I'll go in, and if I create an account if I create a form level alert, this will cover everything else. So this is on the account form. And what I'm going to do is, it is a warning, and it's an entity form. Okay, so the first thing it does is there's a business rule here which is making display form visible, and I want to display it on the account record. Okay, and I now need to put the message in with, which is this account needs a contact. Okay. Moving on to the next stage, I'm going to say when this alert appears, and this alert will appear if, by checking the contact records, it's going to look against the parent company ID, it's going to look at all contacts, and it's going to appear if no records exist. Okay, and to do that, what these PCF components have done in the following order is there's a PCF component which lists entities. Okay, this one is the parent entity which controls the entity below. In fact, actually, this join attribute entity is controlled by the display entity and the query entity. So it's looking at, it's got an input of those two fields, and having looked at the input of those two fields, it is then running a metadata query in the background to tell me which fields are the join relationship between these two items. Okay, it will then go into the contact, then looking again on the contact entity, and this contact entity attribute here is passed down into the view entity here, which allows me to select or generate a list of all the views that are related to the contact entity. And in this case, it's all contacts because I want to know if the contact is attached to this customer. Okay. Now, and then the final bit of this logic here is to say I only want this alert to appear if the view returns no records. Okay. And with that, it's all created. So I will do one final trick here, which is I'll go into a demo field. I'm going to open up this account record, and what we'll see as it loads up, we have a large number of entities because this was the entity, this was the check. This is what I've been used for testing all these items, and you see the newly created error message, which is there's no contact associated with this account. Please create. Right. So finally, having done all the demonstrations and everything else, let's look at the code. So, as I said, I've shown you multiple views, I've shown you multiple records here, but what I want to now do is I'll now show you the PCF component for the first of those controls, which is the one which generates a drop-down list, which creates an entity, which shows you a list of entities. Okay. Now, the controller itself has two fields in it. It has two bound fields, one of which is the logical entity name, the other one is the display entity name. Okay, the display entity name one's optional here, but it's there to show you the purpose of you can use a single field to populate multiple fields of data. Okay. And this is, as I said, this is a simple PCF component. There's no logic to this at all. It doesn't use React. It doesn't use anything else because when I originally wrote these, React did not exist as an option on it, as an option within PCF. And now, even when it does, if you have too many PCF components that use React, there is a strong possibility that you'll end up with memory issues because you have to reload the entirety of the React framework within each PCF component. That is a long-term project that the product team are still trying to fix. It was mentioned yesterday that we are still working on it, but for the moment, and we're working on the ability to share frameworks across multiple controls, again for memory issues, but none of that's been fixed yet. So these are really simple bits of TypeScript, JavaScript to literally do the purpose that's there, and the rendered in standard CSS. Okay, if you want to create a fake drop-down list that looks like Microsoft's out-of-the-box functionality, Power Apps, the CSS is available here within all these controls. Okay, so as with all PCF components, there's let's see how many bits there is. The same controls as anything else. There's the initial installation of class. There is the update view class, which is updated all the time, and there is an output. So for this control, which is the simplest one, and actually one of the first ones I think I ever wrote, the following, the unit control is loaded as the page is loaded, and the logic is straightforward. So init is loaded once. When the page is loaded, that's it. In this control, in this bit, the init, you set up your logic for the control as a whole. So anything which is fixed, you set up here. So in our case, we are setting up the container. We're grabbing the container as it's presented in and storing it so that we can continue to use it as whenever we want to use it within the project. We're getting the base URL of the environment because I'm going to need it later to post. Need it later when I pull the metadata down to display the list of appropriate entities. And we are grabbing the context and keeping a copy of the context because again, we're not, it's useful having it. Okay, after that, we're then setting up the CSS of the controller. And in this case, it is a drop-down list. So we're creating a wrapper div around everything else, and then we're creating the combo box control beneath it. Okay, and in this case, that's all we're doing here. This bit of logic is required to bring the values back. So this is required so that when you change the value within the control, it triggers within the select statement, it will trigger the output class, which will then feed through to back to the page so it knows that the page has been updated or the field's been updated and it's got a new value on it and the form is dirty. The following controls afterwards are there to reflect how the rest of the layout of a D365 component works. So, as I showed when I was there 2 seconds ago, if I go back to here, if you witness, as I click the form, what you want to do is, if you go, as you bring your mouse over, you wish for the box to appear around the control. As you click on it, you wish for this side to appear like that. And as your mouse disappears, you wish for it all to go. That is what those 3 other commands are there for. They're there literally to reflect the user interface side of things. Because ideally, you want your control to reflect how the rest of the page works. And as I said, when I started doing this, React wasn't available. Yes, in theory, I could use React and Office UI now, but Office UI doesn't look like Dynamics, and therefore it does cause issues for users, in my personal opinion. So, having set up, so let's go back to the PCF component as a whole. Having set up the initial control as we loaded it, and we've set up the core structure of the component. So at the moment, the page is loaded. The first time this is run, it has created an appropriate div to display it on the form, and it's created within that div the select control ready for that to be populated. That is all that we'll do here. The next stage after that is the control will call, or the page will call update view. PCF components receive update view calls continually for an awful large number of reasons. They will appear because a value you are using has been updated, which is what we're using it for. They will also appear for reasons such as I have changed the page size, something else has modified the size of this the div this control is in, and numerous other bits. Page save is one of them as well. In all these cases, this will continue run. So when you run an update view, remember that it's going to appear more often than you expect. So don't put too much code in here, and always try to ensure you know the context, or try and identify the context in which this page has updated. Okay, or why this PCF component has been called again. So in this case, what it's going to do is we're going to load up any hidden values which are in this control, and then populate the value. In the case of this control, there are two input parameters on it. So these are loaded up here, and they're loaded every time because actually they will never change. Okay. In the case of this control, these are input controls. They're not going to be bound to any object, and they're there because there are multiple ways I may want to show an entity, which is I may only want to show entities that can have activities against them, or I may just wish to only display activity entities. Okay, so these are run like this one. You will note also here this line is disabled because if the entity is read only, this is passed in as part of the system. So I need to know if this control is going, if I'm displaying this as a read-only field, because if I'm going to display it as a read-only field, I don't want to enable the select functionality. And we'll get to that when we come to the following bit. But so having gone over this area, the next bit of logic is if a control is run the first time round, I want to read the value. I may want to read the values of the other controls. So in this case, it's not so important. In the other controls, it will come later. So in this case, here, what I'm saying is on the first run, bring in the value from page load, because the value that's passed into the control, the value that's being passed into this control is the original value from the record as it was when the page was loaded. Bring in the value, change the status so that it's not the first run, and then go and populate the drop-down list based on the criteria which are selected above here. Okay, so now the populate drop-down list class is called from here, and this populates the drop-down list. Okay, in this case, it's calling a promise to get the entities, which, because it's a metadata call, is a normal XML HTTP request rather than a XRM request, and it waits for the results. What I'm then doing with the results is I'm then populating them into a array of a particular class, which we then use so that we then sort the results which have come back into alphabetical order. We're doing it this way because everything will be presented back in logical order, in logical entity name from the system as a whole, which may not be representative of the language the user is using. or even in the case of English, that's the case because incident will appear way further down the list than case will, and case is the display name of the incident entity. So we bring them all in here, we're sat here, and then we're going to do a bit of JavaScript logic, which is just going to tidy up the page. Okay. After that, we're then checking some logic here just to remove any old values which are appearing. And there we'll come to that. It's more important than the next one. It's not an issue here, but the same logic covers everything. And then we're going to create all the options into the form. Again, this will literally load up. So we iterate across the list. We create a select item for every form, every option which we brought in, and we're going to add them into the combo box. And we're also going to check the current value to be true. Okay, this is all done. Finally, you'll note that we have a check at the end, because if this entity is read-only on the form, you do not wish for this entity to be saved. You do not wish for this entity to be updated. And if you're not careful, a PCF component you can create a PCF component which is supposedly read-only. If you don't create it correctly, and you don't set it to be read-only, if you update the value, Dynamics is stupid enough to allow you to save the updated value. So you do need within your own PCF components to handle read-only state and make sure that you didn't process everything through here. Okay, so having got this, it's all populated. This will now mean that we've populated this entity list. Okay. And if I scroll further up, you'll note that this one, let's ignore that. Got something to fix. So, right. So we now populate the drop down. Everything else done for that one. That's it. Now, the final bit of logic here would be when I go and update a field. So I'll come here. If I update this entity here and change it, that will call the change field here, change class here. And if I scroll down to on change, you will see we're going to grab the current value here. We're going to pass it through there. We're going to set the current value to be the new value under control, and we set notify output change. When it calls notified output change, it raises a message which is passed up to the form, and that is then passed down to any controls which are dependent on this value. So what this PCF component is doing on notify change is telling the form as a whole, this value has changed. Please mark the page as dirty, and please pass this information to any other entity which is using this data. So that is control 1. So update this one, update there. We also do a notify update change. As the notify update change is called, the next thing it will do is it will at various points call get outputs, and that will update these two values. So that's the final bit of this bit. I'm sorry for missing that earlier. We comes in to get a, we call notify change, notify output changed, and then the page comes back and says, please give me the output values, and it returns those two values. Okay. Now let's move on. So if I actually swap this over. So having updated the entity form, entity control. The view control uses has as an input this select view entity, this select view PCF component has as an input the entity value. So if we look in the control manifest here, we have got the view as the main bound field, and underneath it we have got the entity as an input, which is likewise the single line text. It is of type, it is of usage input rather than bound. If it was a bound control, it has to be set to be attached to a attribute value on a entity. If it is an input, you can override that with a piece of text. That string can only be 100 characters long. It is a long-standing bug within the PCF component. I'm not sure when it's going to be fixed. But in this case, it will. In this case, it is a input field, which means you could, in theory, say, just show me this value, or only show me this view, only show me the views that are connected to the entity I specified, which could be contact, it could be activity pointer, it could be anything else. So, this control, beyond that, is no different to the controls I've shown you, apart from one item, which is it has a dependency. So we run through init when the form's loaded, and it is no different to how it was earlier. It works the exact same way. There's no difference in code here at all compared with the version I showed you for select entity. It's loaded once when the page loads, it's called, that's it, never to be seen again. Update view is again called when the page is loaded. So when the page is loaded the first time round, it runs through this piece of code and it runs. If this is first run, I will pull the value as it was presented into the system, and I will use that to when I populate the control. But it also has a different bit of logic here, which is if I'm running the second time round and I'm being triggered because the value of the entity is changed. So, which is this logic here, which is I have the newly import, this line here gives me, please give me the current value from the entity input parameter. And this line here says, if the current new value is different to the existing value, and this new value isn't blank, then we run as appropriate. Either if it's the first time round, we take the current value and we use it, and we mark it as this first run false, or because the entity above has changed, the value I have is no longer relevant and I set the value to be blank. Okay, because if I switch over this form and say we move, say I change here and I change it from contact to appointment, the view which we were using that related to the contact is not relevant to the appointment entity, because the view was attached to a contact that was attached to a contact. We set that value to be blank, and that's the purpose of that line there. And then the rest of this code is identical to how it was before. What the logic here is very simple. It is within this one line here, handle input value is changed, of the input value from attribute 1 is changed. That triggers the update view of this entity because one of the input parameters has changed. With the input value changed, this code needs to run, and I need to reset this value back to be blank, and we run everything else through. And this operates all the way through the form. You can have this however many hierarchies you want. You can use this across multiple controls at the same time. At all these points, what you're doing is you're ensuring that as I process value 1, as value 1 changes, the system as a whole will pass in the new updated value into all these controls. And you need to ensure that as this value changes, you handle that change. So in all these pages, the logic's the same. I've changed the entity value of 1, the value or the basis of the value in this control is no longer relevant. So you set it to be blank, and you then run this control as you would do first time round. So whatever logic you do to generate the list of records you're going to display, you run afresh. And that's it. So by doing this, I've gone from, I think it was about 10,000 lines of JavaScript we used to have to control this logic. I mean, it was TypeScript, but it was large, and there was some hideous bits where to enable you to select an entity, we had to create an option set which had 1,000 items in it, and we then had to populate all those items using entity names, and that was what we used to give us that select list. Now what we have is literally, here's a select box, here's a list of values, we treat it as a string, we process it, and then underneath we have, here's a set of values. I can pull it up from the previous one because I have an input value. I don't have any JavaScript that I need to do this. I can just use the input. The page itself brings it through to the next value, brings it down into the next entity or into the next attribute, and that attribute can handle it all itself. So I've gone from thousands of lines of JavaScript to literally 50, 60 lines of TypeScript and one bit of functionality. And that is this bit here. It's the view, check the views changed, check the input parameters changed. If the input parameters changed, handle that change in input parameter, and we're done. And I think that's it. So let's move back here. Let's move back there. Then we'll go questions. I hope I haven't lost everyone. It's very hard doing this when you haven't actually got. It's very hard doing this when you haven't got faces in front of you. Yep. Oh, you can't. Okay. It's hideous because you have to do tricks. Okay. So I'll go in the background to how that stuff works. You need to add a hidden button at the app level. So that's Ribbon Workbench. Yeah, I can't remember exactly where in Ribbon Workbench it is, but you create on the application level a button. That is a custom button which requires JavaScript. Okay. You then need to run the logic on enable. So as I said, with you're on Ribbon Workbench, your options are either trigger when pressed, but actually you don't want to run it you don't want to run it when the button's pressed because you don't want the button to appear. You have to run it on the logic which says, do I show this button? Yes, no. And so you run it on that, and if you run it there, you can do it. Okay, so you're going to have in the background a pile of JavaScript which to run it, to call it, and everything else. Or you can just wait a couple of weeks. This will be an app source and it will do it for you. But there are issues, as I said, there are issues with global notifications at the moment because you cannot see if they've been dismissed or not. Okay, there's no programmatic way of knowing it. The only way you know it's been displayed, but if someone dismisses it, you don't know, and you also need to ensure that you don't try and display it every time, because as I discovered when I first started trying to play around with that logic, you can get the same notification appearing 420 times every time you load a form up. So yes, you can do it. You have to cheat to do it, and I wouldn't recommend it personally. But I'll also tell you, but there will be a nicer, easy way of doing it in the near future. So come and grab it. It'll be an app source probably in about a fortnight or so. It's 2 weeks. Now, I'm going to say, we're asking questions not about so much about PCF, but we're asking marketing and sales stuff about components. So let's see, we got marketing list. You want to know if you could have an alert which says this person will not accept marketing. It's not so easy. There is no easy way of preventing it being saved at the moment. You might be able to do it with Bendix code later on today. But the generation of alert will be, this is, you could be done. This account is X, and you want to market in this form. I don't know offhand. I'll have to look through the steps. So mail me directly. I'll have a look and I'll come back to you. Which I'll do quite often because it's interesting.
Hi there, I have a question.
Yep.
Hi, I have created my first PCF control for a data set, but I find every time the page is resized, I'm getting a lot of white space below it. And I just don't know if it's something that I've missed, or maybe just the page resizing is just adding the white space.
The page resize will trigger an update view request. So as I said, continually, every time when you change the page view, it will call update view and everything else. I suspect you've got something in the rendering of a data grid which isn't being triggered when it runs second or third time round. So you've got update views run first time round, it renders the page with it's rendering within the space available. And then the second, third time round, it's not updating what's been rendered. Is the page getting bigger or the page getting smaller when
when the page gets bigger, I get more white space.
Yeah, so you need to regenerate the HTML.
Thank you so much.
yeah, it's an obvious one, but it's not. Yeah, it's why I've got this step in which says, is it first run? Yes, no, because you need to handle all the updates and everything else, but you just need to handle them in different ways. So
great, thank you very much. I'll take a look at that.
Anything else? Yes, okay. continually. Continually. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Oh, never put me under that. Never actually force me to think about stuff I find. No, it's not scary. PCF components are actually very easy to write. So please go and try and create one. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Now let's remember how to. Oh, there we are.
Can you hear me? Okay. Yes, just a second. If you give me a second. Yep. My screen. Where is my Windows? Yeah. So, are you able to see my screen? Okay, I will do it again, I think.
We can see it.
Okay. So now just a second. If you give me a couple of seconds, I will check. Okay, logic apps are here. Presentation here, circle here. Okay, my apps here, and then just have to open this one. Yeah, I'm ready to go now. Yeah, this is my second session on this beautiful event, and there's lots of important people for this dynamics sector, dynamics industry. I can say it's an industry at the moment, dynamics, because it's not just an application. It's just very important for us, and then so it's completely an industry because there are lots of company in here, and lots of company doing lots of implementation, generating products, and then people are occupying on these companies. It's a really big industry, Dynamics 365 actually. So yes, this is my second presentation, migration tricks for logic apps. So first I would like to start with the basic steps of the logic apps. What is the logic apps, and then why we are comparing it with Microsoft Flow, and then some another important items while creating the logic apps. So what kind of components we have inside of the logic apps, and then we will build our own logic apps. Finally, I will share with you some important things related to logic apps. Let's start. So introduction, building, patterns, settings, and the debugging. This is today's issue. So, introduction. As you know, on the Dynamics, in the flow and the logic apps, there are lots of connectors and the data gateways, and then we are able to connect lots of items via logic apps and flow. These are the very similar items, actually, logic app, the flow, but I will tell you why they are different from each other. By the way, Common Data Service is the Microsoft's new data model, and then in this data model you can create your entities, you can generate your logics, and then you can generate your user interfaces in the common data services. And then actually flow is part of these common data services and the Microsoft Office 365 family. This is the main point. But Azure Logic Apps is completely different. It's platform as a services. So I will share some extra secrets related to this issue. That's why I have shared here the common data services, because inside of the common data services, Microsoft built a flow system, automated system for the common data services. But Logic Apps a completely different system. Let's check why they are different. Microsoft Flows, actually a name is changed, Microsoft Power Automate. I know that, but my presentations are a little bit old, that's why they are saying the Flow, so you know what I mean. Microsoft Flow software as a services, and then it's part of the Office 365 package, but the other Logic Apps is part of the platform as a services, and they are completely different things, because inside of the Azure Logic Apps, every Logic Apps is different entity, and then completely different scenario there is background. This is the important point between these two. Let's check other items, because I will tell you these items with the whens, alls, and the wheres. When you have to use the flow, when you have to use the logic apps. You have to use the flow for the simple integrations. You have to use logic apps for the extended and advanced integrations. This is the important point. On the other hand, for the flow work as a users, and then every user, business users, citizen deployer, or your grandmother can run a Microsoft Flow, generate a Microsoft Flow. But the Logic Apps is the more pro item, and then more professionals should do something with the Logic Apps as a developer, IT pros, like that. So where we have to use these items, and then Microsoft Flow only available in the browser-based designer, and then Logic Apps browser-based designer, the Visual Studio. So that we have both of these. And then Microsoft Flow related Office 365, but the Logic Apps related Azure services. On the other hand, you can see here the plans, and then extendability and the integration capabilities are completely different between Flow and the Logic Apps. Also, how they are working, Microsoft Flow is a simple flow structure, but Logic Apps completely extended version of this flow. So this is the important point. And then flow connectors and the Logic Apps connector, they are similar, but the Logic Apps connector has ability to more stressful work. This is the important point. Flow connectors working more relaxed. This is the point on the system. So basically what I mean with the relax, I mean they are not carrying the enterprise level data migration behaviors at the background. So they are working the very simple configurations, but Logic Apps are working with the very heavy configurations, and then they can handle very different scenarios and the very different situations without any problem, without any getting applications stress. The performance is better on the Logic Apps on that point. But Flow has couple of different extra items. An example, mobile app integration buttons, modern app rules, or this kind of things. Run as a user is the different interesting point. Flow related with Microsoft Office 365 licenses. This is the important point. But the Azure Logic Apps related with the Azure licenses. This is the important point. And then you can there are more development options with Logic Apps actually when you compare with the Flow. This is the important point because the development options also available inside of the Logic Apps, which means you are able to create Logic Apps in the Visual Studio and you can build these applications in the one point in the Visual Studio and distribute them. So this is the point. And then when we completed the chat between Flow and the Logic Apps, I would like to talk about building Logic Apps. For the building Logic Apps, we have to know what the items we are able to do in the Logic Apps, so that we can trigger an event, we can perform different actions, we have some logics, and then we can trigger the other workflows or the other Logic Apps at the background for the run. This is the important points of the Logic Apps. So you can select one of these templates in the Azure website when you enter the Logic Apps, when you create a Logic Apps, and then you will see this type of sequence. And then in here you can select one template, or you can create the blank Logic App. Whatever you need, you can select here. On the other hand, when you do that, there is a simple flow here, like that. In that flow, when record is created in the Dynamics 365 and then send an email. So this is very basic flow in here. So the event, it kicks to this flow. So flow mean here not Microsoft Flow. So this is the flow, is a structural flow, I would like to say. As a structural flow is calling from via one action, and then it's follow with the different important action what you need. So in here, as I said before, you can run manually based, or you can run it via Postman style applications, or you can run them via calling the web APIs from the different applications. I mean with the HTTP request, or from the other applications. You can trigger it from the other applications when something changed on these applications. An example, Power Apps, SharePoint, or Dynamics 365, or the SQL Server, something happened here, a record created, a record updated, or the record deleted. You can run it from the different applications, trigger it actually, and then it can run as a scheduled format. Anytime you can schedule it, and then it will work as a service, always run and up. And then you are able to add dynamic content. An example, if we are talking about the file name, then file name, size, file content, we are able to add. And then other related items, count table, you are able to add these items to the add dynamic content button. Always we are able to use these parameters inside of our Logic Apps. For the recurrency, you are able to see here in my screen. So we are able to add interval. So according to our interval here, we are able to change the frequency, minute, hour, daily, weekly, monthly, yearly, whatever you need. And then with this interval, it will work at the background and will do the job. When data item is modified, created, or deleted, as I said before, you can trigger any Logic App. Also same for the flow as well, Microsoft Power Automate as well. And then same with the Power Automate and the Azure Logic Apps, you can call them from the different applications at the background. They can trigger from the different application environment inside of the some triggers. You can see some connectors here or HTTP request. So we have some patterns here. Patterns are very important actually. Let's check some patterns, what kind of patterns we have. So the conditions, if true, you can create the actually items inside of the true, and if false, you can create some actions in the false, and then system will check this, any condition. If your condition is true, your true items will run, otherwise false items will run. And the condition based structure is very important here, and you are able to do some different actions here, and or you are able to use and or, and then you can add these items with the different structural behavior inside of the condition. Also, you are able to use the switch. This sequence from flow, but same switch we are able to use in the Azure Logic Apps as well. So you are able to say here there is a one response. If we got to this response, according to response, approved, rejected, or whatever, an example, default. So system is working, and then you can update the items with this response according to what we created inside of the switch. So we have a standard switch item in here as well. Apply to each another thing, so that you can apply you are able to create some collection based something. You can read from the collection based something, and then for this collection you can run one action multiple times for each item in this collection. So apply to each working for that, and anytime in the collection until you stop that, it will work. This is the main point of the one enterprise-based data migration, because what we are doing normally, we are working with the different applications, sometimes SQL databases, sometimes third-party, another applications such as ERP, and then what we are doing, we are retrieving data collection, how many items, I don't know, maybe 1,000, maybe 2,000, maybe 100,000, maybe 500,000. It doesn't matter for the logic apps. So it read all these items and apply your step for each items at the background. And this is our main milestone of our structural data migration. And then do until also we have in the system. This is also related with the flow, but there are some related items we are able to do in the logic apps as well. So you can check the response, and then if accurate to something, then we are able to do the background options for the logic apps. And then scoping. Scoping is very important. Why? While reading the one logic apps, we would like to see the clear sequence actually, because when I create a logic apps, in my experience last 3 years, I completely delivered more than maybe 200, 300 different logic apps for the migration process, and then in each items there were lots of between 50 to 100 different actions. So each step an action for me, and then more than 50 or the 100 different items I have in each logic apps. So that's why the important point here, you have to see the sequence very clear, and then this scope is the grouping to every action for us. This is very important. Then we can check the items by items inside of the scope. This is very useful option at logic apps. And then parallel items you are able to create at the logic apps as well. At the same time, we can create these two items. And then I think delay was related to flow, but we are able to similar items inside of the logic apps as well. So the delay based, or the recurrence based items possible in the logic apps site. Important point here actually related to logic apps is that you are able to disable a logic app anytime. You can clone it, and then always cloning the very useful. Basically, the interesting point, you cannot change name of a logic app. This is the interesting point. And if you want to complete the change on the name of the logic app, first you have to clone it. Then after the clone it with the new name, then you can delete existing one. So your new one will be here. This is interesting point, but if you need to change the name, this is the cloning option should be work, and the export option here, so that you can move one logic app from one instance to another instance via export button. Also inside of the workflow settings, a little bit I would like to talk about the access control and allowed inbound IP addresses, because this is important. If you are using the HTTP based logic apps, they can trigger by any IP. And if we are talking about bulk data import, and then if somebody hacked our system, we can face lots of problems. That's why you can change these settings from any IP to some restricted IP addresses, or also there is a different option here, call from another logic apps. But via that way, system automatically will know that it's called from the another logic app, and then it will run. Otherwise, it's not possible to run this logic app. And this configuration, you always have to check that this one don't leave it to any IP. This is very important point related to logic app, especially for the HTTP requests. And then debugging and errors, how we are debugging these items when they are worked under the screen, in the logic app screen, we are able to see the run history, succeed, failed, or whatever, what happened, we are able to see, and then we are able to reproduce these items, and then when it failed, why it failed, what happened, and then what was the problem, we are able to see on the screen, and then according to these information, we can change our items, maybe if required, or maybe we can correct our data. So basically, we are able to see all this stuff in the when we check the failed items in here. On the other hand, as you can see, so for the flow, you can see as a for each items, which item has worked, we are able to see in here. So in the condition, it went to yes area. So you can see on the no area, there's a cross, and then it didn't work, which means the green area is worked, and then this, which means under this condition, if yes block is worked, then we are able to see this. You can, when you look to the yellow tick boxes, green tick boxes, you are able to see the which one is worked. This is very easy to understand, and then this is easy to.
Could you please move your screen in the middle? We can't see this.
What do you mean with middle?
Because it's gone to the left, the whole screen, the window.
Okay, let me small it. Is it better now? Oh, interesting. Now,
yeah, the whole window itself, the desktop, top, if it's gone to the left.
Okay, just a second.
Good to me.
Okay, just a second. I will reshare my screen.
That's better.
Okay, is it okay now?
Yeah, that's okay. Thank you.
Now you're able to see the. Okay. So okay, just a second. So yeah, all the green tick boxes are here, and then you can understand what happened while working to this item. And then inputs and outputs, and what were the inputs of the items in that example when item is created in the SharePoint, and then site address, which list, travelers list, and then output to the which items are created, and then what data we got from this SharePoint, this what item created. We are able to get all the information from the system when we are checking all this data. And then for the important point here, while working with the production environment, you can see this orange clock, actually clock style something, and then so basically which is the moving, and then this is saying this is working at the moment. This is very normal when you are working the very high volume data. It will not finish in couple of seconds. Maybe it will work hours and hours. Sometimes it's working with the I'm working on. I know one migration took 6 hours in my experience. So in this experience, for the 6 hours, I just seen this orange icon in my screen. So and then after the finished everything, I checked what happens in the production side. This can be a little bit improved from the Microsoft side. We can get better notification for the how many items has been completed and how many items we are waiting. This could be changed in the future. I hope it will be changed. But at the moment, just we are seeing this orange icon. On the other hand, as a trick, I would like to say this one: always start your migrations with the HTTP request. An example, I have one HTTP request there. In this HTTP request, I am getting one item as a parameter, which is the start. When start is true, then my migration is starting, and then after that point, I am calling the different item. So my original migration item is different than my start logic gaps. So my migration logic gaps and the start logic gaps are completely different logic gaps. Start logic gaps just looking for the this one is it start equal true, then calling the original migration logic gap. So for the migrations, I think this is the better control mechanism what we are doing at the background. At any time we can call these basic object, basic logic gaps from the Postman or the different applications, and then we can check what happened at the background with the original migration application, migration logic gaps. So if you split these two each other, I think this will be better for the migration tricks. On the other hand, for each blocks, you have to be careful if you are using these items, the properties and variables. When you are using the global variables, for each settings, if you don't change your concurrency control, in example, maximum degree of parallelism, I set the 1. If you leave it the standard one, it was I think 10 or 20, I don't remember the number, but there is a different number. These could problems because of your global variables. So because of the parallelism, it's reading the same item for the different objects. So an example, you can think that we are in the middle of the one SQL migration, and we are in the maybe 50 object, and then system is reading from the maximum of the parallelism. It's working with the 15 different object, and then your third items ID in the 5 items IT in the 7 items, the degree in the 10th item. So you are able to see the values are confused at the background, that they are going to the different records. So this is possible, and then you have to be carefully check this concurrency control and maximum degree of the parallelism while you are using the global variables. And then after you completed your check inside of your logic, you have to set these items to different objects, or the different values. An example, in that example, you can see agency ID, I am adding the empty. So why I am adding the empty and changing the value to empty, because when it goes to back, system should get the empty. Then if it's empty at the value, this kind of the logics I am able to run inside of the logic gaps. This is the important point. And then when you completed every item, set variable, you have to give the response. You have to generate the response. This is a secret from one of my old migrations. And then after the completed each step, I am returning the response to the HTTP object. And then with the example with the ID, then I am looking from another logic apps if there is an ID, and this completed the job with the status code 200. And then this is the successful completed job, and I don't have any problem with this ID, then I can continue to my migration. This is the important point related to bulk heavy migrations. I think this is the end my presentation. So I'm closing my presentation. Let's do a little bit logic apps and talk about the logic apps. I have one first demo here, but I didn't do anything with this one. Let's check what we can do. When a message is received from service bus queue, when HTTP request received, when a new tweet is posted, it doesn't matter what action for the logic app. So any action happened, we are able to run it, or we are able to run it with recurrency. In that example, I would like to create blank logic app, show you items. Then I can write here whatever I need. If I would like to retrieve data from the SQL, I am writing here I'm writing here SQL, and then you can see action here, SQL, and related triggers are here. When item is created, when item is modified. And then if I would like to do something with Dynamics, as you can see here, Dynamics 365, I can select, and all the triggers are here. Record is created, updated, deleted, whatever happened. And then if we are talking about the different systems, an example, service buses, or an example, if we are looking for a request, then we can select this. I would like to select a request. Request is retrieved. And then what will I do? I will check this one. This is my JSON object. I am putting my JSON object here. So I'm in properties, startup, boolean, and this is the JSON object. By the way, you are able to do it as removing to this. Okay. when I do this, and I'm getting this, generate schema, I am clicking this button here, generate schema. I am just putting my JSON item here. When I say done, as you can see, automatically it's generating this style for me. So type object, properties, start type, you can see here. Then I can continue with the new step. In that point, what I need condition. Because I have to check what happened, what data we faced. And then inside of the controls, you can see my controls. I already introduced you conditions for each, scope, switch, terminate, until, do until. I say it for this one, until control, and every control here you can see. Just I would like to take this condition control, something is true. So in here you can see I have one HTTP request received item here. Anytime I am able to change to some settings or add the comment for these items, you are able to see. In that point, what I will do, when I clicked here, you can see add dynamic content button appeared, and then I am able to check the body, header, queries, pet parameters, or the start. Start is my item, you are able to see. Start my item, which comes from here. And then I am able to check it. If start is equal to, this time I will say, if I say true like that, this will not work because this is not a real true. This is still string. This is the important point. While you are working these objects, you have to be careful, and then you have to call true from here as a function. This is the important point. Otherwise, if you write the true here, it will be string and system will not work. Okay. Then, after that point, what can I do? I can go to any connection or any dynamic system, any different system, Power Object, and Power Platform, Common Data Services objects, any related items I can get here. In that example, I would like to connect to the SQL Server, and I would like to get rows. From which SQL Server? Yeah, I have to change my connection. Database server, I don't remember what they are. Just I will say Azure Active Directory. No. SQL Server authentication. Okay, SQL Server name, SQL Server database name. I have one SQL here for you. I already prepared it. One SQL object here. I have one connection string here. Show database connection. I think these are my connection parameters. Actually, if I am not wrong, SQL Server window, one of these authenticated, it should automatically retrieve me, but I don't know why it didn't work at the moment. And then database name, look at the data, logic app test. Logic app test. Oops. Okay. Username is this and my password is okay. Great. Let's see how it works. Use this connection and the database logic apps, table names. Yes, table names are here. You can see. So it successfully connected to my original system. And then I retrieve the items. In here, I have some simple dummy data I created for you before, and then in that example maybe we can look the languages, ABP languages table, and then display name, and these items we are able to check. ABP languages, and in here you are able to see I can create some logics here: select query, tab count, skip count, order by, filter query, aggregation we are able to do as well, and then all this stuff we are able to do. And then I don't know, do we need any of these items here? But the important point here, while you are writing the query, an example, just a filter query, I would like that just for demonstration. Normally I will not use this, but is deleted. AQ0. So here you cannot write the standard SQL objects. Okay, you have to write the OData filter. This is the important point. So the OData filtering active here, because all this system at the background working with the HTTP objects, and then we are not talking about the standard SQL procedures or the standard SQL behavior here, or the any SQL based query languages. We have OData here, and then you can see we have to write our query like OData format, an example. So this is, I think, okay, this is my get rows. Just I would like to change the name of this get languages. Okay, this is the important. This is also another important trick for you. When you click here, always system take the other items to the name of these objects. Okay, when you put them the standard names, an example, when HTTP request is received or condition, so you can fail with the big objects. So I mean with the large scale logic apps contains more than 50 to 100 different actions. So you can lose all these items. So you have to give a very detailed name for them while using all this stuff. Okay, so again, I continue with the different action. And in this action example, for each values of these items, I would like to create another HTTP request. So I would like to call an HTTP object in here, you can see, so that these will be completely different item, and then post and URI. At the moment I will blank it. I will write just HTTP because I don't have an item here. But the important point, you have to write content type application JSON, because all this stuff should be go between another one with the application JSON. Then for the body items, you can send any data, whatever you need. An example in here, I would like to just send the display name field and the name field. Just in that case, my object should be like this. This is display name, and another one is the name. Now, we are in the important point here. I will send data as a JSON format in here, but where is data? Where is data fields? Because as a display name, I should send the display name, but how can I select the display name here? I am looking at this dynamic content. As you can see, display name is here, because automatically this system, logic apps, ecosystem, this application, automatically retrieving the table fields. You can see display name icon is deleted, the other items name, tenant ID, to do here. All these items are here. It's deleted, name, tenant ID, or all this stuff here. So in example, for this one, I will select the display name. Automatically system behavior changed. Did you see that? After these item, I automatically created these HTTP, but system what did? It changed the for each object. So another important point here, if you leave this the for each object like that, you can be failed according to your needs. Sometimes we don't touch this area. Sometimes we are touching to this area. Let's see what we have in the settings of the for each object. Concurrency control is off here. When I open it, concurrency control will be, you can see, opened, active at the moment, and then up to 50 I am able to run. You can see here, to run sequentially, select as the limit 1. So, which means in this concurrency it will work standard synchronously, not asynchronously. This is the point. Sometimes you have to do this, sometimes you don't need. According to your project needs and to your data, you have to select this. This is completely important point. And then I continue with the name object. Name object is here. So that this is my another object. Now I have completed my first item, saved the invalid URL. Also, yeah, this is possible, this is logical. I will put a different URL like this here. Copy and paste. That's a stupid URL at the moment. Again. Enter a valid JSON object. Yes, because I didn't put the comma here. Now logic app completely saved. Okay, then I can generate a different logic app, and then just I would like to duplicate this tab. Okay, just I go to home, and then in the logic app side, I will generate another logic app which contains HTTP request. Okay, review and create. Great. Go to the source. Okay, again, HTTP request received. Now, what type of request I am expecting from here? I'm waiting these two items. In here, so just I will write here string, then string. Done. System automatically generated this JSON schema for me, as you can see. So just I copied and pasted. Just I changed the value area, and then automatically generated the string. And then new item I can create, and then after that point I am able to do everything, because from one side to another side I pass data. I can initialize variable here. Variables, then initialize variable, name of my variable, display name, one item, it's string, and then values. You can give a value or you can give it blank, but I am usually giving empty. Initialize, and I am putting the object here. So initialize display name is here, it's ready. And then another variable for the another item. Oh, sorry, this is set wrong one. I will delete this. So then I will take the initialize and name. So again, this is string and this is empty. Rename name. So I have two objects here. Then I can do whatever I need. I can check the values, I can check the different things, I can connect the different systems. But what will I do? I will check the value actually. Then you can see I have two items here. One is the name, another is the display name. In here, first I would like to check display name is equality is not equality empty. Okay, that's all right, but it's always empty because between these two I didn't set any different parameter here. So I will do that. Before that, what condition check for string objects. Oops. Yeah, between these two, now what will I do? I will check my items. Meantime, I would like to do different things. I would like to create a scope here. And rename initialize variables. This is my scope. Then I am moving these items. Oh, sorry, the initialize variables should be top. Yeah. Okay, yeah. We can put them to the thing. Okay, not initialize, but let's say setup variables maybe. This time we can use this. And then I would like to set the parameters to these variables. The name will come from the name. By the way, you are able to directly use this name object which comes from the HTTP. What I am doing, I am just demonstrating you how we are using this system. That's why I am telling the different points. So the initializing variable and then initializing the different items. You are able to directly use name object which comes from inside of this item. This is also possible, but I would like to do some extra items so how we are using this system for the big operations. I am just demonstrating you, and that's why I'm doing like that. And then another variable, I think I have just 10 minutes, and then I would like to quick and display name objects I am putting to here. And then set display name and set name. Now I have these two objects. These are the setup. As you can see, I have very straightforward structure. HTTP request came here, and then I generated my variables. Then I set up all my things, and then my condition and the other items will come here. Underneath of these items, after that point, anytime I can go to dynamics, and this is just will be a silly example, but what can I do? I can create a new record, any dynamics objects I can connect to here, any entity. I will put the accounts, but you can think this is the languages entity, and then I can add this variable name Also, we are able to do some items here. You can see concat. I'm able to use the concat, and from here concat display name. And name. This kind of the items I'm able to use here. I have created the new item here. Then this is nearly completed. I will return a object to here, a response I have to return. Response, and as a response status go to the blah blah something, and then body, just I'm returning back to the I'm trying to be quick, the ID as a parameter. I come back, and from the ID, which ID in that point is the account unique ID, I can return to as an object. These also saved. So only thing here, after save this one, I am copying the URL of this and putting this URL to here. Now my objects are completed. Now when I send a request to this object as a start, it will read my database. From my database, for each items here, it will create an account. So it's a little bit silly. I didn't create a language entity. That's why at the moment we are getting from the language, but we are putting to the account entity. That's okay, but the important point here, you can see how an enterprise level logic app structure here. So we have HTTP objects, we have variables, we have scopes, we have conditions, we have responses, and then we are calling to one object from the another object. While we are calling to these objects, we are checking the for each items. For all the for each items, we are able to go to the settings. We have to check the concurrency and the degree parallelism issues. And for the DB connections, we are able to just use the OData as a filter of a query. We are not allowed to use the standard SQL queries here. So now we set for the enterprise level logic apps, and then you can put underneath all this the different objects, different things, and then we can continue. So basically, this is the basic structure of one item. Then we can take the Postman. I think in this Windows machine I don't have the Postman. Meantime, while I'm downloading the Postman, you can ask the questions, then I can answer the questions if you have one. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I have to think about that issue. Just a second. First of all, creating an HTTP triggered the logic app, which is the updating the exact error message. I think yes, this is possible, but I have to check that these items for this one. After the creating the new record, at the second stage, just seconds, not here. Yeah, rename that settings. Asynchronous pattern here. By the way, you have to be careful about this one as well. For this one, timeout. Retry policy. I think it was one of these, but I don't remember. But yeah, there is a way. I am sure about that because there were a couple of articles about that. I read these articles, but at the moment I don't really remember answer of this question. But if the Emil, I think, asked this question. If send a message, special, so private message for me, then I can answer this one. I really know there is a way for this one, but I couldn't remember now. What do you mean with the complex integration? So this is okay. Actually, usage of the flow and the logic steps are very similar. This is the point. So the sequence and then what we are using here, all this sequence and the environment, everything is here. The important point here, while working with flow, you are working with the Office 365 user credentials and then very limited resources. For the logic apps, we are using with the different credentials at the background for the operations, real user authentications, and then important point here, this is enterprise level application, and then which means the capacity and the high volume structure is better than flow in here. Okay, so the yes, we are able to do that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Razwan.
Are you able to hear me? Oh, well, it's good morning for me. I don't know for you, maybe good afternoon or good evening. All the way. 6 a.m. here in Calgary, Alberta. All right. Well, let's get going here. Again, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It's a pleasure to be here with you this morning. First of all, I want to thank Danish and Yash for putting together this event. It's been a dream of mine to have a pro dev event. Much of us who are coders have been asking ourselves what to do in this wave of low code, more power, or less code, more power, if you will. And I think though the platform, the Power Platform, allows us to do quite a bit without code, there is still space for the nerds or the coders to be effective in the platform. Raz, I think, and Danish, I think you already played a video from the folks at the Microsoft product team around PCF and Pro Dev strategies. Microsoft has reinforced that they're not done with us. In fact, there is a lot of investment in making our lives easier, in providing us better tools to do what we do. So there is space in the industry for us. Today, what I will talk about is essentially liquid developments for portals professionals. So we're gonna have a look at the language itself. It's gonna feel a lot like a programming, a logic course. So we're gonna look at operators, and we're gonna look at the details in the language. And then at the end, we're gonna have a demo on how you can put together everything that we learned today. I don't wanna be over optimistic. I think 1 hour is not enough time for us to really dig deep into it. But I mean, have this as an introduction to Liquid, and my contact and the contact for other folks in the industry will be available throughout the session, and you can always reach out to us for more questions. All right, without further ado, let me put my slide deck up. And let me know when you see it. Oops, wrong screen. Sorry, folks. All right, if you can see it, please give a shout or let me know that you can see my screen.
Yeah, that's great.
All right, so again, my name is Victor Dantas. I'm a Microsoft MVP. I take a lot of pride in being a 365 Saturday ambassador, and we can call it now the Power Community. I take a lot of pride in being one of the ambassadors. I am also a Microsoft Community Solutions Architect and Power Platform Consultant. If you want to have access to my profile on LinkedIn, you can just scan the QR code, and there you have it. All right, so the objects of the session today, we're going to look at, we're going to build some solid Liquid skills, understand the technology, programming capabilities in Power Apps portals. We're going to establish good practices. I know that there is another guy, I think his name is Arpit. He's going to be doing another session on portals as well this weekend. So I believe he's going to extend a little bit more on good practices. And if time allows, we're going to have a view of the future in Power Apps portals. I hope your meal there, I think it's Juca. I hope your meal is good. All right. Again, the agenda, we're going to have a look now at Power Apps portals under the hood. What it is, a web template within portals, Liquid, Liquid.net, then tags, operators, types, portal objects, and filters, and then a common usage of them all together. All right, under the hood, Power Apps portal was originally built using ASP.NET. The last version that we have access to is the community version edition. I think it's version 8.3, of Portals. Portals now on 9.2. So the latest code that we have available was built on .NET Framework 4.7, but I don't know what is available today on the Power Apps Portals because we don't have access to code. But I can tell you for certain that it's still a .NET based technology. All right. And at the time that we had access to the source code, Power Apps Portals was built using forms, ASP.NET Forms, and ASP.NET MVC. Portals today is built using Bootstrap 3.7, so we are not yet on Bootstrap 4. Okay, and it uses jQuery already embedded on it. All right. So before we move further, I think it's important for us to understand how this thing is wired. Again, Portal, as we just look at, uses .NET technology, but Portal is a combination of the binaries, if you will, as well as data. So at any given Power Apps Portal, you see these entities available as soon as you install it. Today, we're not going to look at how to provision portals. I have videos online, and there are other folks who have published around step-by-step instruction on how to provision one. But as soon as you provision, this is what you see in your dynamics as additional entities to your CDS, if you will, CDS database. So you're gonna have websites. Websites are related, have related entities to it: web pages, site settings, content snippets, web files. Then web pages have web page localized content. This is to facilitate multi-language setup. Then pages use page templates. Again, when the original version of Portals, and still to this day, page templates are the way for you to pretty much design your page around how you expose both data and the structure of the page itself. It used to allow us to add .NET pages to it. Today we can only use liquid and web templates, and that's the focus of this session. Following that, attached to a page, you can have entity forms, entity views. There's one other entity that I didn't put there, but it's also available, called web forms. And then a page template, as just mentioned, can be of two types. It can be a rewrite page template, which points to an ASP.NET page. That would be an ASPX page, and then web templates. Again, because we cannot add any more files to the final binary on Power Apps Portals, we can't really extend Portals much using the strategy of ASP.NET pages. So the only thing we can really use is web templates. And then breaking out a bit on web templates, you have what can be actually used, or the technologies that you can use to extend a page on the portal is HTML, JavaScript, and Liquid. So the focus of the session is Liquid. So before we jump in, look into code, I want to break down a little bit more and explain a little bit more on the web templates entity and the data structure. All right, so let's have a look at that real quick, and then we'll come back to the slide deck shortly here. So when you add a portal, provision a portal to your CDS, you're gonna get two apps in your apps list. The first one will be the portal itself, and you have this icon that makes a reference to it, the little circle representing the web. And then you have a portal management, which is a model-driven app pointing to your CDS. So if I click to open it, the first view of the management, portal management model-driven app is this. So it's gonna list your website. If I were to open here, you'd see pages, you'd see content snippets, site settings, web link sets for the menu, site markers, page templates, so on and so forth. As just mentioned on the slide deck. If I skip all the way down to web templates, you see a list of things that were already pre-built and available when you installed Portals. If I click to add a new web template, you see the main fields for the template: the name, the website that uses it. As you maybe know already, you can have multiple websites attached to one single instance of CDS. You have the source of your template. Again, this can be HTML. It can also include scripting, JavaScript. The good thing with this editor is that you get a little bit of IntelliSense on the editor already. And then there is a field here called MIME type. If you leave this blank, your pages will always be rendered as HTML. But you can also fill that in and provide different MIME types to your page. And what that facilitates us, this comes handy is essentially if you want to create a web template that spits out different content than HTML. So for example, if you want to spit out XML, if you want to spit out JSON, you can use the MIME type for that matter. In fact, we're going to look at an example that does that. All right. So let's hop back to the slide deck. So a little bit on Liquid. Liquid was created by a company, a Canadian company called Shopify. They have e-commerce technology. So when ADX was rethinking the strategy around web templates, mostly to facilitate SaaS offering of ADX portals, they decided to use Liquid to be this template server-side language to be used. So instead of you uploading different files to your portal offering, you'd be able to quickly make changes to an existing template using Liquid. The offset of that language that was used for portals is called liquid.net. And again, it's a .NET based version of Liquid. There are discrepancies between the two versions, and we'll look at it. The ones that I've found throughout my career. Now, it's not very many, but know that there are different versions, if you will, or different functionality between the two languages. And then finally, here's a link to the Power Apps Portals documentation. The page itself, I find it very useful. There is quite a bit there. Sometimes it can be overwhelming for you to consume it all in one run, but there is quite a bit. So I would certainly recommend you to refer to it. It's not like a wiki page or a help page where you can click and navigate and see a whole lot of samples, especially on the heavily used stuff. But it's a good starting point. And a lot of what you're going to see in this demo is a reference to what's available in the documentation. I should mention this also. If there is anything that you find on your own journey and you don't see on the documents page, let me know. There is a professional, I forgot his last name, I think his first name is Nikita, that's also available on LinkedIn. He's a Microsoft employee. So he oversees the fast track team for portals, and he's always open to suggestions on how we can make the page better, this documentation page better and more useful. All right, so when we first look at Liquid, this is essentially what you're gonna find there. Liquid is composed by tags and flow instructions, control flow, iteration flow, structures, objects, and filters. This is what you're gonna see when you look at it at first. This will remind you, if you have been a coder for long, this will remind you of ASP.NET Razor, MVC Razor, where you see a mix of tags that are mostly server-based and then HTML content embedded to it. That's essentially what a template language does for us, or allows us to do. Basically, mix and match server instruction, if you will, and content all in the same piece of code. If you have used classic ASP, you see that as well. A lot of server-side tags and then HTML tags and JavaScript all in the same place. You may think, oh, this is confusing, it's a mess. I mean, this is what's being used today. I can't really advocate if it's the best scenario, but what I can tell you is that being a template language, I think Liquid really fits the bill for what it's attempting to do. And what we're going to see today is that a lot of the functionality that Liquid provides actually makes our life much very easy when it comes to placing controls and placing HTML content around the page. All right. So the basic operators to Liquid are similar to what you see even in C#. Equals, equals, exclamation mark, equals for different, greater than, less than, etc. But then some of the other operators are not as similar. So the AND operator, if you will, it's more verbose instead of the and or the pipe for or. You have other operators for contains. You have start with, ends with, again, stuff that you could do differently in C#, but this, in my opinion, is easier to use than what you'd see in C#. You have size. Size is a very generic operator, if you will. It acts more like a method or function. It's similar to count in C#, and it can be used for strings. It can be used for collections, so on and so forth. One thing that's very interesting about Liquid is how it processes empty strings or a empty array or a null object or false Boolean value, or even checking the size of a collection. If you set up an if statement and if you say, for example, if my collection, and you don't provide any other operator, it will assume that you are testing the size or the contents of your collection, whether your collection doesn't have items or whether your collection is null. Again, we're gonna look at code and you understand what I mean. And then finally, there is one particular control flow that's called unless, which is revert an if statement. And again, we're gonna have a look at that shortly here. All right, so let's jump right into Liquid and let's look at some examples. Again, like I said in the beginning, this will feel a lot like a logic college class, but I think there is value in looking at the language with having that perspective. So this is a template I created called Hello World. And what I will do is I'm going to open the portal on another window, and we're going to look at the output of this particular instructions that we're going to see on Liquid. So give me a moment here to connect, to open the portal, and we're going to dive right in. So let me try to overlay one window against the other, and we'll try to do it side by side. All right, so cool. I'm logged on to the portal using an admin credential. Again, the purpose of the training is not really to teach you how to set up a portal, how to use admin accounts. We can do that at another time, but to show Liquid itself. So I'm logged in as admin, and you note here that I have opened this particular page _service.about, and the reason being is because as I make some changes to my code here, I'm going to clear the cache so that I can see the result on my page. Web templates are not part of the cache today, so changes to web templates would require us to make to clear the cache to see the result right away. So the first tag you see here is a comment. We don't use // to comment code. You have to use the tag. You see comment and then end comment right here at the bottom to close my comments. I have provided this code snippets ahead of time and tested so that we don't have any surprises. So what I do first is I'm going to show, to display this particular if statement. So here, what I'm testing is if the user is logged on, which means that this user object is not null. That's what this particular if statement is doing. I can then access properties of my user object. All right, so let me save and then come back here and clear the cache. So hello, and then the user that I'm logged on with is called Antonio Dantas. That's his name. So quick thing on the structure of Liquid, the curly brackets and %sign indicates that I have a tag. My tag can be a control flow, or an iteration flow, or a tag. We're gonna look at different tags here shortly, and then I start putting HTML content right after, and then I use double curly brackets. This is to indicate that I want to print a value out from Liquid or from server side to my HTML. And then the pipe indicates that I'm going to use a filter. Filters in Liquid will resemble functions a lot of times. And in this case, my function is uppercase. So I'm just making the results uppercase. All right. So let's have a look at another instruction here. So in this particular one, it's this control flow is called unless. And unless will work in the opposite way as an if statement. All right, so this particular HTML block will only be printed if the full name does not contain Dantas. So in this scenario, I don't get anything, but if I were to get this link and open another browser window in which I'm not logged in, I would see the hello world message and I would see that particular div. So fairly straightforward. And again, the unless, it will do the opposite of what an if statement would look like. So quickly jump back to the slide. Let's have a look at data types. So Liquid has string, number, a Boolean, array, dictionary, datetime, and then the no comparison. String, very straightforward. Number, you don't really get to define what type of number that you are declaring to be used, but you can use filters when you want to present that number. For example, if I declare a variable and assign a decimal value to my variable, I can then expose that variable in my template as an integer. And we're gonna look at that when we look at liquid filters. Booleans, true, false, yes, no. I think enable is disable is also considered to be a Boolean in that fashion. You can have arrays, you can have dictionary, datetime, and again, the null comparison that we just looked at in the beginning, where null can also mean zero, false, collection without items, a string that's empty. All right, so it treats that particular comparison the same way. All right, so let's have a look at types. In my example, I have some types here. I'm gonna put my comment. I'm just gonna remove this tag for a minute. Actually, let's leave it here so that it'll make a whole lot of confusion. So let's have a look first at how I can declare a variable and then variable types. All right. First of all, you have this assign tag. Assign will not only create the variable, but assign value to it. So suppose that my full variable is declared up top here, and I want to also change the value based on an if statement. If I want to do that, the instruction for changing the value is also assigned. Okay, so if I want to make this full bar along the progress of my script, I also use assign. There is no full equals to. It just doesn't work. Your script will fail, so you have to reuse assign. Okay, it's not as if it's declaring the variable again. In this scenario, it's just reassign a value to it. If you want to append to your variable, then you would use a filter for that. So append test. So that's that there. There's also another way to assign or create a variable, and that's using capture. Capture comes in handy when your contents or the contents of your variable use special characters, or if it's a multi-line particular scenario. So within this particular structure between capture and then capture, wherever is put into this block becomes the contents of your variable. And then in the following line, what I'm doing here is I'm printing out my variable, and then I'm replacing the new line character that we don't see here. I'm replacing that with HTML BR. All right. Okay. In strings, so when I'm declaring a string, I may or may not use quotes, and it works either way. So with quotes, without quotes, it does work. So you're good to go there. Then the instruction here is to print those two variables. Then if I'm using a number, like I said shortly here, I can declare my number as an integer or a decimal, and then I can use filters to decide how to print. In the beginning, I talked about filters or the discrepancies between the .NET version of Liquid and the original version of Liquid. If you look for a filter called integer in the original Liquid language, the one from Shopify, you don't find it. I couldn't find any. Same thing for decimal. So this is special case for the .NET version that we use. If I want to round a number, I can use round, which is a filter, and tell the number of decimal places. So let me save this guy here, clear the cache, go back to my page, and we would see the end results here. All right, that's bar for my variable that I printed way up here. Then I'm being captured. You see how it replaced with BR. If we were to inspect, we'd see the BR instruction here. Then I have my strings and then numbers So I printed my numbers. You see the difference between them, 3, 3. So floor, we rounded the decimal number, floor. Then integer performs the same functionality in essence. Decimal just reprints the value of my variable. And if I want to round, so it just rounded pi to 3 numbers, 3 decimal numbers. All right, so moving on, let's have a look at dates. And that's another thing that's different between the original Liquid language and the .NET version of it. The .NET version of Liquid uses the format string based on what you see in .NET. If you see examples in the Liquid documentation from Shopify, you see that this format is a lot different than what the Microsoft documentation talk about. So save time for you. If you're looking for a particular format, look for it in .NET, and then you can replace the string here. Don't use the Liquid version. All right. So there you have it. I have an object called page, which is the page that I'm on when it was last modified. Then I print that here, and then I have the now function or object, if you will, and then I'm formatting a bit different and then printing that on my screen. Comment, let's throw that in here, and then you have arrays. I created this particular arrays with string options, and then I do a split, which again is a Liquid filter. Anything you see after the pipe is a filter. Then I break out that array, and I'm iterating through that array. So you have a for speaker, very simple instruction. One cool thing about Liquid is this though. If you do not want to test the size of your array and you want to provide a specific message when the array is empty, you can do this. So in other languages, sorry, I don't have to. So in other languages, you'd have to do an if statement to test the size of your array before iterating through to provide that message. Liquid provides this else control flow within a for loop. There is no while loop in Liquid, so whatever you need to do that you need while, you have to figure out a way to use a for that. Liquid also has dictionaries, so you can look at the parameter collection within the request and print that. So let's save and see the results. Sorry, forgot to clear the cache. I guess I lied. So that's a difference here too. This is completely possible on the regular Liquid. So let's go back here, clear cache. All right, here's my array, and the dictionary has 94 parameters. All right, so far so good. Hopping back to the presentation real quick, let's see where we are at. So we looked at some control flow Liquid tags. If unless case when, we're gonna have a look at case one actually. We're gonna have a look at the iteration flow, for loops, table row, and we're gonna see a particular thing about table row, templates, tags, fetch XML, includes, blocks, so on and so forth, and then finally CDS entity tags. All right. So for that, I have a template here called Liquid tags, and I'm going to navigate to that particular template. All right, we're gonna cruise through this one here And again, if I'm going too fast, please let me know. All right, so this particular instruction is just to illustrate the use of case statement. So in this scenario, I'm assigning a value to 3, and then I'm testing my case statement, and the else will display the result for that scenario because my variable is not 1 nor 2, so it's neither 1 and 2, so my number is 3. That's what you see on the screen here. That's an example of a switch statement, if you will, or case statement for that matter. We have some iteration flow here, very similar to what we saw on the other page. Let me do this here a bit. Oh man, the editor is not helping me. Let's refresh the screen real quick. All right, so I have an array of strings, and then I'm looping through the strings, and I add a comma after that, so that's the result. Then sh ras Victor, and then there is an additional comma here at the end. On my for loop, I can use parameters. So in this example, I'm using on this particular for loop, I'm saying, you know, look at the collection and then limit my loop to 3 items in the for loop. So here's the result. So it's picking the first 3 here. I can also use offset. So in this example, I'm jumping to the 3rd position of the array and then starting to print after that 3rd position. So everything starting from Victor forward is printed here. All right. Then I have another example called reverse. So in this example, I'm using 2 instructions, and that's what I meant when I said the language is really handy when it comes to templating websites. And what I mean by that is, so I have an instruction called reverse. What it does is simply reverse the order of my array. So it will print Mbash, Omar, Scott, Victor, Razi, Ash, and Danish first, but I'm also adding another instruction here called cycle. And what it does is, as I print my items on the screen, it's going to cycle through and then use those options as I print them. So this is what you see here. These variations based on the cycle that I use. I mean, if you're working with, you know, active menus and collections that you want to display items in a different way, and if there is logic, so think about it when you print a table on your website, you know, you want to show dark row, light row, dark row, light row, you can use cycle for that. I mean, in my opinion, it's fairly handy. Another thing that you see with for loop instructions is that within the for loop, you have access to an object called for loop. And what it does is it allows for you to check whether or not your item is the first or last in the collection. So again, if you're using Liquid to expose JSON content, and if you want to spit out an array in that JSON content, if you want to maintain the structure of the array, this again comes in handy because you don't want to add an extra comma to that array if it's the last item, and then therefore break the structure of the array. So you can use the for loop object for that, and this is the result. For my first item, I added a bunch of stars, and then I checked to see if it was the last, and then I prevented adding the particular comma here at the end. Now, table row is supposed to be a for loop that has a table, you know, the TR and TD HTML embedded to it. This is part of the Microsoft documentation, but it's not working when you try to use that on the portal. So it's something that I need to connect with the portal folks and let them know. But again, it's part of the Microsoft documentation, but the particular tag does not work. All right. And if it did, it is supposed to work this way. You declare a table, you open your HTML table tags here, and then by doing this, it would imply that you were creating a TR and adding a particular value to your table rows. All right. All right, template tags. This is where the money is, if you will. These tags were created by Microsoft, I should say by ADX Studio at the time, to facilitate us implementing or exposing data from CDS to portals. In this scenario, I have a particular fetch XML here that's looking at a table, an entity called accomplishments. This particular entity comes from the higher ed accelerator. And what I want to do is I want to look at the user that's logged on, okay, using this user ID. Again, let me expand my screen so that it's easy for us to see it. So I want to look at accomplishments by this particular user, the user that's logged on. All right, I have columns here. Plain fetch XML. Then this is the way that you actually execute the query. All right, and when it's done, I have declared or I have created this table, just plain HTML, and then I'm looking through the results of my fetch XML and then printing the results on the screen. You're gonna see a few things here, and this is part of the Microsoft documentation itself. Because I'm looking at an option set, I have access to the option set label and also the value. Again, if you want to look at the value, you use value. If you want to look at the label, this is how you'd see it. So let's have a look at the result set. So this is my list of accomplishment for the user that's logged on. The accomplishment here, and then the type, which is the label for this particular option set. Now there is another tag, and we're gonna see that in more detail in a few minutes. That's called include. The include tag allows for me to inject, if you will, another liquid template within the template that I'm using. In this scenario, I am invoking, if you will, I'm gonna use some technical terms that may seem familiar to you just to facilitate the lecture. But what I'm doing here is I'm using the contents of this particular web template, and I'm passing parameters to my template. So this is the name of the variable or parameter within this particular template, and this is the value that I'm providing to it. So let's have a quick look at that template. So the name, what was that name? History. So I'm creating a fetch query, and I'm assigning the results of that query to a variable called course history results. So if I switch back to the template we are looking at, you see that I'm using this include. I'm referencing the name of the template, passing the parameters, and then all the way down here, you see that I consult the results that were assigned to the particular variable that's created here. So course history results is not declared on this liquid tags template, is declared here and populated here, but I'm using that variable in my for loop. And this particular variable will be available all the way throughout this consuming template, if you will. This is usually the way I organize my fetch queries. If they're reusable, I always put them on a template so that I don't have to recreate these instructions. And if there are changes to it, I just change it in one place. So that's how I do it. Again, if I scroll down, you see the results for course history, the grades for this particular user, which is referenced here in this template. All right. So let's have a look at another template with a more complex query. So I have a query that has an inner join. I have results columns that are part of this secondary entity, but I'm assigning all the results to this variable called scholarship. Same way that we did the previous one, just a different template with a little bit more color or details to my fetch. All right. So how do we display that information? So here I make a reference to the scholarship results variable, and then down here you see that I'm referencing the alias that was used on my fetch XML and then the name of the field. All right, so again, if I go back to that template, you see that I use a inner join, and then all the way to the side here, you see that I've established the alias for that entity, and that's what I refer as my my result. All right, so moving on. Now, Liquid does not really provide a way for us to create methods in the same way that C# or any other language would do, or functions if you think more on the JavaScript scenario. But there are interesting ways that you can set up your templates to act as if you have a function. And that's what we're going to see on this particular example here. So I have a template called liquid template method. Let's have a look at the instruction itself. So what this guy is doing is essentially I am querying Dynamics to return the result of scholarships associated with a particular student. Then I declare a variable, set it to 0. Then I look through my collection, and then I'm doing a sum of all the potential dollar amount associated with scholarships that this student applied to. So, I mean, I could do that using aggregation in Fetch, but in this example, I just want to show this example on using plain, simple liquid to just aggregate a total amount. All right. So just looking through the collection, starting with my variable equals 0. Then for every record, I go ahead and I add this particular field to my variable. All right. And then on the page that consumes it, because I know the name of my variable, I can make use of that result in my HTML. Okay. Again, if I move to the side, there is a filter here just to round the result, but I'm referring to the variable that was created in this particular template. So let's have a look at the result. So the total amount for this particular scholarship will be the sum of these guys. So 10, 13, 14.5, $14,000 and $14,500 is the potential for this particular user. And then I can reuse this template throughout my application if I have to find the results for different users or to print this result in different pages. Again, not very well structured, but you could still somehow, create methods or functions or pieces of code that you can reuse using Liquid. All right, moving forward, I'm really short on time, so let me cruise through here. Microsoft makes available specific tags that pertains to CDS. All right, and this is very important for you to dive into and learn more about these tags. Editable tags will be used for content in your page that you want particular power users to be able to change. So as a website admin, when I hover over this particular area represented by this editable tag, I can make changes to the content using the front-facing components. So page copy sample. So now I made change to content, and all I did was adding this editable tag and then pointing to a particular field in the page object. You can do this with the other types of fields depending on which entity are being surfaced here on your page. Then I have another editable tag that uses content snippet. This is the content of my snippet, and if I were to open content snippets, you'd see that there as well. So let's find the name of this thing. So the name is sample snippet. You see my content snippet here and the details. My super sample snippet, that's exactly what you see here. My super sample snippet pro unlimited power. So power users will be able to make changes. I think that the best scenario to use snippets is for content that you know that users will change often. Instead of you having a developer making the change, you can always use save time of the developer by empowering your power users to make those changes for you. Then moving on, the entity list tag. This actually refers to objects in your CDS application. I hope most of the folks who are watching this, they are familiar with entity lists, entity forms, and so on and so forth. But what it does is exposes Dynamics views to portals. So in my scenario here, I have an entity list that points to the account table or entity, if you will, and I can define which view, CDS view, I wanted to expose, and it's using this college university entity list. All right, and in my template, I'm querying and displaying the total amount of records available, and then I loop through the results of that entity list and display the result as a table. So instead of me doing a fetch, I just refer to an existing Dynamics view and I display the results here. So it saves me time. Again, if you know that you're going to change, or the end users have a potential to, the end users, by what I mean by that is like power users of CDS or citizen developers. If you know that citizen developers will change the filters of a particular query or view, instead of embedding your fetch XML on the template, you can do an entity view and then have the citizen developers manage the results or the filters for those results, if you will. So again, going back to the website, you see my list of universities here, and then the details on how many records existed there. All right. This is referencing the entity list. You can also use an object called entity view. They are very similar, but the entity view allows me to refer to any entity in Dynamics and any view that exists in Dynamics without having a need to create a record for the entity list object. So in this scenario, I'm referring to the contact entity. Then I'm pointing to the active contacts view. And in here, I'm going to do an example using a filter on my variable called batch. What it does is I look at the results and I'm batching the results in 4 items per time. So I'm creating a batch of 4 results per cycle, if you will. So what it does is it's going to loop through my batches, and then I loop through the contacts within that batch. Again, this comes in handy for specific objects that you have a particular type of display that you want to display on your page. So I want to display the first 4 with a particular color or within a column. I want to display the next 4 a different way. So that's the way it works. So the result looks like this. So I'm displaying 4 items, then the next 4 items, and then whatever many are left after that. So if I had to use a particular programming language, that it would be a lot harder than just creating the batch. So this, I think it's really, really cool. So the last instruction that we're gonna look at in this particular CDS snippet is the entity form. All right. On an entity form, I can point to a entity form that is created in Dynamics and just expose a form here on my page. And that's the form that you see here. It's a form from the account entity that has this particular fields set up. All right. So I have 2 more minutes. Let me cruise through and just show an example of a template and open for questions real quick. This is a template I created using both components from the Power Apps portal and then a little bit of Liquid templating. So a lot of this stuff is HTML, as you can see, but then down here I have a reference to an entity form and then to a particular chart. So what this page looks like is this here. So that's my student panel. You see that it's only one template, and because I'm mixing both the components that already exist in Dynamics, entity form, entity list, so on and so forth, I can create a template and say, depending on how this template is used, surface the entity form that I have associated with the page. So this is my entity form. And again, the same template, but now dynamically I'm exposing a list. Then I can click here again, another page with another grid, and then another page with another grid. But the template itself is the same, as you can see here. So the whole template is the same, and then I check for the page that I'm using this template for. Is there an entity form? Yes, there is. What is the ID? Use it to present my information. And then, last but not least, the short tag. I'll save this here. I have a little bit of jQuery here. I'm going to clear my cache. And you see that you can expose charts from CDS over on your web page form as well. All right, let me hop back to my presentation. I think we covered almost everything. So there are some other functions here depending on the types that you're using. They add hours, minutes, months, so on and so forth. Some math filters as well to facilitate calculation. There is no, variable plus variable. You have to use a filter to provide that functionality. Some filters for collection. We just saw the batch, but there are many others. URL also, if you want to find URL, you want to create a parameter to your request, so on and so forth. And I think that's it.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm over time.
Yeah, we don't have much questions, Victor. We just have one question, and that's a request actually.
Okay.
So Sarita has asked if you can share the templates somehow with everyone.
Yeah, we can do that. I have it saved. I'll see if we create a page somewhere with this template so people can use.
Okay. Well, there were a couple of other questions that just came up. This is from Pavan, and the question is, can Power Apps portal completely replace advanced customization possible using ASP.NET MVC?
So it's a tough question. I mean, at this moment, I would say no, because we have a limitation in terms of the CRUD operations that you can perform on Power Apps portal. Right now, you can only save, edit, or delete data using the out-of-the-box components, entity forms for that matter. That's the only way you can place data back into CDS. But I think, by the end of June, I don't know the exact date, or maybe July, Microsoft is releasing the web API for portals. So, creating, editing, and deleting records will be easier for us to do. So at that point, I'd say you can do pretty much anything using Power Apps portals. And go ahead.
There were a few other questions, but I think we are already over time. So
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't want to.
If you can copy, I'll have a look at the questions offline and then reply to people directly. Yeah.
Thank you, Victor. It was nice. Most of the functions even I didn't knew existed, so it was nice to have this session. Thank you, Victor. It's always a pleasure to have you. So now we are going to move on to Benedict, who is one of the PCF champions. He has been developing a lot of controls on PCF Gallery. So Benedict, whenever you're ready, you can share your screen. And And guys, one more thing, please do fill in the survey, and the survey link will be pasted in the messages. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Danish. Bye-bye.
So I will start right away. Welcome to my session, PCF Advanced Usage. First of all, I want to introduce myself a bit. I just have to find the right tab. Yes, here we are. So Benedict Bergman is my name. I'm a senior consultant at CGI, located in Stockholm at the moment. I'm coming from Germany, moved here like 2.5 years ago, roundabout. I'm coming from .NET development, custom development, and after that I moved a bit to Angular and was thrown into Project Dynamics 2013. And since then I'm hooked at this Power Platform now. And then you have my contact information here. I will have it on a later slide as well, so feel free to contact me if you have any questions. I actually will turn off the camera because I had some network issues earlier to not compromise anything. So let's start. I tried to hold my presentation as short as possible to have more time for the demo. In this session, you will learn about preventing a form from saving if your PCF or your data is not the correct one you want to have. We will take a look at how to use images in PCFs and in addition a bit of dynamic CSS. For example, I have one PCF that shows a conversation in a WhatsApp-like manner. And there you can change the color of the messages, so to fit your the colors of the company, and that's it. It's handled via normal parameters while configuring the PCF in a model-driven app, and that's with dynamic CSS. So we will take a look at this one. We will start with the prevent saving or prevent the form of saving. What we have to do there is we have to add an additional field to option field. We have to bound it to our PCF as a second value. We have to populate a new property and add additional field to our form as well. And then we have to actually prevent the save. At the moment, we cannot prevent it directly out of the PCF. We have to use either a business rule or JavaScript. And there was actually a different approach from Diana. I can share this as well. So now I am unmuted again. Thank you.
Yeah.
And yeah, you can share the link as well. So there are different approaches. I will show one of them, but they are separate. So let's directly go into the demo for that one. I will just switch to my environment. So that's my development environment I have in our playground. I have added some fields. Those two are the ones we want to test now. It's already configured PCF here. Let's open this very quick, if it is going quick. Okay, we let it open and we switch to the. So basically, we have a normal input field. I can type whatever I want to, save it, and if I reload the next time, it's there again. So it's at the moment the PCF is just imitating a normal text-free text input. What we want to do is that we have to write a certain input. To do that, I have opened my PCF already, and we want to add some more stuff. First of all, we take a look at the manifest, and here we have to add another property, which we will bound to a two option set.
Hey Benedict, sorry to interrupt, but I know it's very hard to read the screen. So if there is a possibility of zooming in, it would be good for people to see what is actually getting typed. Thanks.
Yeah. Do you know how to zoom in Visual Studio Code?
Just hold Control and then scroll your mouse.
No, it's not zooming in.
Control plus, yeah, Control plus.
Control plus. Yes, here we are. Thank you. Hope it's better. So I will just copy the one I've prepared. So what we basically have here is a new field, which will be bound to a two option field. And it's not required. Maybe you don't want to do it. And the name is number valid. Next thing to do is in our TypeScript file, we have to add a new value, or a new variable, which holds the information whether or not our input is valid. And then I have a function onInputChange, which will be triggered whenever you write something in the input. And here we want to say we want to have our own, our input, which is the correct one. So if our input element's value, get this one, is like, I don't know, demo input, then we want to set our valid to true, and otherwise we want to set it false. So now we set the internal number or the internal value to true or false, but we also have to give it back to our bounded fields when the output is requested. So we write here, we can say input valid, and I change it there as well, because it's not a number. So, and this should be our input valid. Let's do it like this. So, and now it's not knowing that there is a new field, so we have to build first. Okay, nice. What do we have here? Input valid, 2 options.
Yeah, I think so. The control manifest file is not saved. And
oh yes, thank you. Thanks. Yes. Perfect. Yeah, looks better. Let's push it to the environment as well. Should take time. What should happen is now, when it's pushed, it should change the input valid field, depending on whether or not I type in demo input or not. For that, I have to change my configuration here when it's pushed then, because we have to bound the new to option field as well. It's not the fastest one now, it's here. So we open the response field where I have added my PCF already. And now we have additional field here, which is the input valid, which should be bounded to one of two option set. So we do that, save and publish. And then whether I write in something here, it should change it to yes or no. Yeah, so it's no now. And if I write demo input, it should be yes. So now we have a two option field, which changes to yes or no, depending whether or not the input is correct. The next step is to have a business rule or a JavaScript, for example, that looks at this input, and then if it's yes, you could save, and if it's no, preventing the save, because now I can save, even though I write in something else. I still can save. And that's a thing we don't want to have. So let's create a business rule. And we take condition field is valid or input valid equals no. And then we add a new show error message on our field response. Input is not valid. Let's activate this one. Yes. And retry. So now it already says no, input is not valid, and even if I change it, I'm not able to save because there's an error on some field. So I have to write in input, demo input, my error will disappear and I can save. The same thing could be achieved by a JavaScript. I have prepared something for that, like in a cooking show. Let's see. We add a new file. Where are we? Demo, demo. It is JavaScript. Yes, save. Oh, I have a space in between here. That was the problem. So you have only a function that will add an error whenever it's the field is no. Hopefully this works directly. So it should achieve the same thing. But in the JavaScript, you could translate your message to different user languages, which is not possible in a business rule. So that's an advantage if you use JavaScript in this case. I have published, I think. So let's add this one, and then we make form on save, add pass in this one, crossing the fingers now. Yeah, so the same thing we have changed to no, and we had an on save. So when I click on save, my JavaScript is triggered and will create an error if this one is no. So again, I can only save when I have a demo input here. And like I mentioned, the good thing with the JavaScript in this case is you could translate your message for different languages the user is using, if you have an installation with different languages. Good. This was the first one. Let's see. Are there any questions yet?
There's just one question now. Do you use, this is from Sumit Kumar, and the question is, do you use any kind of framework for developing PCF like XRM Toolbox?
No, I don't. Then let's see, use of images. If you want to do this one, you first have to add an image file to our PCF. We have to load the image via get resources API inside of PCF, which will return a base 64 string, which contains the image. We generate the data URL, and then we set this data URL to the image. You could also set it to some JavaScript, but now we just take a look at setting it for an image. And going back to our, I have this slide as well. Yeah, starting with the demo. So I have configured in those two fields, I have configured my image demo PCF, which we have here. Yes, image. Here I already have added the image, which is just like a user, a PNG, and it's already added to my resources in the control manifest. So here's the icon demo configured already in this one, but it's not showing anything at the moment, and that's the thing we have to add now. Let's see. Here we are. So, like mentioned in the manifest, we already have configured it. We have added a resource to our image, which is like an icon, and now we have to get it from the API. And first of all, in the init, we will create a new image tag or I have already image tag. But we want to also fill it with something. Want to have an image tag here, and now the idea is to fill the URL from this image tag with our image file. To do this, we first get the file from our resources. Here it is, get resources function. And here it is important to mention, you see I have saved it in an image folder, but here we have to use if it would be in the same folder, because if we build our PCF, it will be moved to the main folder. There are no folders after building the PCF, so we still use just user.png, even though it's here in some folder. So it will be flattened by the build. Set image, and then we bind it to a local function, which we don't have yet. I will create it. And then there are some standard parameters for those. And yeah, show error is just, we need some error handling as well. So now what it basically does, first we define which resource we want to load. Then we have a success function and an error function we have to bind. So those two we have to create. And then we have to append our image to the container and this image element. So like mentioned, we have to write two functions, set image and show error. So set image will get, yeah, that's a standard. So this function has to have the following parameters. Should update output, which is a Boolean, and file type, which is a string. And here you see the file type is PNG because our file is a PNG. And then obviously we have the file content, which is also a string. Like mentioned, it will be a base 64 encoded string. And then we want to generate the image URL. To do that, let an image URL be a string, and have another function which really generates the URL and takes both the file content and the file type. We create this one later, and then we take our image and just add the image URL as the source. Second one we have to create is the generate image source URL function, which will get the file type as mentioned and the file content as string as well. And what does it say here? Oh yeah, sure. And then it just returns return data image plus our file type. And base 64 plus the file content. Basically, it generates a ridiculous big URL or string, which will be placed in our image URL. And it's base 64 encoded. So if I run this one, the build and then deploy it, it should show our image twice. And I have added some CSS just to have some height and width of the images. Pushing it. I never noticed that my output here is in Swedish, actually. Good. It's publishing. Back here, so now it should show our image twice. Once, both of them in like 100 pixel width and height. Yes. Yeah, here are those both. And now let's go back to the presentation for a short time. And the third thing we want to talk about, or I want to show you, is how to use dynamic CSS in a PCF. To do that, we will add a single line input. In this one, you can the user or the administrator who configures the PCF can present H or CSS valid color, either if it's hex or RGB or RGBA or whatever. And we will get this value and generate custom CSS and add this custom CSS to the container. Let's see how this one is done. So go back to our index file, or first we start with the manifest. Here we want to add a different property, which is, here we are, hey, which is another input. And this input is our test color, and is the single line of text, and it's just normal input. It's not bounded or anything, but it's not required. Then we in the init we just add another demo div, just have some text. Document create element, and our demo div inner HTML should be demo text for now. And then we do a container append child, and we append our demo div. So after that, we create, or we load our test color, and therefore we get our context parameters, test color, which is not there yet, and the row of that. If it's present, we just take it. And otherwise, we have something standard, some standard color, maybe. And then we create a new style tag. style like this, and then we add to our style the inner HTML. And this should be some of our. Here we are. So the color of the diffs should be test color. This CSS will change the color of every div on the site. So we have to scope it a bit. For that, we can just use demo, which is the namespace of our demo. And then we have to append it to container as well. Maybe we do it like, and have our style at the beginning. Style. If we build it now, it should show our text in what is it? Maybe it should add a text, demo text, to both of the images, below both of the images, and show them in a red color. Because we have not configured the test color variable, so it takes the standard value. Reloading this one. Yeah, like I mentioned, so it's a red color for both of them because we have not configured it other. If we now go in here, and configure a color at one of both, they should still have the same color afterwards, because both of those divs have the namespace demo because it's the same PCF. So let's do something here. Maybe we take green. For one of both, we take green now. Since it was the first one, it should still be red. Both of them. Yes, if we now take like maybe blue for the last one, both of them should be blue. And that leads us to the next part we want to cover, and that's manually scoping of your PCF. So if you do some CSS and this one is dynamically, you need to random ID to your PCF. And to do this, I have created a function create ID. It just takes the length and then generates a random ID out of those characters here. Important to mention is that the CSS class cannot start with a number. That's why I only have like lower and uppercase. Yeah. And then I have to take a look at my notes. Yeah. Here we are. ID. Oh yeah, create. Maybe 7 long. And this one has now to be added both to our as an ID to our container and to our CSS, so that we have some scoping. So we just say container is our random ID, and then demo. Do it here. So it should only target our div which has our random ID as the ID, and only those divs that in addition also are demo of class demo. We can make it a bit more specific if you have different demo or different PCFs in the same namespace. For this one is icon demo component. It's the name of the PCF. If you push this one now, one of the text should be green and one of the text should be blue, because we have scoping pair for each PCF, or for each instance of the PCF, better to say. Let's see here. Yeah, so now we have scoping here. If you look at this one, let's see, I have to make it bigger maybe. Now it's really small, I know. I can, where are we? Here. So it has an ID here, and the same ID is here in our style. And that's how we have different colors here, because it's really just targeting the one PCF and not both of them, because we have a unique identifier for each of them. Are there any questions?
Yes, there's one from Diana, and this is when you were showcasing the save functionality, the prevent save functionality, and her question is, sorry, just scroll down, hold on, bear with me. If you use a Boolean attribute that is required, you don't need business rules or JavaScript. You just need to set the Boolean value or null or not null. I think you started to saying that, but I guess because background noise, I didn't get what you
yes,
hear it completely. So basically, she wants to know what's your preference, or you don't need both, right?
No, you don't need code. That's true. You can just, like she mentioned, you can just null the additional 2 option set, and if this one is required, then it's not possible to save. But with code or business rules, you can show a error message that is more saying something, because the 2 option field is just a helper field, and for an end user it might not be not be clear if the error is there. This field which they don't see is required, probably. But you could also do it like if you have the input field as required, and now this one, then this could be a solution. But then you could have it like, if you go back here, let's see. So you could populate the new input or the stuff they have written here only to the underlying data if it's the correct value. But this could be a bit confusing for the end user as well, because they see that they have inputted something, but if you save it, it just says that the input is required. But for the user, there is input there. but in the underlying input or in the underlying value, there is no input. So let's say if you, where are we? It's the wrong PCF. If you here in the get output, for example, say that if this one, then we want to like this. So, and else you do it like, for example, this. So this means that if the output is true, then we send the output or the input to our underlying structure. Otherwise, we just null it. But if you do this one, then the user will see input. They have inputted something, but the underlying structure they don't see is empty, which will be confusing for, or could be confusing for the user, I would say.
Yep. Cool. So Diana also posted a message. If you guys wanna check out the npm packages for CSS classes or JSS classes, it's a nice link. I've been using that a lot as well. So yeah, you can go to that link and then go through CSS or JSS as well. The other question is from Paul, and the question is, can PCF controls added to model-driven apps being pulled through D365 portals? And I believe that's already been answered by Victor. Victor, you want to chime in on that if you're still available?
Yeah, I think so. I am not the portal expert, but as far as I know, at the moment we cannot add PCFs to portals, as far as I know. But maybe Victor can answer this one later or in the chat. Yeah.
Yeah, I just saw. Thank you, Wes.
Perfect. So once again, I wrote my contact information here, so feel free to contact me at GitHub or in my GitHub repository. I have a PCF for all the stuff I talked about now, so you can take a look at the code there if you want to. And if there are any questions, just reach out to me.
Hi, my name is Austin.
Thank you.
Hello.
Yep.
Do you record this session?
Yes, it's actually not recorded. It's actually live on YouTube and Twitter, so you can look on YouTube and Twitter as well. And yeah, the recordings will be available later on. So yeah, if that answers. Okay, there's one more question, but I think Diana has already replied to that question with the blog. But Benedict, if you wanna take that question up, feel free to answer that. So the question is, have you attempted to validate multiple PCF controls on the same form? Do you suggest a validation field for each PCF control, or is there a better way?
Yeah, and Diana has answered the question, I think. So she wrote a really good blog article or blog post about this one with a different approach, which is more suitable for validating more than one PCF, I would say, because otherwise you have to add one two option field per PCF you want to validate. Yeah, so if you have several or different, more than one to validate, then I would say the approach from Diana is a better one.
Are there any other questions for Benedict? Okay. There is a survey, so please hop onto that survey, fill out the survey, and vote for your favorite speaker. Thanks, Benedict.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
With Microsoft, and I'm here in London at the Dynamics 365 Saturday Hackathon. It's an amazing event. We've got currently 12 of these planned around the globe. It's a free event put on by our MVPs in the community. It's a place for everyone, users, people who are interested in Dynamics 365, Power Apps, Power BI, Microsoft Flow, the Common Data Service, to come out, experience these technologies firsthand, get some hands-on tutorials, and really get a feeling for what's possible.
I'm at the 365 Saturday event in Dubai, where I just spoke to a really full crowd of about a few hundred people about Dynamics 365 and all the innovation that's coming out. I love this event because I think it allows us an opportunity, particularly on the operations space, to demystify what operations mean or what ERP means to the community, by the community, as well as some participation from Microsoft. If you think about operations at Microsoft, alongside world-class CE apps built upon really Power Platform that provides that no-cliffs extensibility, the intelligence experience, the automation through Power Automate, all of that comes together in a unique package that nobody else really can compete. And I think 365 Saturday does a really good job in bringing that holistic vision of business applications at Microsoft together.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank every attendee for attending the sessions on Saturday, and we are looking forward to have you tomorrow as well on Sundays. There are a lot of sessions on Sundays, good sessions on Sundays as well. And also, if you are in the PCF world or learning PCF, and if you have a lot of questions, then don't forget to chime in or tune in at 5 p.m. UTC time or GMT time. Where we have the PCF experts panel. We have good panelists, all the experts, MVPs, and community leaders and PCF champions on that panel. So that is the good opportunity to get your questions answered. Thanks, Raz. Okay, so the next session is from Ivan Fico. He's the MVP and a PCF champion. He has created a lot of PCF controls and also a PCF generator NPM package. But today's session is about not about PCF. He has a PCF session tomorrow as well, but today's session is all about CDS. So Ivan Fico, whenever you're ready.
Everyone, do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Great. How you doing, guys? Having a fun conference? Okay, should we start or should we wait a few minutes?
Yeah, feel free.
Okay.
And for people who wanna follow Ivan, I'm gonna paste links so you can follow him on LinkedIn or Twitter.
I shared the wrong screen. This one, just to see if the presentation mode is working. Yeah, it's working. Fine. Okay, so 2 more minutes. I'm going to grab a glass of water and then we'll start.
While Ivan is going to come back, some things about Ivan. Ivan and me, we were working on a lot of PCF functionality to improve the tools, community tools that that I and Ivan have built. So yeah, he's also called as a dynamic ninja, and he writes really good blogs. So do follow him on Twitter, LinkedIn, and then also subscribe to his blog channel, blog posts.
Okay, I hope it's time so we can start.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hello once again. Today's session is about webhooks. I don't know that many people actually know that the webhooks are there in CDS already, and that you can start using it. I started using the webhooks a year ago, and since then I'm doing some stuff and sessions around webhooks to present people how to use them and configure baby steps first. Okay, let's go with a quick introduction. Danish said something already about me. What's going on? My screen is frozen. Maybe it's a bug when I'm using Teams and PowerPoint. Let's do the slides like this. Are you okay with that? If it's not working. Oh, here we go. So first of all, who am I request, as every developer will do. I'm a software developer that is working in BizApp space for 5 years now. I'm fairly new Microsoft MVP since last October. I'm based in Zagreb, Croatia, and I'm working for the Microsoft partner Span. You can find me on LinkedIn, my blog, and Twitter. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions regarding PCF, this session, so webhooks, or any other question. And now we gonna start talking about integrations. So basically, the integrations is the pain point of every single project. Imagine yourself, you've been in that situation, you need to make an integration with some third-party vendor or something, and it goes wrong. And you can go all the routes out there. So you go webhook route, oh, it's not working. You go SS package, or I don't know, Event Hub, and you need to find the right way to do the right thing. So there is always a few paths, but you need to build the right one. What do we want to achieve in this integrations? We want to separate Power Apps logic and the integration logic. So everything that is doing in Power Apps should be done in Power Apps. If we need to integrate with some outer systems, we should separate that logic and move it elsewhere. For example, in Azure or some other servers. We want to free up some resources. I don't know if you've done some big implementations and you have a lot of background jobs on your Power Apps. You can get stuck. Those jobs can get in waiting for resources state and can be there for a few days. I actually had some implementations that had a really big problems because of that. So you need to free up the resources on the Power App side and move that to the outer system. The best way to do it at the moment, I think, is going into Azure or any other serverless platform, but we are in Microsoft world, so Azure is the way to go for us. With that, you will save money on hardware, so initial costs will be much less than if you need to buy the powerful computer to run all those web APIs or integration packages and all the integration stuff that you need when you're integrating systems. I hope every one of you are familiar with plugins, and you've write some plugins by yourself, and you know that there are sandbox limitations on that plugins. When you are developing your plugins on online version, you need to register the plugins in the sandbox mode, and that sandbox has pretty much limitations that will force you to find the hard route to solve the problem. In the sandbox, you can't use third-party libraries. You can use it while using ilmerge, but in the past I had some issues with ilmerge that caused pretty big catastrophic disastrous issues, and I stopped using ilmerge, and I'm just trying to avoid using third-party libraries in my plugins as much as I can. 2-minute timeout. If your background job is running longer than 2 minutes, you should consider moving that logic somewhere else, because your plugin will just fail after 2 minutes and the transaction will be rolled back. Also, the port usage limitation. You can only use HTTP and HTTPS protocols and the corresponding ports in your plugins. You can't actually specify some port in URL and execute, I don't know, REST request on that port. That's a pretty big one if you are familiar with all sorts of web APIs out there. You can't use IP addresses. You should only use named web addresses as fully qualified domain names. And that's also an issue. You need to have a domain for every single resource that you want to use. Execution in partial trust is always there. For example, there is file storage somewhere in the cloud, but you can't access it like you would do on on-premises installations, and you should find a way how to avoid that. And the great thing there is that we have webhooks. And what are webhooks? So the webhook is a lightweight HTTP pattern for connecting web APIs and services with publish-subscribe model. And what does it mean? So you have one system that is pushing a lot of events out there, and those services are practically subscribed on that events, and they will do the business logic on the event that is coming from your system. So it's basically the total opposite of the web API pattern that we are using. So with web API pattern, we call the web API and pull the data from the source. I want to get all the accounts from somewhere. And what are the webhooks? Webhooks do actually the push part. So there is an event, they bundle all the data in that event and push it somewhere in the cloud. And there must be some HTTP endpoint that will handle the event that is coming from our CDS environment. It's event-driven, as I said. You can create webhooks on the basic CRUD operations, but the thing here is that you can add those webhooks to all other messages that are coming from the CDS, like adding a member on a marketing list or closing a quote by close quote request and stuff like that. And in the end, it's the simple post request that is sent from the CDS to our endpoint that is binded to the actual event. Let's see the picture, so maybe you will get the better feeling, look and feel what the webhooks are. So we have our Power Apps, and for example, we are creating account. When the account is created, a create message on the account is triggered and is going to our webhooks. There is a webhooks configuration where we can configure the webhook on the event, and just the way we do it on the plugin part, we set everything up asynchronous, synchronous, and then we bind it to some URL. So you can bind one event to multiple URLs, and that's also the big plus for the webhooks. So you create one for one message, you send that data to numerous other systems, like we have system 1, 2, and 3 here. And it's really cool that we can do it with just configuration. Anybody, whoever configured the plugin, can do the webhook part too, if you have the endpoint that will handle the actual event. How can we configure the webhook? So the configuration is done via plugin registration tool, and you must all be familiar with that when you are registering any kinds of plugins or workflow activities. But the thing is, most of the people use the XRM Toolbox version of plugin registration tool. You need to download actually the plugin registration tool from NuGet or from XRM Tools, now known as CDS Tools. It's a web page where you can just hit the download button and you will get a zip file that contains all the tools that you need, which one of them is plugin registration tool. The configuration is very easy, few steps, and you have your webhook ready to go. As I said, it's almost the same way as you do it with plugins. You just need to add the endpoint part to the webhook, and it's pretty much the same configuration as you would do with a plugin. Here is the screenshot. How can you do it? There is a register button, and you will need to pick register a new webhook from the list. You will get the pop-up that you need to input the endpoint, and after that you just add numerous messages underneath that webhook that you want to trigger that endpoint. So for example, you can have one endpoint that will handle create, delete, and update of account record. How easy is that? It's really cool. There are two webhook types, just like the plugins, asynchronous and synchronous. So the async one is logged as async operation job. Just like any other async process in the CDS, you can see all the executions. If you tick the checkbox, you can even force that all the successful calls are also logged into the system, and you can go to settings, system jobs, and browse and see all the executions of your webhooks. But the sad thing is that there you won't find any I don't know message that will point you to the error. That really sucks if you ask me, but at least you can have some triggers that will warn you that you have failed jobs. If you go the synchronous route, all the codes from your endpoints tagged as OK created, so the 200 range will result in success. All the other codes for invalid service or something like that will result in failed. When the synchronous webhook fails, it will just roll back the transaction done in the CDS. For example, if you're creating an account, you get a 500 response code, it will just roll back the transaction. The error dialog that pops up is not customizable, will not show you the exact error that is happening on the endpoint side, and you need to search that on where you stored your endpoint or your web API handler. There is also a 60-second timeout and synchronous, so your webhook logic must end in 60 seconds, otherwise it will go in timeout and also do a rollback on the transaction. But if everything goes right, if you got 200 range response code, you will get three parts of the request. So it's basically the post body will contain, the post request will contain a query string where you can have a webhook key. That's basically the Azure Functions key that will do the authorization, or the HTTP query string that can hold various values that can be configured while you're configuring your webhook in the plugin registration tool. In the header, you will get the event data, where did it come from which environment, and stuff like that. And the request body will have all the data that you need to process your event. For example, you create an account, and you in the request body you will get just the same execution context that you get in your plugins. You will have that target node that will contain all the attributes that were sent in your event. For example, the account name. If you create an account, you will find the account name in the attributes of the target node. Let's have a look on the remote execution context structure. So there are lots of properties that you can read from the remote execution context, but the most interesting ones are input parameters, post entity image and pre-entity image. So all the input parameters will go, that will be the most interesting node for you to look in. There is a target node also there that will hold all the data that you need and everything else that you want to use. You can also create a pre and post entity images like in plugins and get the data from those images too. The HTTP header part will have those keys that you see on the left, and the most interesting one is organization name. So here you can have organization name that send the event. So you can have one handler that is handling or doing the business logic for multiple organizations, and you will always know from which organization is the request is coming. Okay, so that's the basic structure of the webhooks. And now let's jump into the demo, and I will show you how to do the basic configuration of the webhooks. Okay, so the first thing you need to do is go to CDS Tools, and here you have get the CDS Tools link. Click there, and you can go here, download the SDK zip file. So basically it will download all the tools you need for the webhook configuration. After you download the zip, you will get the tools in the export folder, and you just need to run plugin registration tool as you would do in the plugin development. Okay, I logged in to my environment, and I want to register a webhook. So go to register new webhook. Okay, and here you have the webhook configuration. Now we don't have really an endpoint, but there are numerous pages that will that can be used to actually inspect that request coming from the CDS webhooks. One of them is request bin. So you go to the requestbin.com and you go, I don't want a private, create request bin. When you create your first request bin endpoint, you will have your endpoint here. And as you can see, this page is waiting for the request to come to that endpoint. So just copy the URL, paste it in the endpoint URL. Let's say sample webhook, okay? And you can choose any of these, because in this scenario, it will not be used, but when we go to the Azure Functions part, we will use the webhook key, and I will just type something here just to show you how it's working. Okay, click Save. And after the save is completed, you will have the new webhook part here, where you can just register a new step, like you would do on assembly when you are doing a plugin. Okay, register a new step. I will go create message on the entity that I will use in these demos is project. Okay, and let's say that it's synchronous and everything else left as default. Okay, register new step. And when the registration is completed, boom, we have our first webhook up and running. So we will now test it. And how can we test it? Of course, we go into our Power App and go to that project entity that we created a step for it. Okay, let's go new and let's create a project live demo. Okay, and hit save. If you configured everything okay, webhook will execute with no errors. And how can we see what's coming from that webhook? So now we have a new request coming on our endpoint. We can click on it and we can see what's inside it. Let's first go through headers. As I said, we have entity name, so it's coming from project entity on my organization called Dynamics Ninja. Okay, and it's a create message. There are pretty interesting part of information that you will use in your processing, so keep an eye on it. And the big part is body part, and the body will contain all the things you are normally seeing in your plugins, in the execution context of your plugins. So it's basically JSON that contains the plugin registration context coming from the CDS. If we go to input parameters, target, and we can find the name attribute here, and as we can see, we got the live demo from our record created here. So with that, we can see that our webhook is working, and now we can talk about it, how we can improve that webhook and how we can write our own event handlers for our webhooks. Let's go back to the presentation for this part. Okay. And my weapon of choice would be Azure Functions. It's a serverless service that allows you to create a simple pieces of code that will execute somewhere in the cloud that has ability to auto scale. So for example, it will just auto scale if you bombard the endpoint with a lot of requests. It has multiple triggers, but in our case, the most important one is HTTP, because we'll get a post out of our webhook, and we need to process that post request. You can do the function in various programming languages. I hope that most of you are familiar with C#, and most of the functions that you will write will be C# because it's almost the same thing that you do in plugins. And if you need to do some complex stuff, there is also powerful extension called durable functions. If the normal function runtime is not enough, you can do some crazy stuff, complex calculations that are calling all other functions with durable function extensions. We could talk about durable functions in a separate session because it's really complex stuff. And the most important part here is Azure Application Insights. The Insights is integrated into functions. You can have your log from the functions on one place. That is really great. It's free up to 2 GB of storage or something like that. I encourage you to use it because portal, but at the end you want some ALM on top of it and all the things you have in the modern IDEs. So my preferred way would be using some editors. You can do it in Visual Studio, whether it be original Visual Studio or Visual Studio Code. You can do it in both, and both are integrated with Azure Functions really good, so you can do all the publishing just right from the actual IDE. And now we're going to demo part where we will build Azure function that will handle our request and do some processing inside. Let's open up Visual Studio, and I have one function created here. So basically, when you create a HTTP trigger function, you can, let me show you. You go add a new Azure function. Let's add. You can select various triggers. In our case, you will need HTTP trigger because it will process our HTTP requests. Also, the point that we need to mention here is when you are creating an Azure Functions project, you need to keep an eye on this dropdown. So Azure Functions version 1 are running on .NET Framework. And if you would use, for example, CDS SDK inside your function, you should, at a moment, I will suggest to use .NET Framework, because Azure Functions 2 are built on top of .NET Core. For example, SDK for CDS has the .NET Core version, but it's still in alpha version. It has some bugs. It is developing month to month, but it's still not yet there. So if you will use the SDK, I suggest you to go on the .NET version. Okay, so let's have a look on this code. First of all is, guys, can you see the code well? Or do I need to zoom it in? Is it fine?
Please zoom a little bit.
Okay. Okay. Here we go. So we are creating one function that will receive the JSON payload. The JSON payload is the body of the function, that execution context from your webhook. So the first thing here, we are doing the log function here just to log the payload so we can examine it later. So we have here a function that is transforming that JSON to the actual object. The interesting part here is there is a function in request that allows you to serialize back to the object, but in this case, when you need to transform it to the remote execution context, it's actually not working. And most people are having troubles here when they try to make the object from the JSON, and that method is just failing. And how can you do it? You can do it the old-fashioned way using data contract serializer. So we are just passing the JSON string here, serializing it into the object, and boom, we have our object here. And now we can use the pretty IntelliSense to get our data from the context. Okay. So as I said, there is an input parameter target on the create message that will hold the entity for us. And after that, we can search up for the attribute. As we saw in our example, it's called name, and it's a project name. We're just logging that info so we can see it in the Azure portal later. And I put the exception here just if you use Salesforce into the project name, it will throw an exception just to show you how the functional behavior when there is an exception, and that it's not the prettiest part of the webhook integration. And at the end, there is a GitHub service part where it just calls the simple GitHub API to create a repository on GitHub. And if everything is doing fine, it will just send us created response code, and it will end successfully. Okay, so now we want to publish this function to the Azure and try it, and how does it work. Okay, we go publish, and when the publish is completed, we can switch to the Azure portal. Okay, and now we switch to the Azure portal, and I already pre-built that app here, function app here, and when we open that app, if the publish is completed, we'll see that we have our create GitHub repo function in the function lists. And I don't know why it's loading so slow. Demo gods must be on my side, I think. Yeah, okay. Now we have the functions part here. Click on the functions part, and it will bring us the list of all the functions that we have inside our app. We should have only one function, because in the Visual Studio project, as you can see, we have only one function here, and we didn't create any other function. But it's so slow. When I tried it before, it was lightning fast. So here's our function. Go to that function, and here you can see on the left the monitor part. That's the interesting part, because here you can monitor the executions of your functions, and I think the latest addition is live monitor, so you can see all the requests coming live to your function and all the traces that you write on your function. You will have all the traces straight away. So if we go monitor, we will just open it because we will use it later. And here you can go to the code plus test part, sorry, the overview, because every function has its URL that is generated by Azure and that you can use inside your webhook configuration. You can see that this button that is not enabled at the moment, but it will become enabled shortly, I think. And when we get it running, we can get the URL. Okay, here we go. And we have the URL to our function here. Now, what we will do, we'll go to our webhook, just disable this step so we don't send data to the request bin anymore, and register one more webhook. Now we name it Azure Functions, and we should paste the URL here. The thing here is you should paste it part by part. So the first part is till the name of your function. You go here and paste it as is, and you just need to add HTTPS just to make it work. And the second part is webhook key, and the webhook key is, sorry, located here. The code parameter here, you just grab it and paste it into the webhook key part. I didn't do the copy part. Okay, just to be sure. Okay, just paste it. Okay, now we have it. Save. And okay, now we have our second webhook. Also, we will just register the same message. So create on project and run it as synchronous. Okay, register new step. Boom, we have our Azure Functions webhook all set up. Let's go back to the application and let's try to create a new project and see if our function is working. Okay, so we go to the projects and hit new and create Azure function test project. Oh, sorry. Test. Okay, here you go. Hit save, and now if everything is working, it will trigger our Azure function in Azure, and the GitHub repository with this name will be created on my GitHub. So if I go to my GitHub and see if the repository is created, okay, so show more. As you can see, the Azure function test repository is created, so our function is working just fine. And how can we how can we examine what's happening on in our function? Okay, here we go. Just to open that live monitor thing that will show you show us all the data that came through our function, so we know what's going on, because we put some log messages. So if you see here log info, so we will just log our JSON that is coming through and the project name, just to be sure. Okay, and when it's loaded, we can examine those executions and see the values that are coming through. Oh, it's so slow today. What's happening? If you want, you can also examine that requests here in the list. Is that the latest one? Oh, yeah, it is. We can just click here, okay, and open this one. And now on the right, well, why is that not showing the data? Oh. Sorry for that. I clicked the wrong X button. If it will not be fast, I think we should skip that part and go to the other part of the demo, because it will take too much time. Yeah, basically, if you click on the request here, you will just see the log messages and what they the values that they held. Okay, it's not loading so fast, so let's go to the next part. So if you want to debug those webhooks, it's pretty hard if you don't know some tricks. The thing is that the request is coming from the cloud and its destination is also in the cloud, and you can basically intercept the message to see what's happening in the process. And what you need to do here is you can log the content. For example, like we did, we traced the JSON, so you can fetch that JSON, put it in some tool like Postman, and recreate the request coming from the CDS in Postman and post it to your endpoint. And that way you can reproduce the same request, but I think it's so time consuming. You should not really do this, and you need to have a better solution for that. It's too much manual work. I should definitely not recommend it. But how can we do that? We need to expose our local machine to the internet and bind it back, to bind our webhook to our local machine. That's a lot of configuration on the firewall side, on forwarding, and it's also not worth it that way. But the great thing is that we have a tool that helps us do this with a single click. So we have ngrok, and what is ngrok? It's a CLI tool that allows us to create an express tunnel between one cloud, so the CDS, to our local machine. Fully secured HTTP tunnel directly to our local machine with just one simple command. And that's really great tool to debug webhooks. And now I will show you how you can actually use that ngrok tool to debug the original requests coming from the CDS directly on your local machine. So let's jump into the demo part for ngrok. So basically you go to ngrok.com and download the tool. Okay, so ngrok.com, and here you have a big download button. Just download the tool. And the important part is when you install it, if it's not added in your path environment variable, please do it, because it will just make your life easier, because you will not have to always call it from the directory where you install it. They suggest to, okay, let's open the command prompt and let's type ngrok. So port 80 HTTP. So this command will open the tunnel between it's the other way around. Okay, so 80, it will open the tunnel between the cloud and our local machine. So it generates URL that can be fixed if you go for a paid plan, but I'm on a free plan, and the URL is generated every time differently. But if you know the function app, when you're debugging it locally, it's not running on the port 80. And if we try to run our function project locally, we will get command prompt of the functions and see the port where we need to make tunnel to. When this will be started, we'll see the URL that we need to call to actually call our function locally, and the port that we need to add in our ngrok configuration to make the tunnel. Okay, it's slowly starting, but let's hope we'll have it running in no time. Okay, come on function, run it. Okay, when this is running, I want to show you how you can save your time using ngrok 2. So for example, you want to configure your ngrok to always use the same configuration for debugging functions. There ngrok configuration file located in your users folder, and then .ngrok2, and here you can find one document that we will just open with Notepad just to see the contents of it. Okay, so I opened Notepad several times. Okay, so here, and that's the auth token that is automatically generated when you create your account, and the region is EU, and here is the list of tunnels. So the tunnel is basically the configuration that you want to execute your ngrok for. So I created a function tunnel and describe it as HTTP. So it will use HTTP protocol, and it will also generate HTTPS part. I want to run it on this port, because if our functions didn't start it yet, you can find that port, and the functions project will run on the 7071 port all the time. And the final part is host header. If you don't use that host header that is bound to your local host, you can have problems. It's not always the case, but in some configurations it is required. So please use that as a request host header if you want everything run smoothly while you are debugging it locally. Something is going on in our function project, but it's kind of picking up really slow. But here you see that your that a function is listening on that port. So we did it here. When we save that configuration, we can run the exact configuration just by typing ngrok start which tunnel. We created a tunnel called functions, and when we execute that command, it will just pick all the things we created there in our configuration and configure the tunnel just in the right way. So we can see that it's now bound to our local host port 7071, and it generated some URL for us. Okay, let's check on the functions. Finally, we can see that we need to call localhost API/create GitHub repo to call our function. And how can we now call our function locally from the CDS? So we need to make sure that we take this URL, copy it, go to our webhooks. So I will disable this one too and create a new one that will be used only for our local debugging. So register new webhook. So local webhook, okay. Paste that endpoint, and the function is running on the root API/ and the name of the function. Function name can be found here. Okay, go here and paste it. Okay, and for the debugging purposes, you just type something here. It doesn't matter. Okay, and now we have a new local webhook. Register step, again, create on project and register step. Okay, now we have registered the step. If everything is running just fine, we will hit the debugger in our local environment. Let's check if that's working. Go to the project, create some new. So new project, go to name and type local webhook. Okay, save, and boom. Okay, so we hit our breakpoint. We can check the console of ngrok, and we have the post request coming to this route. And isn't it wonderful? You can now debug the stuff coming from the cloud directly on your local machine. So if you just go through the debugger, you go, I want to read context here. Okay, just F10, and here we have the context. Okay, we can just go through the debugger and see all the values that we need and stuff like that. But when we want to retest something with the same data, it's also available from the ngrok side. Let's say, okay, we want to just continue and let it do the logic. Okay, and let's say we are not satisfied with the request. We want to test it again, and we don't need to create a new project with exact same configuration. We can just rerun the same request. As you can see here, we got endpoint unavailable. That's actually a result of the timeout. We were debugging more than 60 seconds. You will get that every time you debug for more than 60 seconds, you will get that error. But for the debugging purposes, it's just fine. If you go to that ngrok interface, you see this URL. Just copy it and paste it into your browser. When we open that, we can see that the UI is quite the same with the tool we used before. So we have a request bin that we used before just to log our requests, that has the exact same structure as our ngrok interface. So we have our post request that we sent with the first debugging session. Okay, and we can see all the values passed by. And now we want to just rerun this. Okay, we want to test it again. We just hit replay and go back to our debugger, and boom, you have the same, just the same request sent directly to your local function. That's really great when you are stuck in some serious and complex debuggings. You don't need to execute the create by your own. You can just hit reply and you can have your request there. The other thing that I didn't show you is the part that, okay, we can just stop this one, is what happens when the webhook fails. And I wanted to show you that you can't easily get what's going wrong with the webhook just from the CDS dialog that will pop up. So just disable this step so we'll not get bothered. Okay, go here, and we did in the function this part that will show example if the Salesforce is contained in the name. Okay, let's create Salesforce project, for example, and hit save. When we hit save, the error will pop up, and if you look at this error, you will not understand anything. You will just be confused. Oh, my webhook is not working. Now your webhook is working perfectly fine, but there is some exception in your webhook, and you need to search for the information somewhere else, because if you go for details, you get error code, nothing really that you can use here. You can download error logs, and when you open the error log, there is also no information that will point you to the right direction, what you need to fix in your webhook handler, so the function part. Let's try to demo the part that I wanted to show you before, where you can see those things, and that's the insights part of the functions. But if I keep that loading so slow, I'll sadly need to end the session without it. Okay, let's try one more time. We have 5 more minutes. But basically, all the things that you can see here. So here, there is a delay of those messages coming through here to 5 minutes. So you need to wait for 5 minutes to see the actual result. But here you see all the things that we logged on our side in the function just right from the interface. If you run the live metrics dashboard that was loading so slow before, you can see that information straight away directly from the console, and you would see the error coming through your webhook straight away from the Azure portal interface, and you would know what's gone wrong in your execution. Yeah, okay. I would just end the presentation with this because it's not loading so fast. I hope you learned something new, and if you have some questions, feel free to ask. Unmute yourself, drop in some in chat, and I didn't see if there are any questions in chat. Can Raz?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So there were a few questions and actually a debate going on. And people have responded back and forth in the chat. For one of the question, there is an option of using service bus and also webhooks. So what is your perspective on the, like, what do you prefer and when?
Okay, so event hubs, I use event hubs when I need asynchronous processing. You can make that push events synchronous in the event hub. So if you want to do something straight away, you would need to use webhooks. But if you have a lot of data coming through your system and triggering all the sorts of events, I would go to asynchronous method. If you can use the asynchronous method and use the event hub for in that example. Any other questions?
Yes, so there was another question from Mukesh, and the question is, I have registered a webhook on create of a project record synchronously. If the Azure function fails, oh, I think that you already responded. Never mind.
Yeah,
that was already responded in the chat. Yeah, so this question is from Kim. Can you secure your Azure functions with AD OAuth and still use webhook trigger?
You can put the Azure Management API on top of your Azure functions, secure them with all the methods out there that you can secure your endpoints. But at the moment, the only thing that configuration allows you is to use headers. So if you can implement your security and pass that information via header, you can do it. But if it's some user access flow or something like that, sadly, you can't do that right now.
Yeah, I think so. That was it.
Okay. Any other questions? We have a minute or two.
Yeah, I mean, I've never heard of this NGRock, and it was awesome seeing the demo. Even very much thankful for you to showing us this tool, amazing tool. And if you read through the chat, everyone is just praising that tool and praising you and how you efficiently showcase the powerful tool. And this would make our life so easier.
Glad to hear that. When I present about NGRock, everybody is so excited about NGRock tool. Yeah. That's the key takeaway, I think, from this session.
Yes, it is. Yeah, and I'm gonna go after the sessions, and I'm gonna go and install and play around with it for sure.
Glad to hear that.
Well, if there are no other questions, then we can move on to other session. Thanks again, Ivan. And guys, I've pasted the server link in the chat, so feel free to submit your service. I'm gonna paste it again just in case if it get lost in all the other messages. There you go. Okay, so next session is a man who needs no introduction, Scott Durer. Scott Durer, you wanna start the presentation?
Hey, can you hear me? Can
Yes,
you
sir.
hear me, guys?
Yeah.
Can you see me?
Yes, we can.
Yay, it's all good. Thanks, Evan. That was a really excellent session. I really enjoyed that. Really good demo. Right, I'm going to share my screen. Let's get started. And thanks for finishing on time as well, because it's always nice to have the sessions finishing on time. I can't guarantee the same about my session either, so let's have fingers crossed. So
leave me a minute.
Are we?
It's
yeah.
10:30.
Are we good to start then? Are we all good to go?
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, awesome stuff. Yeah, so this session is called 5 Things You Need to Know About React But Are Too Busy to Ask. So you said I don't need any introduction, but I'm pretty sure there are people probably watching who've got no idea who I am. So, but really, it's kind of weird doing these virtual sessions. I have to say, I'm sort of so much used to doing these things in person, right? So come on, let's see in the chat. Let's hear a yes, Scott, in the chat. Are you there? Come on, let's hear yes, Scott. And if I look at the chat, maybe get some responses going here. Can I get a yes, Scott? Yes, I've got someone here. Is that Daryl? Yeah, look at all these yeses. There's people out there. I'm not alone. I'm in my office. This feels good. This feels good. Oh, you guys, I'm feeling the love now. This is good. Because the thing is, right? I put this thing out on Twitter, and I said, so do I write all the code in my session from scratch or just pre-canned stuff? And the results are in. Although it does say 49 minutes left, but there we go. I'll ignore that. But 69% of you wanted me to do live coding. So I'll be doing that. There's 30% want pre-canned. So maybe I'll just sneak a little bit of 30% of pre-canned code in. Am I going to be able to do that? So since I've got your attention in the chat, if I write in here, PCF, okay, if you like that, if you've done some PCF, so put a little thumbs up on that if you've done some PCF development. So just kind of get like a, because I can't do it like a hands up, right? Because, there's no one, I can't see you. That would be amazing though, if Teams like supported like 100 people or something all on the screen at the same time. That would be awesome. Yeah, so, and my watch is going crazy as well, which is, and also, if I type in React into the chat there, if you can thumbs that up or put a heart or whatever, if you've done React development, so I can kind of just get like an idea of how many are out there, because this session is like really about React, but the thing is that when you're working with code, you've got all these things to choose from. There's so many libraries out there to choose from. So you start with PCF, and so I've seen people like bundle in to React, and you just got to get stuff done because you've got deadlines, right? And so sometimes you don't actually have time to go back and just look at things under the covers. So this session is all about trying to kind of give you some little bit of back to basics, and some things that you might not have done, you might not have seen in React. So at the end of the session, hopefully you'll get a little bit more clearer understanding of what's going on under the covers. But quickly, just a quick word. If anyone's seen Sparkle XRM, which is like circa 2011, I mean, this is stuff I started a long time ago, and I've been updating it over the years. But really, the idea around that was, well, we're writing HTML web resources, and most of the time you're kind of starting from scratch, and it was the same issue. There's so many libraries, jQuery this and all these different things, Vue and Knockout and Angular. So what I tried to do is like create a sort of like a set of libraries that work well together, and a set of components that you could do grids and all the form elements and all those kind of things. But we moved on. So where's this going, and what's the future of this? So really the future of Sparkler XRM is going to be where we were using jQuery before. We're using React now. And so if you're not using React, really the writing's on the wall. Resistance is futile. Insert other anecdote thing here, because really Power Apps is written in React. So that is where not going to go away. And the reason I chose the libraries that I did originally with Sparkler XRM was because I looked at the libraries that were being used in Dynamics as it was back then. And so I kind of match it. And so it's exactly the same thing. And so we use jQuery UI, which fits for a lot of the interactive stuff. And so Fluent UI, which is Microsoft's user interface control library, again, that is used by Power Apps. So, you can make user interface look exactly the same as Power Apps because Power Apps is using Fluent UI. So, it's basically the same thing. So Knockout was what I used before for data binding. And now I'll use MobX. So this is the kind of the library future of where Sparkler XRM has gone. I've got a few open source stuff out there in GitHub, which is sort of filling in the gaps that's not provided by those three libraries. So there's like CDSify for early bound type generation, PCF React for creating like a library to make it a lot easier for you to generate React. So that's just a quick word. So moving on from that. But number one, the first thing, so this is like 5 things. So if I talk too much or if stuff doesn't go wrong, we probably won't get to 5. Just to let you know. But number one, what's the virtual DOM? That's what we're starting with. So the thing about React, like if you go to the React homepage, what they say is like one of the top things is the virtual DOM. So if it's big enough to put on the front page for React, it's quite a big deal. But when you're using React on a day-to-day basis, just writing code, whatever you're doing, it may not even sort of feature in what you're thinking about because it's just what React does. So I thought I'd sort of just provide a little bit of background on that. Now, TSX is what we're going to look at. Now, I could do a load of slides here, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in and I'm going to write some code because that's what Twitter says, right? I've also got my cup of tea. So I can, keep hydrated. Excuse me. So what we're going to use is to do all the kind of the demos and to to show you these things. I'm going to use npx, which is like npm's the nodes package management command line, but it allows us to run libraries without having to download them first. So we're going to use something called create React app, and I think Andrew's got a session on this later on, but I'm going to call this React 5, and I'm going to give it a template. And so what you can do is you can say template TypeScript. There we go. It should be big enough for you, right? Because okay, right.
Sorry to interrupt, but I think so. We are still looking at the presentation screen and not your coding.
Oh,
UI.
okay. Right. Okay. Let me just. That means I'm sharing. That means I am sharing my my screen, not my PowerPoint, and not my screen. Right. Yes. So let me just go back in here, and so let me just stop sharing that. So you should see me really big. Yay! Hello. And now I'm going to go and reshare, but I'm going to share my screen rather than my desktop. Screen 1, screen 2. Okay. So you should now see. Let me know if you can see that. I've got a red line around it, which is always good.
Yep.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah.
Good. So I'm going to.
Can see. Yep. Thank you.
Oh, awesome. Right, so I'm going to use npx create React app, and I'm going to say React 5, and I'm going to give it a template called what am I? TypeScript. Like that. Okay. So that's what it's going to do. Is going to download create React app, which is like just a thing to get you started. But whilst it's doing that, so that probably means you didn't see this up because I wasn't sharing it before. Because whilst it's downloading, but whilst it's downloading, the things I've learned on Reddit. So if I search Wikipedia and I say software patch, something I learned on Reddit today was I known about the bug and everything, but actually software patch is quite interesting. There's a really cool image here. of like punch cards. And when there was a bug in the program in punch cards, they put a patch over it so they could repunch it. Isn't that awesome? So a little bit of interesting trivia there. So hopefully it's finished by now. It has. Awesome. See what I did there. Right. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go into my. It should have created like a folder for that, and it's going to put a whole load of stuff in there. And what I'm going to use npm install. And so what that does is it goes and grabs all the packages and then creates an npm lock file, because the create React app uses yarn by default. And then once it's done that, I'm going to go, and what I'm going to do is going to open up code. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add some linting, because what linting does is means that when you're writing code live on a live stream, it'll kind of highlight stuff and make sure that you don't make mistakes. So it's always a good thing. So yeah, it's just loading all the stuff. Yeah, it takes a lot of time. And the thing is, the Create React app has a ton of libraries it has to use, and npm is amazing. I mean, it's basically like a NuGet that using Visual Studio. So when you kind of do your install modules in Visual Studio, it goes and grabs the NuGet stuff. Well, npm is exactly the same. It goes and grabs all the modules. So there we go. It's done. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to say code dot and open up Visual Studio Code. So there we go. It's all good. So what it's done is it's created like a source folder here, and it's created a whole load. It's basically got a little logo thing. We don't really want all of that. It's created service worker. It's some tests for us. We're not going to show those things. It's got a CSS in there, a test. I'm basically stripping it right back to bare bones, because that's one thing. If you're doing these things, it's always a good idea to actually cut it back to so that you don't get any other stuff complicating what you want to do, because when you're trying to understand what's going on under the covers, you want just the bare bones. So what I do now is I'm going to actually add my linting in. So I'm going to eslint rc.json, and I'm going to I've got a bit of JSON code here, which I'm going to just copy and paste, because I'm not going to type it all in, because this is like this is the 30% I was talking about. There's a whole load of stuff here, but all I'm doing here is just setting up so that my linter is going to show nice code highlighting and show the best practices and tell me when I've written stuff wrong, which I do an awful lot, I have to say. So Prettier RC JSON as well. So Prettier, basically what this is Prettier is a way of making sure that your code is always formatted the same, because when you're checking stuff into Visual Studio, in source code, you don't want to have constant changes in the way in which your code is formatted. You always want it completely consistent. So there we go. So now what I've done is I've just created the config file, but what I also need to do is I need to go and actually install a load more npm modules, installs Prettier, installs the ESLint plugins that allow ESLint to run Prettier. So that once I've done this, I should have the ability. I'm going to restart. It's all good. So I'm going to now say I'm going to restart Visual VS Code, because or reload. I think is it restart. I always forget the reload. There we go. Yeah, that was a real window. Dupe. Good. So now when I come in here, if I say Control Alt Shift, we should now start to get linting highlights. So it kind of starts to be giving me information about what I'm doing wrong. So it's a little bit too big. So I'm just going to shrink it down. So that's all good. Let's also, this is a really brave thing to do, delete the app.tsx. What am I doing here live? This is crazy. And what I'm going to do is go and create a sort of like a top level React component, so that we can, what we're trying to understand here is how rendering works and how this virtual DOM works with React. Because, if you're doing stuff in PCF, there's so many other things that are going to kind of confuse what you're doing. So I'm going to export a class called app, and I'm going to extend the React.component, and I'm not going to give it any props. but I'm not going to give it any state. So you don't actually technically need to give that. But what I can do here is I can say constructor, and I haven't got any props, and I'm just going to give it. This is like the bare bones of a component. Now you need to import, so use control dot to get these things going in. Control dot is your friend in VS Code if you don't use it already. So that's like the boilerplate. Now you can omit these, like I said, in the constructor, but I'm just going to put them in there for completeness because we're going to use them in a minute. Spoiler alert. And what we've got is the key thing to a component in React is that it returns a JSX element. So what in the earth is JSX? Well, if you notice, the file type in here is TSX. Well, JSX is effectively the type of JavaScript, the JavaScript equivalent of TSX. So TypeScript X TSX, and it gets transpiled into JSX. And then what happens is the React compiler will actually go and create native JavaScript that doesn't look anything like JSX. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to return a React fragment here, which is just the open bracket. So this kind of looks like, it really sort of looks like HTML. I'm just typing HTML sort of like stuff here. But there's a few notable differences. So I can't type class equal. I can have to type class name. And so what this is doing is it's allowing us to create elements inside the virtual DOM. And then what React does is it actually moves that into the real DOM, the actual browser DOM. So why is it even doing this? Well, the thing is that the browser DOM is actually quite slow. It's not slow at adding elements, but it's slow at rendering stuff. And so what the virtual DOM does is allows us to kind of have a lot of changes and adding stuff and removing stuff and changing all of the state and props. And then what React does, it goes, okay, well, I'm going to sort of separate the two, and then I'm only going to render the real browser DOM when I really need to. So it kind of minimizes the number of renders. But also, it'll only change stuff when actually things change in the output. So it kind of gives us this sort of little sort of bubble, this little sandbox, or you can create stuff in the virtual DOM, and then React decides actually when we need to do the real rendering. And what this means is actually, if I had something that is, if I go back to my the PowerPoint here, if we had something like here where I say the props, because the props are read-only data that's passed to my component, really important, read-only data, it's props, short for properties. And if I had a little sort of condition here to say, well, if it's less than 3, well, the output, it doesn't even include the span. It just decides not to do anything with it. But then, of course, if the condition is true, then the output, it will have it in the DOM. So React kind of isolates you from that real DOM, and it decides on, unlike something like Java jQuery, which jQuery would tend to sort of apply some CSS rules to make it hidden and shown. And so those are the kind of things that are actually quite expensive when you come to do things in the real DOM. So that's the kind of the bare bones of a component. Now I've got no red here, which is always a good sign. So if I say an npm start here, what the Create React app does is gives us like a little local dev server, which is quite nice. And so if you've done PCF development, it's very similar. It kind of oh, look, here we go. It's giving us an error. It says attempted to import app does not contain a default import. Yeah, well, okay, that's important, because if we go into index.tsx, oh, look, I've got lots of nice red lines here. Because look, that's Prettier doing its thing. It's saying, look, okay, replace that with that. I mean, it's saying, okay, I've got a code standard here to say I'm using double quotes rather than single quotes. And what's awesome is I can use Shift, Alt, and P. And look, it magically fixes it. Isn't that so awesome? So the error that it's giving here is it's saying that I have to provide it with the specific, because I wasn't doing a default export. And then it's basically complaining about some stuff that I deleted. So I'm going to get rid of these things that I deleted here. There we go, and get rid of that, because when you strip things out, you're bound to break things somewhere. So this index.tsx is really straightforward. It's basically saying, okay, use this React DOM and render something. Now, if you've done PCF development, effectively, this React render is exactly what you see in a PCF document. Now, if you go to the PCF files, the PCF docs, you can see like a React sample code, and it has exactly the same thing. So this is what I love about Create React App, is it's kind of creating us a index.tsx, which is very similar to the index.ts, which is generated by the standard PCF construct templates. So it kind of allows us to test our stuff out without actually being inside PCF. So I'm going to save that away. And look, oh, amazing! I get food, which is great. So if I do an F12 on this, I don't really want the magnifier up. Okay, so if I go over into sources here and I look at our sources, our static on here, because the Create React App template has kind of got the transpiling and it's got source maps included. The great thing is I can actually see what's going on here. So we can see app.tsx, which is nice, which is just our TypeScript. However, if we look at the actual bundles that it's created, it's created a main chunk, a bundle, and one chunk. Now, the reason it splits these up is the way that Create React App works is if you're changing stuff, it separates them off into separate bundles so that it can update them in place without changing any other things, and it separates off the libraries into a separate item. So if you look at the bundle, it's got a lot of all of the libraries for React. But if you look in here, and if we search for app, then what you can see here is we've got a class app, and inside the render element, what it's doing is it's using this sort of create element, and it's got like a fragment and all sorts of weird stuff inside there. So this is what this is. This is the TSX being compiled into or transpiled into just standard JavaScript. So because we just trying to crack through a ton of this stuff, so let's go and do some other things in here. So I'm going to go into app.tsx here, and I'm going to add in a different, like I'm just going to sort of create like a piece of state here, which allows me to output a number of items. So I'm going to say export interface, and I'm going to say so app state. So this is basically telling me what kind of state do I want to manage by my my application. I'm going to give it an array of items. So I need to define what an item is. So I'm going to go and create a new file, and I say item.ts, and I'm going to say export interface item, and I'm just going to give it an ID, which is going to be a string, and then a title, which is really basic stuff. Okay, and then go back in here and say ding, import item. So what I need to do now is create in my constructor, I need to sort of initialize this thing up. So I say this state equals, and I give it like, so I know that I've got a state of app state. So I'll put that in here because it's the two types here are the props, which are read only, and app state, which is read writable. That's the really important. Props are read only, state is you can change. So if I change the state to app state, now what I should have is this should be typed of types items. So I can say now make an array of items, and I can give it an ID of 1 and a title. I'm going to say Power Platform. That's item 1. And I'm also going to then give item 2. Okay, ID 2. And I'm going to say title power. Okay, I'm using Control-Shift-P, and it's just reformatting out, which is awesome. So now what I can do in my render function here is I can actually render out a whole ton of those items. So I can say I can use a curly braces here, and what this is doing is basically this is just it's just writing JavaScript. Because this is TSX, but it's still JavaScript. It's still TypeScript. So I'm going to say I use a deconstructor operator here. So items, and I'm going to grab this from this .state because we know that items is in the state. Is it in the state? The item. I can get there. We go. be able to bring it up now. There we go. So I've got items now. So just bring that down like that. So what I can do now is I can say I can map these using just a standard JavaScript map function, and I can use that fat arrow to get just a bit of HTML here, which is very similar to you would if you write normal HTML, except for it's this TSX, this React virtual DOM thing going on. So there's a couple of things here which are really important. Well, actually, the one thing really, which is the most important thing, which is the fact that I'm giving it a key. Because the thing about this virtual DOM is that if you are going to move stuff around in an array, okay, because I've got an array of items, say I mutate this, well, the virtual DOM needs some way of linking it to the non-virtual DOM. And so the way that it does that is that it uses this key. And this is like, so if you don't provide this key, actually my linter will give me a warning to say, look, missing key prop. That is a really good reason why you use a linter. And so what it'll allow me to do now is, if we go over into my Chrome, you can see it's output the thing here. Now, there's a really awesome thing. If you install the React developer tools, what it gives us is this ability to see the components. And I've just got one component here, but there's this top level component. But the thing about when we're writing apps, the one really important thing is that you have to think in components. So what I'm going to create is the way item, I'm going to call item row TSX, because the way that it optimizes the rendering, because if you've got one massive great component, it's going to have to render the whole thing and decide what's changed in the virtual DOM. Well, what's cool about the virtual DOM is that you can create these like child components, and these child components will basically allow us to decide on what needs to be rendered at the component level. Okay, so when we have a child component, we can say, well, actually, that child component doesn't need to be rendered. So I'm just going to keep the original, the existing DOM elements. Yeah, it's all good. But we might need to re-render another item. So it's to really have to get React working and to really understand what's going on. You need to understand when it's going to render. What prompts a render of a particular item. And that is really the key point about this virtual DOM, is understanding when a item is going to be rendered. So what I've done here is I've just put in a set of props. Props are read-only. That's really important. And I'm passing in an item, which means now if I go into the app, what I can do here is, rather than passing in just a normal link at a list item there, I can now say my item row like that. And because the props are read-only, they get passed down. So I can say item, and I can give it the item that is in this particular iterator. So I'm going to import that. Drop, ding. Missing key. Look, you see there, missing key. It's always a good idea. Always be linting. Okay, there we go. So I can put the item in. It still needs that key because even though it's a child component, it still needs to be able to link it when it's rendering. So now what I've got is, if I save that and go back into my Chrome. Now what I've got is, look, in the dev tools, is that a little bit small there? Can I make it a bit bigger? Yeah, I can. There we go. So item row. Look, you see when I highlight it, it tells me where it is in the output. You know, that is really important. So dev tools are going to be brilliant to be able to decide on, to be able to debug what's going on. But what it also does, it shows re-rendering. So the way in which something gets re-rendered is if a prop changes, or if a component state changes. So if I got some state at my app level here, this state here, I can change the state in this component. And because I'm passing the state down to the item row child component, it's being passed down as props. So when I change the state here, it will then change this item row and cause a re-render because I've changed the props. That's really, really fundamental and important to understand. So let's go and add in an add new kind of functionality to have like a simple button. So what I'm going to do is go and put in a function here to say how when they set the state, I'm going to add an item to the existing items and add it onto the end. So this is like this is a spread operator, and so what I'm doing is I'm saying set the state to be the existing items plus this item here. So it's doing it now. But what I'm using is this UUI, so I need to install that. So if I go and create a new node, so npm install like that, and then go back to my. That should gradually install, and I'm going to import. I think it's v4 as UUID from UUID. There we go. And it just basically creates a random unique identifier. Oh, I also need to install the types as well for it. So npm install types UUID. So when you're using TypeScript, you need the types as well as the actual library. Some libraries have got those types built in, but a lot of them don't. So when we do that, that should resolve once it's finished. So that's good. So now what we need to do is create like a button. So I've created a function here to kind of set the state, and the set the state will cause a mutation, and it cause a re-rendering. A little note: I'm using fat arrow here. Fat arrow is not the most performant, but for the purpose of doing this, you can use also the function.bind. But for the purpose of the demo, fat arrow is fine. But the key point of this is it kind of creates a little closure around here, and it allows us to have always use this, because if it didn't have the fat arrow, this wouldn't work. That's a very important concept. So I'm going to put like a button in here that will basically just allow us to add new. So I'm going to pop button, and I'm going to say on click equals, and I need to say it's called this dot, and I called it on add new. There we go. And there we go, add new. Okay, so let's go over. This is finished compiling. So if we go here, this should, if I go back to my thingamajig, I click add new, and look, it's adding items. Boop, boop, boop. And there's my little unique IDs going in as my child items. But what you can see here is like the rendering. You can see that these little blue boxes, now that is the React tools, the React tools for Chrome, giving us an indication when a component is rendered. So this is going to be really important when you start to create more complex components. There's always an idea, keep an idea on when this is happening. And at the moment, what it's doing is it's rendering the whole thing. Every single item is being added, even though I'm just adding one item. And the reason that is because there is a kind of a life cycle of a component, and it's a life cycle. It decides when the props have changed. It decides on. It looks at the old values and the new values and decides whether or not it needs to render. But by default, it's always going to render. It's always going to render it when that prop changes. And because I'm mutating the array, it decides on, oh, okay, well my props have changed. But if I create something, if I use something called a pure component, what a pure component does is it says, okay, this component here it's going to automatically try and decide on if the items have mutated. It does a shallow comparison, but if I now go over to Chrome and add a new and refresh this, what it should do is, if I go over to item row, and I might need to create the index. What it's still doing is it's still actually mutating the whole lot. Okay, so because what it's deciding here is it's saying, well, actually, it's the item I'm passing in. So this is when you look at what you decide to pass as your props. What it's really important to do is decide what the props are so that it can decide whether or not it's mutated or not. Now, at the moment, I'm passing in an object. So really what I need to do is pass in the actual individual items that I use that I'm going to decide on if have mutated. Because remember, a pure component is shallow. It's doing a shallow. It won't look at the child items of items. So if I put title here, and this is a string, then what I can do is I can pass this in and say, well, now my props are here. So I'm not going to use item. I'm going to use title like that. And then I'm just going to put the title as a string rather than the actual the object. And then if we go back into our app, notice it's showing red. what I need to do now is I need to say, well, actually, the title is iTitle, because now this shallow comparison should be able to decide that actually it hasn't mutated. So, well, it's still re-rendering. However, it's showing the render back. However, if I go into my elements here and go into my sources, if I go and put a breakpoint on the render method, if you go into item row, there we go. So this is the little item row render. If I do a breakpoint, it's hit the new item, but it hasn't hit all of the other items. So it's only rendering the item that I've added in. It's not going to render all of the other items. And so this concept of determining whether or not a component has mutated or not is really fundamental to the way in which you start to decide on if it's being mutated or not. Because I can also add in a button to sort of change a value. And this is where it really becomes more important, because if I'm changing a value, I might say force update, and I don't want it to go and re-render all of my child components. I only want it to render the item that has changed. And so without this concept here, passing in the title, that shallow comparison won't work. So I'm going to do a button here to update an item here. And I'm going to say on update like that, I'm just going to update item. And so what it's doing here is it's saying, okay, get me just the first item and just mutate the title, give it the ISO string, and then doing a force update. So if I go back into my React app, and there we go. So if I now do update, if I go to the render, this will now only break on the item that I have mutated, and that is going to always be the thing that you want to keep an eye on, is that when you are changing the props, it will always cause a sub render, and always use these React tools to then go and decide on, and you can breakpoint on them and decide on whether or not the child item has actually been changed based on those props that are being passed down. So that's a kind of like, you know, a real short history of the virtual DOM. So that when the props change, it gets passed down, and you can use set state. And what happens is then it marks them all as dirty, and then it decides, okay, to do a render, and then it will update the real DOM. And so the key property is always going to be important to understand, because otherwise it can't decide on which item has moved in an array. So you have to have that key so it can mark them. So, you know, summary, it's the real DOM is kind of slow to change. It's not that slow when you're adding items, but to change it and repaint it in the browser, it's slow. So it allows us to do that. And pure component does that shallow comparison of props. So number 2, when does PCF need to call render? Because if you're doing PCF component development, then obviously it's going to be important to understand when you need to call that render, because if you've probably seen in other sessions, there's an init method in a PCF component, and there's an update view method. So when do you need to actually call that? Well, let's kind of simulate this. Let's simulate the PCF kind of mechanism. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a button here. So I'm just going to go create an element and button. Now you can see this is the sort of thing you'd be doing if you weren't using React, which is like, you know, it really shows you how much of a beautiful thing React is, you know, because to go and create stuff in the real DOM is quite tedious, whereas it's going to be much more efficient to create that React DOM. And so I'm just going to go and append this node here to the root. And I'm going to add this render button in. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put like a little function here around render, and it's not going to return anything, and it will do that virtual DOM. So I'm going to on click of that render button. So render button on click. I'm going to give it use fat arrow to create a closure around it, and so also let's just render it as well. So when we first start, so this would be kind of like the PCF init here. And then this would be kind of like the PCF update view, because that's effectively what we're simulating here. So if we go back into here, let's get rid of that there, and so I can refresh that. So it's running the init first, and so it renders it to start off with. We could go and do a breakpoint in the source on the index here. So it's going to call render when I refresh. That's the first render, and that would be when my PCF component's loaded. But when I click update view, you can see there it's doing a full re-render. So what we're doing is we're kind of forcing it to re-render. And we only want to force it to re-render if the props have changed. So when you're looking at your PCF component, it's important to say, if anything that's bound to my props that I'm passing down into my React elements have changed, that's when you need to call re-render. You don't need to call render in any other time, because I can mutate state internally without calling render. So you see, I'm clicking add new, right? And it's not, it's not actually, I'm not calling render manually. So React is going to manage its own re-rendering whenever I mutate state, and therefore obviously it passes that state down as props, and therefore when the props have changed, it re-renders. So you don't actually, if say for example you're bound to something that you're never going to change from that's coming into your PCF control, then actually you need to call render on your initial init. You don't need to call render ever again, because React is going to manage that re-render. With exceptions like, maybe for example, you've got an update, you've got a update layout, and you maybe need to sort of make some decisions based on the available space. But normally your layout is going to be like using flexboxes or Fluent UI stacks, where it'll basically use CSS to do the responsive layout. But if you've got something that, like, in Power Apps, it kind of shows and hides the left-hand nav depending on the amount of width you've got. That's a kind of an example. That wouldn't tend to be done with CSS. That would be done by going, oh, well, I've got less than this amount of width, therefore I need to hide my menu. Therefore, the props are going to change. Therefore, I would need to call render. So that's why you need to make that a consideration. So that's when I need to call render. So you've got this kind of init render, and then you could update view if you've changed any of the props. But then inside React, it manages its own rendering, its own re-rendering using when the props or state have changed. Obviously, when you destroy, you've got to remove elements, and you've got to use the unmount component at node in React, and that will just tidy things up. So wrapper hell then. Well, the thing about wrapper hell is that if you're thinking about components, then there's this thing in React called like lifting state up, which is basically where you've got states managed in a child component. You might then find that actually you need to interact with that state in a sort of a sibling component, like a neighboring component. If you've got like a top level and then two childs, you might be originally managing your state in one of those childs, but then you need to actually mutate the state in a side state. And you can't do that because you can't mutate the state in another component. You can only mutate the state internally within a particular component. And so when you lift state up, you kind of lift it to the parent element, and then you pass it down as props. And so what this does is it kind of creates this sort of complexity. So you would set the state of the parent, but then you on an on change event, and then that would pass it down as props. And that's fine for like a simple kind of hierarchy. But if you start to get more and more components, you start to get this sort of like, well, I've got an on change event which passes up to another on change, which goes all the way to the top, and then that passes down as props, and it's like, oh. And that is basically called wrapper hell, and so it's very easy to get into that scenario. So the way around that is by using an MVVM pattern and use a view model. So basically, if you change the state in one of these child components, it just lets the view model know, and the view model now goes, oh, okay, I've got all these subscribers to my view model, so I'm just going to go and notify all these subscribers that they need to go and re-render. So using the view model in MVVM, there are many different ways of doing this. There's the React context has got a mechanism. There's something called Redux. There's something called MobX. I personally use MobX all the time. So it's going to start to really simplify the way in which you manage your state. So controlled vs uncontrolled. This is a really interesting one because we talked about state. So if I go into my my state down here, so at the moment in our child component, we have got no state. We've just got props. So we're told by the parent that it is basically going to change when those props change. But if I start to manage some state, I am going to be able to re-render this child component independently of the parent. So if I give it some item row state, spell it right, item row state. Goodness, it's just started to tip it down with rain. I don't know if you can hear that. Yeah, that's really hammering it down. So, okay, so I create Boolean there. And so what I'm doing here is I'm going to say, right, this accepts my props and my states. And now what I can do is I can say in the constructor, I can actually set the initial state. So I know that what I'm going to do is I'm going to create in my item, I'm going to have another thing here called selected and a Boolean to say whether, like a checkbox to say if an item is selected. And so I'm going to sort of initially set the selected to say, so this state, because you always in the constructor, you also have to set that initial state. And I'm going to say props, the item selected equals true, like that. And so what that does is it's going to, oh, what's it complaining about here? Derive blah, blah, blah. Oh yeah, I need a super call. There we go. Boop. That should get rid of it. There we go. And so I'm setting the initial state. But if I wanted to like add a checkbox to say if it's selected or not, well, you know, I can put in here a thing here called an input, and I'm going to give it a type input. If I can type checkbox, and I'm going to give it an on change, because when you start to, you know, this is a pattern again. You'll see it a lot of the time when you're doing React. It's like if you've got anything happening, you're going to have an on change to signal it. So we're going to call it on selected change, and I'm going to just close that off like that. Checkbox. So I need to now define my on selected change. So I'm not going to put any, I'm just going to put an empty function here for now, which is the signature of this. There we go. It just takes the element. So nothing else. This is all it is. So if I go back into my React app, okay, there we go. Ooh, and it's giving me saying cannot find change event on selected event. Okay, that probably means that it's need to import change event. Okay. Control dot, again, control dot is your friend. Okay, and go back into Chrome. Okay, so now we've got these checkboxes. I can check them. That's all good. It's all good. But what these are uncontrolled, because what I'm doing is I'm managing the state inside the actual checkbox itself. I'm not managing the state inside React. And that causes all manner of issues if you're managing checkbox state inside the DOM, because as we talked about before, the whole thing about React is the virtual DOM. So it's like this state is outside of React's. So we have to, in our on change event, we'd have to sort of go and get like an unsafe reference to the DOM element that's created, and you know all these kind of things. And so actually what we do is we convert this to a controlled checkbox. So we'd say from the state, we can use the deconstructor to say selected and get this state. And so we can actually, select, it's called select, not selected. I'm going to go back and check that. So I can now actually define this to say checked equals select. That's going to bother me that it's not selected, but I haven't got enough time to fix it. So now if I go back, we've got an on change event and we're bound to select. So you might think, oh, okay, well, that means that's going to be fine. But if I go back into Chrome, if I check this now, nothing happens. I can't actually check this because now it's a controlled component. It's no longer managing state in the virtual DOM, in the real DOM. It's managing state in the virtual DOM, which means inside my event here, I need to go and mutate. So I can say this set state, and I want to say select, and I can grab the state from my element here. So checked. It should have a value, is it, or checked? What's the current? I think this is an event. So current, yeah, there we go. Current target. That current target will be a DOM element, and then I think we've got checked. There we go. If it's true. So what we're doing, and remember when we set the state, because this state is being handled internally within this component, we will re-render it. We're not modifying the props, because the props are read-only. We are modifying the state, and the state is used here. If this state was passed down to props as a child component, say we replace this component with a child component, we'd be using that state to be passing down to the props, and obviously that would cause the child component to re-render. So if I save that and go into here, we should be able to, oh look, we can. Now, can you see that we're only getting the render of this item because I'm now mutating the state at this child level rather than the parent level? And so this is where you start to get the kind of the performance gains of React. And as long as you keep an eye on this, if we were to kind of we could pass an event up to the parent component. And if we use the parent component, then we could modify the state up there. But then what that would do is it would pass down as props to all of these items, and it would mutate the whole array. And then the whole array would mutate, and therefore we'd render all of the items. So where you manage your state is really important, and that's fundamentally how you can start to get to that point of the sort of the component, the component hell, where you start to not worry. You have to worry about where all the state is being changed, and that's why something like MobX is really important. So lastly, this is a real whistle-stop tour, isn't it? Function or class components. So you might, if you kind of do a lot of searching on the internet of like React, you'll see people doing function stuff as well as classes. Now, I've been writing class components in these so far. So I'm basically saying I'm importing React component or pure component, and so this render method. But what I can do is I get this very similar thing, which I could say item row function.tsx. And what I'm going to do there is I can just say export a function, and it's going to return JSX element. And what we're going to do here is we're going to just return a fragment like that. And what we'll do is put like, just foo in there or something like that. And we're going to call it item row function, because that's the name of the component. So we need to import React, obviously. Ding. And so this originally function components were they would only be able to manage props. Okay, because I can actually give props. I can give props from here, and I can say, well, actually accepts the same props as item row props here. And give it a type item row props. Ding ding. So originally I could say props dot title like that. But as of React 16.89, I can't remember what it was, they introduced the ability to have state. So originally functions were great for like writing read-only, effectively, just quick React components, maybe which had uncontrolled elements in there, or just read-only with the props. But now you can actually use state as well. But if I go in my app here, I basically use them exactly the same as item row function. I need to give it a key in the same way as ID, but I need to give a unique key because we've already created a key there. And I'm going to exactly the same because it accepts the same props. Title ding that. Oh, I don't know what it imported there. Title. And I need to wrap this in a fragment because you can only have a JSX element can only have a single fragment as a root. Boom. And if I go into my Chrome, I should see now. There we go. Oh, look, I can see the item. Yeah, so it's output in there. And if I add a new one, it kind of it goes and adds a new item there. So if I have got my components in classes, then you could decide to write them as functions. I mean, at the moment, you can also use set state as well. So I can even say const counter, I don't know, set counter equals set state using these are called hooks, React hooks. So I need to import a React hook. Use status, not set state. And then, so what that does is it just defines state in exactly the same way as before, where I created a type. So actually now you can use state. There really isn't very much difference between using functions or components. It actually is exactly the same kind of concept. However, some people prefer functions, some people prefer components. I prefer with a class component, then you would prefer component functions. They both effectively get compiled very similarly, and there may be a marginal reduction in size for function components, but it's not gonna. Oh, there we go. 16.8, February 16. That's when functions came out with the ability to set state. And so yeah, that's a whistle-stop tour of 5 items that really should be on your radar to go and investigate. There's a shameless plug here. Some hashtag ProCode NoCode Unite in there, and we can take some quick. And I'll do a lot of coding, but hopefully you should have got a little bit about seeing me coding that, seeing the kind of the thought patterns that I was going through. So there we go. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. And it's good to have you. And now I think so. All the PCF developers, once they saw these sessions, have to go back and then redo their PCF controls, I believe. So a lot of work for all the PCF developers out there. Go and refactor your code.
Just put the linter in and it's Control-Shift-P, right? That's easy.
Yeah. And prettier.
Oh yeah, and prettier. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I need a bit.
And then give votes for your favorite speaker. And thank you, Scott.
That's me. Me. Pick me.
Thank you. Next session is Andrew Patenko. And Andrew Patenko is another PCF champion who's going to talk about, again, React, but how to use React in HTML web resources. So continuation of React is what we're expecting here. Andrew, whenever you're ready, you can share your screen.
Okay, guys, do you hear me?
Sir, can.
You hear me loud and clear?
Yes.
Awesome. So let's start. Scott, thank you for a wonderful session. I definitely will pick something up because I started like I'm fresh guy with the React, so definitely would be great to get something additional from the guru of Ribbon, Scott Duro. So thanks, Scott, for a wonderful session. Okay, and let's talk about my session. So here is what I was planning to talk about. So after PCF hit the market, it was really the huge driver for change on how developer build their UI interfaces. But let's start first from introduction. Okay, so shortly about myself. My name is Andrew Butenko. I'm working as a technical architect for a company, Hitachi Solutions, that is located, and I'm located in Greenville, South Carolina, United States. And I'm 10 times Microsoft MVP for Dynamics CRM, then for business solutions, and now how it's called business applications. Crossing my fingers for July 1st. Hopefully I will get renewed one more time. Okay. So let's talk firstly about how developers, where and when developers used HTML and JS web resources before the PCF hit the ground. Obviously, when you wanted to create some kind of extension when on the form, when your control was not able to do something that you really wanted to do, let's say, like the classic example from my perspective is multi-select checkbox list. Before we got it in 9.0, since version 4.0, I believe a lot of developers created their own ways. Someone tweaked the DOM. I preferred and created my own control that was it was possible to build either to point into values to other option set or to end-to-end relationship, and depending on how you wanted it to work, to what you wanted it to be bound, it worked this way or that way. What additional scenarios? Grid scenarios. Let's say you wanted to show the set of records inside your not grid, but let's say HTML web resource. Again, another one classic example is show me the set of some accounts on the map. I want to show those accounts on the map instead of the really boring grid. I want to see where accounts located, where what details, and if there is a need to drill down inside. Dialog and wizards, dialogues and different wizards. Before we got dialogues back in 2011, in times of 4.0, when I joined the wonderful world of dynamic CRM, there was no easy way to build some kind of really fancy dialogues. And what I was doing back in time, I was building all HTML, JS web resources that basically did everything that customer wanted us to do. And the very last one is sitemap scenarios, when you wanted to inbuild something inside the map. And another one classic example, for grids, we got grid-bound controls, dataset-bound controls, using which it was possible to easily bound some kind of control and visualize the data different way. But this is still the gray area that was not covered by Microsoft. And as you know, dialogues are deprecated and are going away. So generally speaking, I came up with this session and I decided to share my experience because I know that a lot of people are going cloud, going latest and greatest, and because the deprecation and you want to make your customer work normally and you want your customer to be happy, you will anyway have to convert the dialogues, out-of-box dialogues, and replace it with something. Microsoft recommends two ways and two techniques on how you can replace dialogues. So the very first one path is usage of business process flow, but it definitely resolve all the challenges that developers will face trying to convert the dialogue using the BPF. Another one solution, and I believe it's really, really close to what's required for developer, is usage of Canvas apps. But in early days, when it was released and I started to play with it, I discovered multiple things where this scenario, this way to use Canvas app is not applicable. The very first one situation was related to basically how you work with the dialogue. And when everything is cool and awesome when you are working inside inside your dev environment, everything good. But when you want to move this component from one environment to other environment, it was a painful way, and I had to manually modify solution XML to make it work, and not all the time it worked perfectly. Another one downside of usage of this approach was that when you're using the entity like control bound control, what if you want to make this dialog modal to your current form? Let's say you enter something or you click the button, you got the modal dialog, and you can't move forward or change anything until you either canceled your choice or provided the data that is required by the logic. And sharing my experience, I got one customer who was basically migrating from if I'm not mistaken, from 2013 to ground to latest and greatest cloud. And everything was fine until I hit the area of those dialogues. By default, they used combination of dialogues and HTML web resources. And I had to come up with solution, basically, that I will share today with you. And the very last one is sitemap scenarios. So it's somewhere in between. If you want to put something into your sitemap, obviously you can bound your control to an entity and show it that way, but it not always really resolved all of problems. So this is still the gray area, and I believe this is really still the area for investigation for developers. But what I can say for sitemap scenarios, HTML web resources are still in play, and they are still working fine. Okay, let's move forward. So let's talk about the scenario that I plan to demonstrate today and tooling that I will use. Scenario is really easy. I decided not to overcomplicate it. So user click the button, but it also can be any system generated event, unload, on change, or on save. As a result, user got the Modal dialog. User provides required inputs and clicks OK. Inputs that were entered inside the dialog are transferred to the code that basically initiated this dialog to appear. And the next thing is tooling. Obviously, I was able to build that dialog using the pure HTML and JS, but after I started to work with React and specifically with Office UI Fabric, or how it's now rebranded, and we all know Microsoft really likes rebranding their stuff. It is called now Fluent UI. So I will use it in my controls because every single system that you will see, I believe, in Microsoft Stack, Azure DevOps, SharePoint, CDS, even my Outlook, free Outlook email box are built using Fluent UI. So I decided not to spend a lot of time trying to figure out what would be the optimal structure of the project, how to initiate and how to test it easily. So I found the template that Scott demonstrated in his previous session. Thank you, Scott. You ate really good part of my session. It's called Create React App. And this is basically the template that provides you, after the initialization, the whole application that you can run and test locally inside the browser, even without running any additional IIS, deploying it anywhere. So it's really wonderful tool that that gives you possibility to start really fast with development of your HTML web resource. And my tool of choice is Visual Studio Code. I will say that I'm really fresh with it. I don't know all those magical shortcuts. But I will try to do my best to show what I wanted to show. And obviously, when we are talking in my scenario, I'm using button. So I don't think that any other developer who is in the market and who works with CDS and Dynamics CRM, Dynamics 365 and CDS, I believe every single developer uses this wonderful tool. And one more time, Scott, thank you for a wonderful tool that you created. Let's move forward, and I will start coding, and let's pray to the demo gods. Okay, so I will open Visual Studio Code. I have created demo folder, and I will immediately start creating the package to initiate the project I will use to build the control. So I'm typing npx create react app, and I provide the name. Let's say it will be custom dialog, and I will, as a template, I will use TypeScript. Unfortunately, I don't know how Scott was able to do it so fast. For me, it took around 3-4 minutes for template to initialize. So I don't want to waste your time. So I will immediately switch to the JavaScript that I will use inside the ribbon that will basically show the dialog. So let's imagine that dialog like HTML and JS and CSS style and everything is already completed, and I'm switching to the part where I want to call and invoke my basically my dialog from somewhere, let's say from ribbon button. So what I have inside my code is basically just boring declaration of the namespace and another one subnamespace and the function that basically does all the things. Like let's take a look. Let's take a look on it closer. Do you see it? Do you see it normally, or you want me to enlarge it? Can you write it to the chat, or it's okay?
I think it's okay. No, we didn't see any messages. So I think so. We should be okay.
Okay, it's okay. So let's move forward. So if I'm not mistaken, with the latest Wave 1 release of 2020, we got the wonderful extension for Xrem navigation, navigate to method. So basically, what it allowed us is to open the web resource, HTML web resource in the modal way. So what I'm doing here is following. I declare dialog parameters. I declare it as a page type, and I provide the URL that basically references the HTML web resource. And because in cases when I need to pass something, I pass it through the data. I prepared my parameterization data that I pass inside, and I basically serialize it using the JSON. The next object is navigation. The target basically declares that it will be modal. I declare the size and position. If I will use for position 1, it will be the modal dialog that is shown in front of us. And if I will use 2 here, it will be shown on the side. But in my case, I will use it as 1. And after that, what I'm doing, I'm just calling Xrem navigation, navigate to method, passing dialog parameters and navigation options, and this method returns the promise. So I'm handling the promise the following way. For a successful handler, I have function that retrieves basically the output of what user will decide to do. So if user will decide to provide the data and click OK, it will hit here. And inside return value, we got the response and values that were passed from the dialog. If something went wrong, I'm just showing an error if something goes wrong. I have never experienced it, but hopefully, just in case, I'm using this handler. Okay, let's jump back to the project. And it seems that project was compiled. Project was initiated. So let's open it. So this is the project that was generated. Let's open it. Scott already demonstrated a lot of bunch, but just to see that everything works fine, I'm just opening a new terminal window and I'm saying npm start. And it's loading. Scott, what kind of laptop do you have that it works so fast on your laptop and Mike crawls like, I don't know, like a snail. Okay, we're done. So this is the starting application. So let's start the big purge, because a lot of things that are there are not required. So first one is public folder. I don't need everything except the index.html that is basically entering point of our application. Let me drop this. I don't need this, and this as well. And from this part, I don't need this. I will not use index. I will use index because this is the entering point for app. I don't need logger. I don't need service worker, and I don't need test. So let's save it. Anyway, it will show some errors. So let's close the folder and let's open the folder one more time. Okay, so it's almost good. Let's see what other has to be cleaned up. So obviously we don't need all of this stuff. And sorry, we don't need this, we don't need this, and we don't need almost everything from here. We don't need icon because I dropped it, and we don't need almost everything of this. Okay, almost clean. Let's move further. Inside app CSS, obviously I dropped almost all of content, so I don't need this as well. Let me clean it up. Okay, as Scott mentioned, by default, it uses the function approach for the creation of the application. So I obviously using the class approach. So instead of using this, I will just drop this. I will just drop the function, and I will start creating the whole application. So let's call it let's call it app. I will not be original, and I want to extend react.component, and I will leave this piece blank for a moment. And what I have additionally do, I need to drop definitely this. And let's think about the scenario. I plan to pass something inside. As I mentioned, and when I was showing the dialog, I will pass something inside the dialog. So it will be basically two pieces, text and date. So I have somehow to pass. In order to pass something inside the React app, I have to define the properties. So I will say it will be interface app props, and I plan to use the text that will be string or undefined, and it will be date that is date or undefined. In order to pass it here, I will use this app props. It says something to me. Okay, let's leave it. Okay, the next piece is to implement the constructor. Constructor props, and it will be app props. And I will call super with props. And the next step will be basically to implement the render methods. That will basically render the app. But before, I mentioned that I plan to use Office UI Fabric. And in order to install it, I have to run following command from the npm console. npm install Office UI Fabric React. But because I want those properties to be editable and not read-only, that they will be when I will use that interface only in properties, I will have to put it into the state. So I will add the state here. So, and it will be exactly the same interface. And what I will do, I will set this state basically equals props. And now I can start working with the rendering. Render and it will return. Let's at the moment put the blank one. Okay, and we are done. Let's check that it really works. Let's go to index tsx6 and let's drop this because we don't have it, and let's drop this. And let's put here something just to display that it works. It works. Let's go back. I will not need this. And I don't need this, and I don't need this. And as you can see, it expects properties from me. And I need to import not only app, but I need to import the props as well. Okay. And what I have to pass, let's say text will be just some text. And to date, I plan to pass current date. Oop. Okay, and UTC returns. Okay. Let's pass the current date time in. Let's check it. Ooh. When I installed the application, when I installed required packages, it just stopped the running. Okay, let's check it out. Check it out now. As you can see, it works as it said in browser. So let's start building the dialog itself. So firstly, I will place the text field. And it doesn't know what is it. So that's where it doesn't suggest to get it from the Office UI Fabric. So let's import it. Let's check it out. Now it works. And now let's start assigning the properties to this control. So I will pass the label inside. It will be the static value. Please provide the text value. And as a value, I will pass this state text. And because I really want this field to be editable, I need to provide onChange handler. onChange, and it will be the format is following event dot. It will be, I will not really use it, but this is the thing that I will use. New oh. Okay. New value. It will be either string or undefined. And to update the text value, I will basically just set the state. So this set state, and it will be text. And I will basically assign the new value. Let's check it out. So now we have the text that is initialized with some text, and we can change the value. Let's go further and provide the same for the datetime. For datetime, I will use a control that is called date picker, and it, as you can see, it was automatically added to the import. Date picker, and for it, I will provide the label. Please provide the date time or just date value. For the value, I will bind to this state date, and to when I will change the date from the control, I will have to provide the handler for on select date handler. So it will be basically just the handler that accepts only one parameter, new value, date or undefined or null. In order to set it, I will do this dot set state of, and to the date, I will pass the new date, new value. Okay, it says that's not compatible, but because I declared it like either date or undefined, so when new value is equals to null, I will pass undefined, otherwise I will pass new value. And then now we have the control, but control doesn't look so good. And this is because we have to add another one reference and initialize images. For some reason, it doesn't load images really the best way. So in order to do that, we have to import from Office UI Fabric the initialize icons method and call it wherever. Now you can see icons are there and we can change the value. Okay, so I believe that we're halfway there. The next part is how to make this function in like a real dialog. I need to add some additional, I need to have buttons. And in order to add buttons to the dialog, I will add it just under these controls. So I will use primary button. And there will be basically two, one for OK and one for cancel. So the first one will be for OK. And when I will click on the button, it will, at the moment, it will basically just send the current selected values to the console. For the second one, for the cancel, I will do nothing at the moment. Let's check it out. Let's run the console. Let me clean it up. So if I will provide updated text, and I will change the date, and I will click OK, I will see that this value is returned here. So we're almost there. So there are only few things that remaining, and I really don't want to waste the time of the session on it. But basically, the very first thing, let me switch to the project that is really working without any additional adding. So this is pretty the same project with few additions. So the very first one, when we are returning the date, when we want to return some value to the colon side, we have to assign this property that is not documented anywhere, and that's one of visitors of my blog decided to share with. So we're basically assigning to the window.returnValue the value that we want to return, and using another one unsupported thing, because unfortunately at the moment there is no supported way to close the dialog other than clicking on the X cross at the right top corner. There is a basically unsupported JavaScript code that what does for you. Basically it goes one level up, looks for this cross and emulates the click. Pretty the same for cancel. Another one thing that I really don't want to waste time on is the passing of the parameters and reading from the connection string. Anyway, I will not be able to easily demonstrate this scenario in browser without involving the CRM. But basically what it does, it parses the search, splits it into pieces, and combines the data. After that, it passes the data through the properties pretty the same way as I was doing it inside the other project. And let's go to the funniest part, demonstration on how it works. I open, it's the wrong one, sorry. That's the right one. So using the ribbon workbench, I added the button to the contact form, and I call the button Open Custom Dialog. What is happening on the click of this button? This JavaScript code is called, and it basically calls the web resource that I preloaded to CRM or to CDS. Now let's take a look how it looks like. When I click, I see that something was passed here. I see the date time here that I can change. I can edit something. And let's take a look what is happening, what we can see in console. When I click on OK, I see that dialog was closed, and I can do whatever I need with outputs that were generated. And I believe the very last thing that I can demonstrate here, let me go back to the project that I was working with. In order to build the project and prepare, because obviously you have to somehow pack it into CSS, JS, and HTML, and to make it importable into CDS. If you will look inside this index HTML, you will see no references to any kind of code. So basically, it's useless. So you have to compile it. In order to do that, you have to run the following command: npm run scripts and build. Run script, not scripts. Run script build. As an output, this tool will generate the compiled version of HTML and JS, and if you used any CSS. You will see the build folder that will appear here. So it's blank. It's blank yet. Let's wait. And are there any questions in the chat window? No questions yet. Okay, it's done. Now you can expand it and you will see all the things that generated. So index HTML, you will have to slightly change it, but let's take a look on it first. This is definitely not the best way of how those things will look like, and these links really look terrible. Another one thing that it split your JavaScript file into chunks. I don't know. I believe that there were some reason for creators of this tool, but in our situation, this is definitely not acceptable, and I need to get just one file with the JS and one file with CSS. In order to do that, you will have to go to Node Modules and scroll down to, it's called React Scripts. You have to look for folder React Scripts. Expand it, go to config, and look for webpack config. So this is basically the tool that does all the magic. And look for keyword chunk. So the first thing that you would love to do is definitely to clean up the name that are built for JS and for CSS. So let's remove this, and let's remove this, and we don't need the chunk in the name as well. And let's look forward. And this is another one thing. This is basically this set of configuration makes your file to be split into chunks. You obviously don't need it. So change it, save it, and call the command to rebuild it one more time. Okay, done. What we got as output now? Oh, it still adds something to the CSS file. Okay. Name bundle. Where are CSS settings? Okay, here we go. No, this is not the one. And that's not the one. Here we yes, that's the one. So let's drop this and let's drop this. We don't need it, and let's rebuild it one more time. Let's check it one more time. And now we have pure version of CSS, pure version of JS, and there is only one thing that you have to change. It is inside index.html. Let's close it. Let's don't save it because it was regenerated. Let's format it, and as you can see, this uses absolute addressing in order to change it, because when you will deploy your file, your web resource into CDS, obviously when you will reference it, it will not use the absolute path. It will not be really close to the root. In order to fix it, you just have to drop this backslash. And after that, your web resource is fully ready to be deployed to the CDS. Few things that we have to think about, and when we are moving further, is basically the thing that at the moment Microsoft can consider your web resource to be unsupported, specifically because you're using wait a second, because you're using not in this project, because you're using the jQuery line, this one. Other than that, everything is working without any breaking of any requirements of Microsoft to HTML, JS web resources. Let me jump back to my presentation. I hope you liked it. Questions? If you have questions, feel free to send it to the chat.
Yeah, so Benedict is actually watching this from Twitter, and he has messaged me on LinkedIn. And his question is it possible to automate the build process?
I believe it is possible to automate the build process, but to be honest, I haven't done that. I'm pretty sure that you definitely can automate the build process and even packaging and deploying it to the CDS instance.
The other question is from Zariri, and his question is, how can we bind a fetch XML result from CDS as input data for Fabric UI grid control?
Okay, unfortunately, there is no easy way if you want to do this. So you will have to split the whole process into 2 steps, even into 3 steps. So the very first one, you will have to describe the metadata of your particular object that you plan to bind. The second step is you will have to convert that object that you will get using, I don't know, approach that you will use either fetch or xrem .web API or XML HTTP request, but at the very end it will be JSON object. So you'll have to convert that object that you retrieved to the object that you will use as a collection inside your web resource. And the third one, you will just basically pass this object as a property to the grid and let the Office UI Fabric or Fluent UI magic happen. It will do it for you. The website that I really recommend if you are starting to work with Fluent UI, you're just going to Home Fluent UI, and you are looking for examples. Your specific question was regarding grids, so you can just go there, expand items and list, expand details list, and open the details list example. So you will see that this is the render grid, and if you want to see how it is implemented and how it works, you can just click this button, show the code, and it will provide the source code. This is the way how I was learning this. Any other questions?
I don't see any other questions popping up in the chat window.
Okay, then guys, let me switch to the very last slide of my presentation. If you want to get in touch with me, if you want to follow me and see what I'm doing online, you can subscribe to my blog, YouTube channel, Twitter, GitHub, where I was publishing a bunch of PCF controls, and you can study from it. And my colleagues inside my company, they started doing it because to be honest, we're a little late in this thing, but I believe we are starting really fast. And I know at least 3 or 4 developers in our company started to learn PCF controls from my GitHub control, from resources that are available from the community, and from videos that are available on the YouTube. And if you want to get in touch with me on LinkedIn, you can do that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
And don't forget to let me scroll down. Don't forget to fill out the survey if you liked my presentation. If you didn't like something, please be constructive, write what is missing, etc. I always listen to the people I'm talking to and I'm presenting to. So please be constructive.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thanks.
Very good session. Always nice to have you on sessions where we can learn something new. So thank you.
Thanks.
And guys, I'm dropping a survey link in the chat window. So if go ahead, add your survey, select your best speaker, so we can award them with a prize. So go ahead, and then also to win prize for yourself, you have to go to the survey. There's a link for Nigel Frank. Click on that link, fill out that survey, so that you can also be awarded or chosen to get prize from Nigel Frank.
Phillips with Microsoft, and I'm here in London at the Dynamics 365 Saturday Hackathon. It's an amazing event. We've got currently 12 of these planned around the globe. It's a free event put on by our MVPs in the community.
And Greg Hullman
it's a place
from Microsoft. He's a PCF developer at Microsoft. He will be with us as well. So if you have any questions around PCF or what's coming up, this is your chance to ask those questions. So stay on with us for a few more minutes.
Then just a question: are we doing some kind of break? Because I really want to go to restrooms for a few minutes, if I can.
Yeah. We will be starting on the top of the hour, so another 8 minutes.
Awesome.
You got 8 minutes, Andrew.
Phillips with Microsoft, and I'm here in London at the Dynamics 365 Saturday Hackathon. It's an amazing event. We've got currently 12 of these planned around the globe. It's a free event put on by our MVPs at Power BI, Microsoft Flow, the Common Data Service, to come out feeling for what's possible.
I'm at the 365 Saturday event in Dubai, where I just spoke to a really passionate and full crowd of about a few hundred people about Dynamics 365 and all the innovation that's coming out. I love this event because I think it allows us an opportunity, particularly on the operations space, to demystify what operations mean or what ERP means to the community, by the community at Microsoft. If you think about operations at Microsoft, alongside world-class CE apps built upon really put in a unique package that nobody else really can compete. And I think 365 Saturday does a really good job in bringing that holistic vision of
Phillips with Microsoft, and I'm here in London at the Dynamics 365 Saturday Hackathon. It's an amazing event. We've got currently 12 of these planned around the globe. It's a free event put on by our MVPs in the community. It's a place for everyone, users, people who are interested in Dynamics 365, Power Apps, Power BI, Microsoft Flow, the Common Data Service, to come out, experience these technologies firsthand, get some hands-on tutorials, and really get a feeling for what's possible.
I'm at the 365 Saturday event in Dubai, where I just spoke to a really passionate and full crowd of about a few hundred people about Dynamics 365 and all the innovation that's coming out. I love this event because I think it allows us an opportunity, particularly on the operations space, to demystify what operations mean or what ERP means to the community, by the community, as well as some participation from Microsoft. If you think about operations at Microsoft, alongside world-class CE apps built upon really Power Platform that provides that no-clips extensibility, the intelligence experience, the automation through Power Automate, all of that comes together in a unique package that nobody else really can compete. And I think 365 Saturday does a really good job in bringing that holistic vision of business applications at Microsoft together.
Okay, so let me start. Okay, so this. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you well.
Sure can.
Cool. All right. So this is this session is all about Q&A, and what we have here is we have 6 people, 6 experts, PCF, and so I'm going to introduce each one of them first, and then as you have questions, post them in the chat window, and then I'll take those questions up to the experts, and then any one of the experts can jump in and try to answer those questions. So that's the plan. Okay, so start posting your questions, and I'll just go through the introduction while you post the questions. So what happened? Next slide. All right, so first we have Scott Duro, the man who needs no introduction, and the MVP. You can follow Scott Duro on at Scott Duro on Twitter. Then we have Greg Hullman, who is the PCF developer at Microsoft. Yeah, he's waving his hand. Yeah, hi Greg. And you can follow him on Twitter at 98codes, which I like the handle. I really like your handle. And then we have Ivan Fico, who is another MVP, PCF champion. His Twitter handle is Dynamics Ninja. We have Andrew Butanko, another MVP. You just heard him present about React and web resources. His Twitter handle is A33IK, which is strange. I don't know where he came up with that Twitter handle, but it's good. Then we have Ben Thompson. He's a very active community expert. So if you every morning when I wake up, I'll see notifications on the Microsoft support forum, and all the replies would be from Ben Thompson, replying everyone and responding to every questions that are posted on the forum. So great work, Ben Thompson. And his Twitter handle is Monkey Projects. Wow, Monkey Projects. And then me, I'll most probably be taking a back seat and then just letting others drive it. I'll be just handling the questions here. You can follow me on Dan's Maverick on Twitter handle. Yeah. Well, let us see questions coming up. Anyone have any questions on PCF?
All questions welcome. What does PCF stand for? Whatever. If you have any questions in your brain about PCF, shout them out. Put them in the chat. Let us know.
You realize, Greg, that we're just going to let you answer everything.
I mean, I
don't
think
any of us are qualified as much as you are, Greg. So, literally it's...
I try really hard to let other people answer stuff before I jump in.
So we get it wrong.
You have the phrase that you'll go, interesting opinion, but
yeah, there is that. What do other people think who aren't in this? We don't have a roadmap, but as far as lookup in particular, that's feedback. Gosh, we've heard that so many times. Where's lookup? When are we going to get lookup? That is definitely in the plans, and I don't have an exact date for when that'll happen, but it is in the nearer term of things that'll happen versus things that are just kind of nebulously out there.
But as alternative opinion, if you really like to hack like any other developer, you can enable lookup. It will not be supported by Microsoft, but you can enable lookup. You can enable any type of field that is available in the metadata. I did not check the newly introduced the file type field, but for like lookup or duration, you can enable those fields changing the manifest file, and I have video on it in my channel. But It is not recommended. You're on your own if something goes wrong.
That is one difference between me and the others. You're going to get supported official answers. The others will tell you what you can do to hack around the limitations for now.
No, only Andrew will do that.
Well,
your house may be at risk if you do not keep up repayments and use unsupported lookup types.
So your system will break, and Microsoft will find it and say, can't support it.
Yeah, that is always the thing, right? If you do something in your controls that works for now, it may not always work. And if it wasn't something that was supported, you're going to just have to update your code later. But that's if you're in the kind of developer that's going to hack around stuff like that, you probably do understand that. And then, yeah, I don't necessarily have a problem with it. Just understand the risk that you're taking when you're doing it.
Moving on to the other question. So the other question is from Kim. Can you trigger a PCF component from outside the component without having to bind it to a field?
At the moment, there are two types of components available. You can either bind it to the field or to the data set. I remember during I don't remember which event was it, but Hammond, program manager of PCF, he mentioned that unbound controls are on the map, or on the roadmap, but product team is still not sure regarding the date when it will be available for us, for developers, for ISOs, etc.
Yeah, because unbound controls are already in use in the system. It's just whether or not it's going to actually be opened up to us. So, again, Greg, we always going to go back to you.
If we're playing timeframes, in June is the new release of the form editor. Towards the end of June, the form editor will be updated and the version you see in Power Apps will be improved. So possibly then. But that would be the earliest point.
Hard to say. The PCF team, we're working with the form editor team to try to get configuration of PCF controls inside the new Shiny editor instead of having to go into Classic all the time. But we're pushing new updates, whether it's bug fixes or even bits of features every week. So you might see something come out as part of the main kind of twice yearly releases, but if there's something that comes out, it can definitely come out in between those times as well, as far as PCF goes. For the original question, as far as unbound fields, the reason that Hemant might be cagey and I might be too is not because we're not telling you, but mostly because there's a lot of things going on in the way that Power Apps work overall that are starting to converge and change, and exactly how we want to do it is affected by that. We don't want to just open up the way it is now and then have to tell you 6 months later, no, and do it this way instead. We'd rather get it right the first time and with an eye on where we're going. So yeah, it's super frustrating, but it is something in the plans for sure.
I think this question is specifically talking about whether or not, to pass some data into a component without having to bind it to a field. I think that's right, Kim. Is that right? I mean, say in the chat, yeah. But I mean, obviously, there's various different. I mean, at the end of the day, it's all just JavaScript.
There are definitely ways to do it.
I mean, this is the weirdest thing about when you're in the world of JavaScript, and in a browser, is that you do have this sort of choice. You can either use the supported interfaces that are given to you by Power Apps, or you can choose to just do something in JavaScript. And I think. I tend to always err towards using the supported interfaces because that the kind of the types of issues you're going to come up against are going to be sort of much more well thought out. So I tend to, if I want to bind something, if I want to create some kind of data that goes from like a form script, JS script, or like a command button or something like that. Because if you click a command button, the most common scenario I find is that you click a command button in the command bar and you want to trigger something happening in a PCF control that's bound to a field on the form. Well, you could work out a way of passing, like using the Windows using send message or something like that. But the way I tend to do it is just having a form field that's is called PCF lock or something like that, and you injecting some JSON in there and then responding that to an event in the PCF control, because then definitely that data, because you get the form context in the command bar, so you're going to have access to it, and that there's nothing that's going to get in the way between getting that data from the command bar to your PCF control, because there is a supported path all the way down. As soon as you start to use sort of send messages and all these kind of little side ways of doing it, then I'm always slightly unsure as to what might happen. Maybe if there's an update to Power Apps that intercepts the position I am in the control hierarchy, or that it blocks messages from the window or something like that. So that's the way I do it. I just update a field and that gets bound to PCF control, and then I use that.
So the next question is from Philip. Should we be including PCF in a single solution per PCF, or bundling PCF into a PCF solution, or bundling with our main functional solution? Good question.
Yeah, it's a very good question.
Take that. So basically, I've been bundling all the PCF controls into one single solution, but the only thing is you have to make sure that the prefix is same for all the controls, because if you're importing it into a different like from dev to test, then if the prefix is not same, then it won't get imported. So that's what I've been doing.
And the prefix you're talking about is the publisher prefix.
The publisher prefix, right?
So everybody's clear.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, there's two different things here, isn't there? There's one is the vehicle which you deploy your PCF control, and then there's a vehicle to which you then distribute your PCF control. So, I mean, you can deploy it using a solution that just have your PCF control in it. And you can use pack push as well, just that creates like a temporary bundle inside a temporary solution, and then once that's in, you can then just add that to another solution that's got multiple different. I personally do everything through Azure DevOps, so I use Solution Packager to manage the whole life cycle of the solution. And therefore you build the solution that creates the bundle.js, and that kind of goes into the solution packager XML, which is all in source control. And then of course what you're doing there is you're managing the life cycle of your distributable solution. But from earlier upstream of that, it really doesn't matter, as long as, like you say, you've got the publisher prefix right, so you got the namespace correct.
Yeah. And also, like in the XRM Toolbox tool that I've built for the PCF builder, I've also enhanced it. So now you can actually select the existing solution in the tool itself. And then the current control that you're building can be deployed into an existing solution in CDS. Moving on. So the next question is again from Kim. Is extending a default MS component something on the roadmap?
That is something that we've heard, and something that I've actually brought up myself internal to the team, as far as we talk a lot about no-cliff development, right? And you have somebody that's just coming into software development, somebody who's coming into had been more on the citizen dev or app maker side, and they're coming more into traditional dev. One of the first things you want to do is take something you've already seen and been using, and maybe just add a little something to that to build something new. So we've been looking at that for sure. More and more controls are being built with the same tooling that folks are using to build PCF controls, to build the controls that are part of the product itself. And it's just a matter of legality, really. At a certain point, we have certain rules for building the code that we just release internally and don't just release as a product, versus code that we release as code. Has to go through open source review, make sure that we're not accidentally bringing in code that other folks had copied from Stack Overflow or whatever, stuff like that. So it is something we've been talking about. It's not necessarily on the roadmap yet, but it's something I personally would like to see down the road.
Yep. So the next question is from Nectet. I feel I'm dreaming. Sure, I have many questions, but when I see such an expert from front of me, I forget all the questions. Thanks for all the, okay, fine. This is just a comment. Next question is from Pervez Gumrah. All the content I find online around PCF demonstrates the development using VS Code. Is it just not possible to do it in Visual Studio? Andy, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you.
It is definitely possible to develop controls using Visual Studio. When I just started to build controls a year ago, before I entered wonderful world of React and Office UI Fabric, I was able to build controls using it. It was pretty simple, but and that time I did not use the latest Visual Studio. If I'm not mistaken, I had version 2017, and it was working fine until I started to use React. After I started to use React, Visual Studio just blew up, and all the syntax was just blown up. I don't know, would it work with 2019, because I haven't tried it. After I tried VS Code for this, it was weapon of choice for me. Potentially it should work fine. Maybe you will have the need to install some additional extension for the Visual Studio to work nicely with React syntax. But I haven't tried it yet, specifically with React. If you are not using React and Office UI Fabric, it should work fine, no problems.
I'm just going to go out and say it. Use VS Code.
Yeah, it's easier. Yeah, once you get hooked up to VS Code, you're not going to go back to Visual Studio.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's always going to be an uphill struggle if you're using a Visual Studio for that kind of stuff.
So the next question is from Min Rao. What if private preview PCF control had released to production? Would that be an issue if in future if you do not migrate or rebuild from GA tooling?
It really depends, I think. Depends on what was different. By and large, if you're talking about private previews, so you're talking about the earlier days of maybe even last spring in model-driven apps or inside Dynamics.
It could be earlier than that.
Could be for private preview, but it hasn't changed that much. If it's still working now, I would say you're safe because we're generally available in model-driven apps, and safe meaning that if it does break, we broke it and you didn't break it. Like if you can open a support ticket, there's probably something that we need to keep an eye on for back compatibility. But for model-driven apps, it is generally available. It's out of preview. If your code is still running and working, it's probably okay. The only difference is that if you do decide to make an update with the tooling, with the new tooling, you might have some changes you need to make in your PCF proj and CDS proj files to make sure that the new version of the tooling lines up and can compile the existing code properly. I'm not sure if that's documented anywhere, probably in the forums, but I'll make sure that gets documented somewhere, that people can find it if and when they run into that later. I don't know if anyone else has anything to add to that.
Thanks, Ray. So the next question is from Philip Cole. What's the best way to test PCF? Scott has mentioned just as Super Power Saturday, but I wonder if there's any good example on GitHub where it's done well.
Well, yeah, I can just put another shameless plug for my course, can't I? Because yeah, because I've got a course on that. But yeah, I mean, the thing about unit testing is, there are just a billion different libraries out there. Maybe billion. I mean, I've told myself a billion times to not to exaggerate. But the thing is that really it's about how you write in your code in the first place. And Jest is generally great for executing unit tests. I mean, there's probably going to be other libraries you need to put in there for the sort of the React element, especially if you're going to do React snapshot testing. Jest works fine, but I find snapshot testing just a real pain and very fragile and not very helpful actually. So I mean, I use testing library, which is there's a React plugin for testing library, which allows you to kind of there's a DOM testing library that allows you to sort of create your component, and then you can sort of click buttons and check the output. It's not actually using something it's not the stuff that you're automating a browser using Chromium or anything like that. It's doing it all purely from the React virtual DOM rendering. And I find that works really well. But you have to, I think the point is you have to look at what you're trying to get out of the testing. I think that's the thing that a lot of the time people don't ask that question. What am I trying to do? Am I sure that my component still works inside Power Apps? Well, if you're doing that, then that needs to be something that's using UI automation to do your testing, because you need it to be running inside Power Apps in order to work that. Or are you trying to make sure that your code still communicates with CDS correctly? Well, that's more like an integration test where you need to be actually connecting it, to CDS and to execute that. Or are you just simply trying to make sure that your logic inside a particular unit is working, in which case that's really nothing to do with PCF per se. That's more to do with actually unit testing the TypeScript or JavaScript you're creating. Now, I always use the MVVM pattern, so it separates off the model and the view model from the actual rendering of the component itself. So I always have a very hard divide in the sense I can create unit tests on my view model, which allows me to test my functionality without it even being bound to any user interface components. And then you can then separate out your tests of your components to say, well, actually, you need to be pragmatic. Well, there's this particular area here which is really complicated in the sense of maybe you've got some logic around, showing and hiding something to do with the way in which it responsively renders a menu or not. Those are the kind of things that you maybe then use something like testing library or just snapshot to test the UI element. So I would say, firstly, ask yourself, what are you trying to test? What's the benefit of that test? And then that better allows you then to pick the library going forwards.
Are there any videos or anything, Scott, that you can refer the attendees to look at or get acquainted with what kind of tests are there or how to get acquainted with Jest? Because I myself.
Are you queuing up another plug for my course? I mean, this is amazing.
Okay.
But yeah, so I mean, I'm going to be doing a series on Jest and testing PCF components on YouTube. I'm just busy with my course at the moment, but yeah, I will be doing a series of videos, sort of like looking at the essentials. But really, I mean, there is a ton of stuff out there if you think about it without it being PCF. I mean, because I think that's one of the great things about the world of TypeScript and JavaScript. There is a whole ton of people doing this stuff out there already without it being specific to all of.
Thanks, Scott. Next question is from Pavan. The question is, the business rules on CRM entity form doesn't work on Dynamics Portal entity form. How about PCF component? Will the customization on Dynamics CRM form with PCF control will work the same on Dynamics Portal page? PCF is not available on Portal yet. So is that... So Pavan, can you clarify on your question? Are you asking about PCF on Power Portals, or are you asking PCF on model-driven app? You can unmute yourself. Moving on. So next question is Sabrish. The question is there's some bug unable to bind on binding to address fields on contact.
Reading a question earlier on today on the Power User Forum, I think it's now only address 2 and address 3 which have that problem. Most of the fields are now accessible. So I think something's changed, Greg, hasn't it?
I'm sure. I mean, the binding to composite fields is something that we've been here for a while, and I thought we had dealt with, which is why I was actually searching through my open bugs to see if there was something that matched this, and all I found was stuff that we've done. Now it could be that it's not all the way there, and if there are particular issues, if somebody's got like a forum post to point to, I can follow up on it.
As I said, there's one today or yesterday which says address 2 and address 3 cannot be bound to.
And there are a few fields on address 1 which can't be bound as well, like line 2, line 3.
That's what I meant. Sorry, line 2, line 3 rather than address 2, address 3. But
All right, I can definitely look into that. Let's see. And for anyone who doesn't know the forum we're talking about, if you go to aka.ms/PCF forum, that'll bring you right to the forum where folks in the community, like the folks here, and also the product team are in there trying to help you with your PCF work.
Thanks, Greg. Thanks, Ben. Next question is PCF control available for Power Apps portals? It's not yet available. Do you have any plans, Greg? When is that going to be available? Is that on the roadmap? Anything around that?
That is something that we've started to look at. The way the portals is, there's not like a clear, well, we can just turn this on and it'll be ready to go. There's just a very different technology that's kind of been brought in that is portals now versus like model-driven apps or Power Apps. But we want to unlock, whichever app direction you want to go, that the functionality is going to be there, and it's just a matter of figuring out how we're going to get there. So it is in kind of early planning stages. It's not something that we're just saying no, but we're not sure how we're going to get there quite yet. So don't hold your breath, but don't be surprised if you see it in the future.
Thanks, Rick. Next question is again from Philip Cole, and the question is, Ben mentioned using React inside PCF controls was slow or memory hungry, yet Scott was recommending it. So what are the recommendations, or what are the thoughts around that?
Well, it's probably the reason I said it is memory hungry is because it is. You have React creates a DOM, you've got multiple DOMs running, and you also have, because shared libraries not available yet, you have to load all the React libraries every time the control appears. So if you have 3 or 4 PCF components which are using React, you're loading an awful large amount of additional space there. Files for the purpose of it. That's why I said it is slow, because there's a bug from last week where someone had loaded up 5 or 6 controls on the same form, and the form itself ground to a halt. So
I think that's exactly right, Ben. That's the point, isn't it? You have to look at what you're designing. There's no real one size fits all kind of recommendation here, is because if you're writing microcontrols that you're going to be adding many to on a form, then obviously the same would apply to HTML web resources. Back in the day when you were creating HTML web resources, you don't want to load jQuery up like 10 times, because exactly the same thing will apply. But equally, if you're writing a PCF control and it's a complex control, it's more likely that you're going to be creating like more of a compound control. So you'll be going to have maybe multiple fields bound to it, and sort of a much larger surface area, and you're going to have some sophisticated functionality, like think the PCF control for field service, or the PCF control for Microsoft Dynamics marketing. Where you've got basically one PCF control on the form doing advanced stuff with segmentation, drag and drop. If you were to kind of implement that kind of stuff just using native HTML DOM stuff, it's going to be impractical. So there is no one size fits all. You have to decide. So I would say, if you know that you're going to have the same instance of the control 10 times on the form, then obviously keeping your memory footprint is important. But again, we're going right back to Greg. So Greg, when are we going to be able to use the virtual DOM inside Power Apps? Because the thing is that Power Apps is using Fluent UI and React. So when are we going to be able to hook into the virtual DOM of Power Apps?
So that's something that we're looking at. We got close to having an answer for that, and then with an eye on what else might be coming, maybe pulled back on that because that story may change. We want to be able to allow folks to do exactly that, to make their control really equivalent to the rest of the controls running inside the applications. But we want to make sure that anything that any control developer doesn't bring the entire application crashing down if something goes wrong. So with eyes on what we're doing in the future, we had to pull back on that a little bit. But as far as memory usage goes, I think that what we're looking at, what we're talking about a lot, is that with PCF controls right now, if you're using React in 3 different controls, you're bundling React, the full React library, with your control for all 3. And if you're loading all three on the same form, now you've loaded React 3 times, and it's not ideal, let's say. We are working on that. We're working on a solution to make that much more amenable. Make it so you don't have to bundle that into everything. Make it so that you can manage what you're doing more directly and more purposefully. Exactly when that will land, I can't say, but it is something being actively worked on right now, and it's just a matter of time, really, at this point.
Yay!
Okay, so another question from Philip. Philip is just cracking on questions. So will we be able to use PCF controls on editable grid in the editable grid fields, or is the recommended our own editable grid PCF control?
So I think we're talking about the fields inside the grid itself rather than the entire grid, right?
Right.
Has any other folks here tried to do something like that?
Well, yeah, there's no way of doing it right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't see.
I didn't know if there are folks that
looking at
gone
that
outside
control.
the lines a little bit, but yeah, right now, as Philip, you might have surmised, if you want to do that, you do have to kind of rewrite your own grid, and it is kind of a huge undertaking just to try to do that.
It's similar to the previous question in terms of like reusing the out-of-the-box controls, right? Because you can imagine a situation whereby, say, through some miracle, the code for the out-of-the-box controls was made public. Then you could extend them. That would be a perfect use of that. You'd say, okay, well, I'm going to create a component, and I'm going to extend from the data grid, the Power Apps data grid, and then I'm going to use stuff in there. But it does seem like a bit of a pipe dream right now, unless you tell me something different, Greg.
Yeah, that is. I mean, sorry, I just had Outlook pop up in front of me. That is something that we'd like to do, something we've heard a bunch of times, and it's just that the existing grid control that we have right now just has no concept of letting anything else render the values it's trying to render. So there is being work done around that grid. And I think we're trying to maybe put in the things that we need to put in so that we can do this sort of thing later. But I'm not on the team building that grid. I don't necessarily get those emails, so I'm not really sure where that's at right now. But that is something that the planning for the planning might be on the way, but there's no guarantee that that's going to come. It is just something that we've heard, and we're looking at to see if it's possible anytime soon.
I'm going to say that when the editable grid was first created, that was well before, I think, even PCF was in people's viewpoints.
For sure, it was well before I think we had any idea that we're going to have anyone outside Microsoft using PCF at that point. Yeah.
I think even then there were people I know Microsoft who weren't even expecting it to be used. So.
Well, if you want to recreate the entire editable grid, then looking at Fluent UI controls would be the way to go, because those already have the grid, so you just have to use React and Fluent UI, which makes your life easier.
Yeah, Fluent UI is definitely not just because it's Microsoft, but because they've done all the work for accessibility. They've done all the work for reactability or web responsiveness and things like that. So like there's a lot you like Dinesh is saying, you bring in their grid and you're like 80% of the way there already, and you just need to add the components maybe to do the various particular rendering you want to do. And if that grid is good enough for your users, then it's good enough. You don't necessarily have to reproduce everything the product does if your users aren't using that extra stuff.
There's just a little tiny hack that you have to do with CSS to make sure that your the sticky row column appears below all of the column, the overlays you get, because there's a blog post I did about that. But yeah, I mean the thing is, if you use a Fluent UI data grid, like you say, you're 90% of the way there, and you can just add in cell rendering for editing the items, and once you've written that code once or twice, you just sort of copy and paste it, and everything else is handled by a Fluent UI's grid. Accessibility, all that kind of stuff is pretty much handled for you. It's awesome.
Yeah, paging on navigation.
Yeah,
all of the stuff. Okay, so the next question is from David Rivid. Any plans to be able to mock web API calls to CDS inside the test harness?
Yes,
I think so. This is again for Greg.
Yeah.
Poor Greg.
No,
You
that's
get
okay.
hammered.
I'm the one. I get a lot of email, a lot of email. That is something that I think I've seen it in planning here and there, mostly because we want the test harness to be able to be truly a good test harness. We don't want you to have to push stuff to your environment until like you really feel like you're ready for integration testing. I will make sure that is brought up to the tooling program managers to make sure they're aware of it and to kind of add another tick to their feedback box. I'll make sure to add that when this question was read, literally everybody on the screen started shaking their head. But I will see where that is at. There's things we're working on right now for stuff coming up this summer. I'm not sure if it's part of those plans, but yeah, I'll make sure that's in the right people to make sure it's being tracked.
I mean, I tend not to use the test harness, to be honest. Unpopular opinion, perhaps, but why use it? I mean, use Fiddler to redirect to your local dev instance. You can test it right there inside Power Apps, and you know that unless you're doing something really, really, really simple, like just rendering, I don't know, commands, for example. So something like that, it's where it's great. It is great for that, because if you want to make sure it displays exactly right, and you make sure that all the padding's right, that's fine. But as soon as you get into anything more advanced, then yeah, don't bother.
Yeah, and there are videos for that, how to do it. I think Scott, you have written a blog on it, and I think Andrew has a video on it as well. So yeah.
Yeah, and using it in Canvas app, I did a blog recently on how to use Fiddler for Canvas apps, because it's a little bit fiddly to get it working in Canvas app, because of course the PCF code is stored in a different domain. It is served up through a different domain to Canvas app, so you have to kind of use Fiddler to make sure that all the cross-domain stuff is sorted. But it's not hard.
Okay, cool. Yep. Okay, so the next question is from Naresh. Is it possible to replace grid or home or subgrid with PCF control and be able to interact with the command bar? So it is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does that.
It should be. Yeah. If you're having trouble, definitely hit up the forum. We'll make sure it's not a bug, and if there is something in your code, we can hopefully folks can help you out.
Okay, so the next question is from Diana. She's another community expert who keep on answering questions on the community. Hi Diana, nice to see you here. So her question is, the PCF parameter usage is equal to output are unsupported, right? So right, that's a question. But I see a lot of components using that. The Canvas app allows them even in combination with dataset parameter, but I believe the model-driven app don't. Is it on the roadmap to support it, or is it probably that the PCF using this might break in future?
Greg?
We'll have a collection, a whip round for you later on. It's okay.
Yeah. The output fields really just don't make a whole lot of sense in the context of a model-driven app, the way that model-driven apps host PCF controls. There are inputs that you configure when you configure the control, but outputs really just aren't a thing in model-driven apps. There's bound fields and inputs, and outputs I think are mostly just left by the wayside. Now, as you're saying, Canvas apps, they are used. Canvas apps have the concept of fields that exist not to be set, but only to be read and things like that. And so it's not unsupported so much as ignored or not used in model-driven apps, but definitely used in Canvas apps. I don't imagine that going away anytime soon. Once we go to general availability with PCF inside Canvas apps, then things are sort of locked in a backward compatibility sort of sense for the most part. As long as I'm there, I'll make sure everything still works. But who knows? But yeah, I don't think I wouldn't worry about it too much right now.
Okay, so the next question is Sabresh. Another roadmap question. Oh, there are a lot of roadmap questions, Greg.
It happens.
There are some limitations in what the web API feature can do and cannot do in PCF. Is there something will be enhanced soon?
I think if you could be more specific around what it is that you're looking for, I can talk towards what might be there. We're always looking to expand what we can do in general, but
execute, for example.
Execute. Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Yeah.
I mean, it's there. You can use it, but
it's
not in the typings. That's all.
Retrieve multiple.
Yeah, that as far as different, there's definitely a lot that we have that are not in the typings, mostly because, as we've said a bunch of times, this is the very same framework library they're using to write the product itself, and the typings are the list of APIs that we have that we know are good, that aren't super fiddly, that don't need hand holding, that don't need yada yada yada, that anyone should just go ahead and use. If there are things that folks are super interested in, definitely hit them up on the forums. If you're not getting any love in the forums for those issues, either put them in the chat here or send them to me on Twitter, or even send me a message on the forum. You can just go to aka.ms/Greg for my page and send me a message from there, and I'll make sure that that's being looked at, and we'll see what we can do. But I don't have any exact information right now as far as particular APIs.
Is it execute? Amanda was saying that execute is definitely coming. Because I mean, the thing is, it's such a well-publicized API. The docs, there's so many docs on it. It's been around since the beginning of the web API, XRM web API there in the first place. So it's so well and tried and tested. So it really is just a case of opening it up in terms of the typings, because
Yeah. And as far as that is definitely a question I'll turn around and get to Hemant, the program manager, this weekend, probably after we're done with this. I've got a bunch of stuff that I'm going to send him to see exactly why we haven't exposed it in the typings. Because, yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. It's not exactly a secret that API is there. So I will default to there must have been a good reason. But I will find out to be sure that it wasn't just something that got missed, or something that there might be maybe not something wrong in PCF, maybe something at a lower level that needs to be handled, or another library that needs to be loaded that isn't exposed as an NPM module, or something that has to be, I don't know. But I will chase that and see where it lands.
It works sweet. Because I already use it, so it works. So I can let you know now.
That's fine. If folks have controls that are out there and they're working and the APIs are there, that's great. Just understand that if it's not on the typings, it just means that API may change, and we might not let you know before it happens because it's not been a part of the official API surface. That's all.
Yes, TS ignore is your best friend.
Or any.
Any,
yeah.
Yeah, any, yeah.
Any is
is my best friend.
Yeah. And then your linter starts going, what's that? What is that? Get rid of that. That's fine. TS ignore.
Yep.
Yes, lint ignore.
That's what your TS config file is for. Moving on.
So I'm gonna skip some of the questions because those are repeated questions. We have already answered those before. So this question is for Scott from BJ. Where can we find Scott's PCF course, or is it still available? Is it still not available? Sorry. Yeah.
Really? This is like a dream. Yeah, it will be coming out next week, so it'll be on Twitter and LinkedIn and whatnot. If you want to win a free copy of it, it's like 17 hours of video or something. Just what you have to do is put hashtag procode, low code, procode, no code unite in your feedback form, make sure you fill out your feedback form, and then Raz will give me out. You need to make sure you follow me on Twitter or on LinkedIn, otherwise I won't be able to let you know. But yeah.
Yeah, so don't forget to follow Scott on Twitter. The handle is Scott Duro. Next question is again from Philip Cole. You're not letting Greg go away, right, Philip? So the question is, I wonder why types/XRM isn't included in the dependencies for the default package.json created by the pack PCF init command.
Anybody have an idea why before?
I mean, the thing is about types XRM. That's the JavaScript. That's the JavaScript library typings, and the thing is about PCF is it's got a lot less than that. So, I don't think it should ever really be there, and because it would be exposing the typings for stuff that you can't use inside PCF. And this is a little bit of the jarring. I think certainly I've seen in the community, a lot of folks have found that transition, myself included, when I first started with PCF, that transition from JavaScript web resource, HTML web resources into PCF, you're effectively going into a cut down what you can do. And obviously the reason why this is homogenize a single framework across both Canvas and Modal and a lot of the stuff. But then again, the argument I hear from people, I tell people this, I say, well, the reason this is because it needs to work in Canvas. And they say, well, what about the web API then? And what about xrm.utilities? We're getting those things. Why aren't we getting everything else? And, well, Greg, I mean, I don't know the answer to that.
I'm going to be sending a recording of that last 60 seconds to Hamon after we're done. He's the one making these choices. And Scott, you're not wrong in that the API surface we're exposing is planned to be. If you use an API in Canvas or Modal, you don't crash. At least you get something that would make some kind of sense. But because the PCF was born from Dynamics, and because it was released first on model-driven apps, a lot of folks are looking at migrating their XRM aimed stuff into PCF. So every time we add something for XRM, it's just more of an idea of how do we do it to make sure that if this runs on Canvas, this is going to cause a problem. How do we do it to make sure that if somebody who's never used Dynamics, who's never looked at Power Apps, who've only used Canvas apps and are coming into this, how do we make sure they don't feel like they need to use this for something and then get nothing back for it? Because Canvas apps, we want you to use the CDS entity connectors to get everything from XRM. We don't want you to have to call the API. So it's a lot of that kind of those considerations and trying to make sure that the full surface that we have is a balance between letting people get their work done and making sure that we don't make things worse for other folks who aren't trying to use it or might be confused by it.
Thanks, Greg. Again. Next question is from Dave Wade. Plan for SQL in PCF now that the SQL endpoint is available?
I mean, that's just code at this point. It's really SQL because we're on the JavaScript side of things. I'm not sure what kind of SQL libraries are out there for JavaScript. The SQL endpoint for this CDS is in early preview right now, and it is read-only right now. So that is something to keep in mind. But we don't have any limitations on code that you can run. If you can get to that endpoint and get data that way, that's one thing. I think it's just too early to say exactly where that'll land. But we're just trying. The CDS team is trying to make CDS the best data source they can build, basically, for your business data, and exposing those capabilities inside PCF or inside the other products that are built on top of CDS, like Power Apps, like Dynamics, is definitely a priority. I think it's just too early to tell with where they're going with that SQL connector to say exactly where to land.
Greg, you said that it's read-only now. Are there any chances?
I said now because, well, it's now. I actually know nothing about it. I learned about it the day before you all did.
I know slightly more because
You might if you're on the DLs and you talk to the Ryan Jones and the folks from CDS, they might have told you more. I generally don't. I generally miss those things just because there's too much going by.
Because of one of the products I used to sell, and I don't sell at the moment, but I used to sell what did security on top of the out-of-the-box security. Which is we did it via plugins. So that never worked with charts. So because it never worked with charts, we always had the proviso on it, which was you know it'll work, but if you use a chart on a dashboard, the chart will look different to the data grid that goes alongside it. One of those things unavoidable. The current version of the read-only system, or the read-only T-SQL connector, actually ignores the plugin password. So it works the same way that it does as charts work, and it ignores the plugin logic. So I've been told there is a private preview coming, which is more than just read-only, but will also be using the full path and will include plugin support.
Could be. I honestly have. I don't know. You probably know more than I do. Honestly,
so I know, but I don't know which. No one's ever asked me to sign an NDA against it, so I've mentioned that now.
But of course, the concept of writing SQL in JavaScript kind of.
Yeah, that boggled my mind a little bit.
Yeah, that's just. Yeah, I can't say I'm particularly excited by that. But of course, I mean, interestingly, a lot of people are getting excited about the T-SQL connector. But of course, I'm pretty confident that it's going to be bound by the same API entitlement limits. So you can imagine people getting excited and starting to use tons and tons of SQL queries, but absolutely, it's probably going to then cane your API entitlement limits if you're making lots and lots of calls that potentially. I mean, I don't know how it works behind the scenes. It probably translates it to some kind of query that can be executed against CDS, and that CDS query. I don't know. Is it going to always be a single API entitlement call? I don't know.
I have no idea, and I would imagine that the folks that would make those decisions may not know that themselves either. That'll be something that they'll need to decide. It won't necessarily fall against the rules we already have. There might be a new rule for it. There might not. When it comes to licensing, it's still very much a dark art as far as I know. I have tried. I have failed. I have nothing to share on licensing at this time.
Don't go near that. Don't go near that.
Yeah,
I will point out the entire purpose of this is so that you have real-time reporting on Power BI. And I suspect the long-term purpose of that is so dashboards disappear and you use Power BI for your dashboards.
Rice for fried rice. Rice okay.
Someone agrees. I agree with you, Ben, and other people agree with you, which is good.
So yeah, I totally agree with that. Some people I need to mute. Hold on. Ooh. I'm gonna mute everyone, so just unmute yourself again. Okay, there you go. Scott, Ben, Greg.
Thanks.
Yep.
Chris Huntingford crashed a whole Teams meeting by muting everyone. So yeah, good job. Right. I was holding my breath.
Yeah, Andrew, you haven't muted yourself yet. You haven't unmuted yourself.
Yeah. Well, I think so. We are almost at the time, and we have one last question from Benedict on LinkedIn. He is asking, is there a plan to make PCF available for quick view forms?
I don't know. Honestly, that one it's not feedback I've gotten a lot, but I'm sure that Hemant gets a lot of that more so than I do. I will add that to the list of things that I ask him, and hopefully we can get stuff. Anything that I'm getting from here, I'm hoping to get either documented better or into our FAQ or something. So this stuff is out there, and I'll add. It was a quick create forms right now. I can't. Find
I was really not quick create. It's on works on quick create already. It's the quick view forms. I was really. I mean, awesome job on quick create. I was like, I bet it's not going to work on quick create, but it does. It's awesome. But yeah, but a quick view forms because they're read only. So
yeah. But I mean, controls still should work in a read only mode. So
but it doesn't work on the headers as well.
Well, no, it does.
It does?
Occasionally. Intermittently it works. I have actually.
Well, those are my favorite.
But equally, it's weirder because you end up with it appearing twice. Because of course, the very top of the header is read only. It's only when you actually drill down that it actually becomes editable.
Okay.
But avoid it really. Avoid it. It was annoying because I've been trying to do something for a while, because when I started doing PCF components, it was to do a particular thing on something, and I've now, after a year, got a way of doing it, but I'm not using. It was using PCF components on one level. On another level, it does something really hideous using a certain part of a DOM which is accessible, but you really shouldn't do.
I don't know of that code off the top of my head. That's definitely something I'm going to start fooling around with components in the header and see what I can break and start opening bugs if they aren't there already. Because it should work. It should be smooth. It shouldn't be fraught.
You put them in BPF, business process flows now as well, and that obviously is a little bit hacky, having to do the XML, but awesome job on that. It's really good. Opens up a lot of
it is super helpful to get stuff in those little steps, definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
All right.
Well, thank you everyone, and thank you for the awesome panelists that we had. Scott Duro, Greg, Ben, Evan, Andrew, thanks for joining in and then sharing your expertise on this session. Thank you very much. And guys, please do fill in the survey and then select your speaker, the favorite speaker, favorite session, so that they get awarded. Also, you can get prizes yourself. So fill in the survey. There's a Nigel Frank survey in the survey link. So fill in that as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Guys.
Thanks for all your hard work with all the organization as well. Great job.
Yeah, fantastic work. I was sad that it started at 2 a.m. for me, but I'll be catching up the recordings when this is all done.
Thanks. Thanks everyone.
Thank you.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Phillips with Microsoft, and I'm here in London at the Dynamics 365 Saturday Hackathon. It's an amazing event. We've got currently these planned around the globe. It's a free event put on by our MVPs in the community. It's a place for everyone, users, people who are interested in Dynamics 365, Power Apps, Power BI, Microsoft Flow, the Common Data Service, to come out, experience these technologies firsthand, get some hands-on tutorials, and really get a feeling for what's possible.
I'm at the 365 Saturday event in Dubai, where I just spoke to a really passionate and